4 seconds, we're live. Turn that down. Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2013. We're here on day 2 and a bunch more great games to show off today. Company Heroes 2, Batman Arkham Origins, but we're starting off with a banger. Yesterday we had a first party Sony game on the stage, and today we've got Dan Greenaway from Turn 10 showing us Forza 5. Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Great job up on the stage on the Microsoft conference. You were up there showing off Forza 5, sitting there with that 6 McLaren P1 as well. What's it like being up on that stage during like one of these momentous E3 moments?
Well, I think it kind of stole the show. Honestly, it was great hearing the crowd react. I think we surprised everyone. You know, Victor from World of Tanks had just been standing on top of the car, and a lot of the people backstage actually had no idea what was going on.
Oh, really?
So, you know, I'm back there with them in the green room, and then the car raises out of the stage. They're like, was I standing on that? It was a great moment, though. And honestly, I was standing backstage before I was announced, and the car rose up, and I didn't know how the E3 crowd would react. I mean, super rare car, 2 of them in the world, $1.2 million, very expensive. It's like 900 horsepower. But, you know, not all gamers are into cars.
Sure.
I think the sheer spectacle of it, though, wowed people, because I heard the audience immediately just start freaking out with the smoke and the car coming out. It was a cool moment.
That's a kind of an issue maybe you guys have to deal with a lot when you're making the Forza games, because obviously they're games that are created on platforms for core gamers to play, but then you're trying to make an experience that gamers would like to play, but then you also want to satisfy motor enthusiasts.
Yeah.
I think with Forza Horizon, you kind of maybe straddle that line a little bit more than you have with Forza games. So when you're thinking with terms of what you guys have with Forza 4 moving into Forza 5, in what ways have you are you evolving what Forza is?
Well, I think there's 2 questions in there. First off, I don't see the line between kind of what everyone can play and what enthusiasts should play. I think good design allows you to make a product, make a game that fits everybody like a glove, so they find the right way to enter into it. And so Forza Motorsport's always had assists like the green line and auto drive with the auto steering and auto braking, so that anyone can play it, and we never sacrifice the physics to do so. So I would say that definitely Horizon and Motorsport are very different, but the difference is not about approachability at all. The difference is, how do you interact with cars? Are you into exploration and road trip or music, or into precision and mastery? So the nice thing about having both titles, though, is that we can even further explore new features that get into that idea of precision and mastery in Forza Motorsport 5. So with the power of the cloud, we're bringing Drivatar, which gives people a new way of getting into racing, because the racing is now so realistic. The Drivatar can learn how to do complex behavior that we didn't teach it. You know, in traditional AI, you have a finite number of parameters, let's say like 100 parameters. And a designer could say, oh, I want it to check brake, you know, some percentage of time. With this Drivatar system, it's got an infinite number of parameters. It actually learns on the fly how people drive, and it can recreate that. So recently we saw cars going 3 abreast a corner without hitting each other. We never trained it to do that, and that's not what you see racing AI do.
No.
Which is why we're calling it the end of AI. Technically, of course, it is AI, right? It's artificial intelligence. But it's not similar to AI. It's more similar to big data or to search technologically. So that's really exciting, and that gets more into that motorsport racecraft where people can really get precise, and then their digital version will reflect that.
It's interesting you said the 3 abreast, because it kind of rolls into the next question I have. We saw a couple of weeks ago at the Indy 500, it was the, what's the lower tier race? I forget the name of it.
Indy Lights?
The Indy Lights. There was a 4 cars on the straight photo finish, which had never been seen before.
Yeah.
So much like in racing is constantly evolving, the AI in the game is as well. And in terms of Indy, you guys have just announced as well that you're going to have IndyCar in it as well. Could you just elaborate on that? Because I saw a quick trailer this morning about it.
Absolutely. So we've been wanting to do open wheel since the original Forza Motorsport. And now it's the power of Xbox One, some new things we're doing in physics. We can now deliver open wheel the way we've always wanted to. Having a fantastic kinetic model for how the suspension moves around and how there's even flex in those suspensions.
Yeah,
it's not just the push rod. getting all of that right so that we know we're simulating it really, really well was critical. And then having great partnerships like McLaren. We also announced a partnership with the movie Rush, which is Ron Howard's new movie from Universal.
Absolutely, Nicky Lauda movie.
Yeah, exactly. Anyone who loves cars, I mean, it's funny. You can kind of tell someone's age often by which rivalry in Formula
Oh, really?
1 is the one that kind of they grew up on.
Am I old then?
Well, at least it means we're around the same age.
I was more of a Senna Alain Prost.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's Senna Prost, or it's Lauda Hunt, or maybe it's if you're maybe
Massa
younger
and
than
Hamilton,
us. Exactly,
perhaps,
or
yeah.
it could be Schumacher Hakkinen, right? So there's just you can kind of tell that way, and that's the great thing about the Lauda Hunt, the movie that's actually being made. I think it's going to rekindle a lot of people's excitement about motorsport in the United States. We haven't had a great driving movie since Grand Prix or Le Mans. I mean, back in the heyday in the 70s, and this looks to be a great driving movie.
Open wheel racing specifically in the North America seems to have a kind of it's you're either in or you're out. Whereas Grand Prix maybe in Europe, Formula One is a little bit more flexible. But then I guess there's Circuit of the Americas over here.
Yeah.
In terms of tracks for the Indy stuff, do you have any Formula One at all? That's probably all locked up with licensing on the Codemaster side, or?
We're going to have a lot more news over the summer regarding open wheel. The truth is, once we invest in this technology, it allowed us to explore a lot of new opportunities, some with partnership and some with just giving experiences to our fans that they've always wanted to have. So, I can't announce a lot of that. What I will say, though, track-wise, obviously, we're doing a lot in tracks in general, and I can't give specifics, but I can say we're doing a new type of technology. In the past, we've captured tracks by taking thousands of photographs. Race car drivers down the track and give us reference points and where there's cracks. We're very detail-oriented people. But there you go.
Switch it out.
That's all right.
We give you a fresh one every 5 minutes. It's, just to make sure your hand is always nice and cold.
Am I spitting too much?
I'll let you know. I'm wearing shorts, so I'll feel it right here.
So we did a lot of this capture, and we did it kind of the hard way because we are very detail oriented. But now we're actually working with a new rig. It's a sub 6 millimeter accuracy laser scanner.
That's ridiculous.
It's incredibly cool. So this has allowed us to recapture tracks we've had before and capture new tracks. And we're still going to bring in the professional race car drivers because we love the feedback we get from them. But the accuracy we're getting from this rig is really stunning.
How much of an onus are you putting on, I can't talk about it too much, but in terms of the tracks, new tracks, and then tracks that you've created yourself inside of Turn 10, will it be predominantly real-world environments, or will you have some, like for instance, I've had a lot of questions from people who are drift fans, who a lot of the tracks maybe don't necessarily appeal to them, so are you addressing any of that stuff, or?
Well, obviously we've had a blend in the past between original tracks and real-world motorsport tracks, and this game will have a blend as well, but yes, we are much more predominantly motorsport-oriented tracks in this version.
Cool. I just want to remind people, if you have any questions for myself and Dan, you can tweet me at Danny O'Dwyer, and if you're watching this on our live page show on GameSpot.com, put them in the comments, and I'll try and pull from there as well. So in terms of
to us, to a new group of people. But what I'll say honestly is this is a game that the team I could not have built 2 years ago. I think there's pressure across the boards because it's not just about how the game looks, it's also about the physics and how it plays. We're doing a lot of new stuff in physics that frankly just weren't even possible in the last generation. about tires. The problem was when I was working with Pirelli, I had a couple questions about extreme slip angles, about the interaction between heat and wear. We went with Calspan, asked them these questions about tires, and they said, yeah, we don't know the answer to that too, but that's really interesting. So we started a full research project on this aspect of tires that nobody knows about, not just games.
Because you guys had stuff like, I guess, issues like, flat spotting, wear on the track, rubbering in, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You guys had some of that, I believe, was it in Forza 2? There were some aspects of that?
Yeah, we had online rubber, and heating it up, and we're doing more surface types as well. But
Like
all this stuff,
multiple compounds and stuff like that.
absolutely.
Is that on Forza 5 as well?
It is.
Okay.
I mean, that's what's, to me, what's so exciting about this generation. It's we're able to deliver people, industrial grade simulation on a console, and a 5-year-old can play it by turning the assists off. So that's what I mean about it. It's not like you choose sim or you choose arcade. That's just an outdated idea, and I think it's just poor design.
Yeah, do you think that the idea of even simulation arcade is just something from a bygone era that games journalists and video game players just kind of hold on to easily categorize stuff?
I believe so, and I think it's been the same thing as we've been talking about Drivatar around through the E3. I've been asked a lot, so is it like Replay, or is it like Ghosts, or is it like async? And no, it's not like any of those things. In fact, it's not even like AI. It's, as I mentioned, it's more like big data. And that's the really exciting thing. But at the same time, people don't know how to categorize it. And that's the nature of innovation. Innovation should actually get you to go, well, how do I describe this?
Sure.
Because it's new.
So
do
you find yourself having to explain that to a lot of people?
Yeah, and unfortunately my natural bent when I explain things is to go to the super crazy detailed level, which doesn't even help.
Did you expect the sort of the humorous side of people hearing the Drivatar phrase? There's been a couple of interesting phrases every E3 this year. Drivatar kind of took people for a bit of a surprise. Have you seen any of the memes or any reaction?
Unfortunately, I've been pretty much non-stop talking to people. That I feel almost disconnected from the internet right now.
In terms of feature set stuff for Forza 5, are you taking anything that the guys did in terms of Forza Horizon, maybe in terms of the day-night cycle stuff, night races, things like that?
So we're not featuring day-night cycles. We did take some of the stuff actually in surfaces that they do, which is really interesting. We're not doing off-road racing, so I don't mean to imply that. But you had mentioned like online rubber, offline rubber, the way the tires or the way the actual street heats up. We were able to take a lot of that same idea of surface technology and put it all over a track. So even on a track that's just concrete, you have different amounts of friction all over the track, whether you're in the marbles and the chaff, or if you're online, or depending on the temperature as well.
So different types of asphalt, different.
Absolutely, and again, most people are never going to notice this.
Yeah.
But for our sim players, when they turn things off, even if it's just one person that's going to notice it, that's impressive. What was really cool last night was Tony Kanaan, the Indy 500 winner from this year, was. I've never met Tony Kanaan, obviously, and I love racing, so I was really excited to meet him. And he came in, he's like, I'm a huge Forza fan. I've been playing since the original Forza. I play it all the time.
Really?
I play it in my trailer. And I was just like, oh my God, this is like my dream come true.
Win, but hadn't he raced in like the previous 10 Indy 500 or something?
Yeah, Kanaan's been around forever, and he's fantastic. He's,
maybe that's why he never won. He was spending too much time playing Forza.
Could be. Now that we have Indy cars in the game.
Well, he's got no excuse to do it now. He can sit on his sofa at home and drink as much milk as he wants. Just to remind folks, if you've got any questions, just send them in to the chat or to me via Twitter. A lot of people before yesterday, because I told them you were coming on first thing in the morning, were asking questions about what type of cars are in this year's game.
Right.
At a certain point in time, you guys must just start hitting like a point of diminishing returns in terms of the amount of cars that you have on offer. Is it hard to try and ensure that last year's games are on this year's game?
Yes and no. I think there are cars that you can almost call racing canon.
Sure.
There are cars, things like a Shelby Cobra that you just kind of expect to be in games because it's just everybody likes it who knows anything about cars. And I don't know how many you could say there are of those, 150, 200, 300 cars that you could call canon that naturally whenever you're building a racing game, any of the companies here would start looking at those cars. When you start branching out into other types of motorsport, LMP, Indianapolis, you start getting groups of cars in there, and those go onto your canon. And then there's new cars on top of that. So imagine, the P1 or the LaFerrari. And those are cars that you start looking at as well. It's actually not too hard to have an ever-expanding list. Or you can go another route where you can just do trim levels of cars or something like that. That's not really our way. So I would rather just keep appending things like Open Wheel that opens a whole new wing of motorsport for us to explore.
The damage model in the Forza games has always been not to glamorize crashes or whatnot. It seems games have always been about the racing. Is there any changes to how you guys are incorporating damage? And I guess specifically in relation to the open wheel stuff, which can be quite hazardous.
That's a great question. So philosophically, we're actually still doing the same thing, which is to say we're optimizing for the way that cars rub and the way they race. When a car hits a wall at 200 miles per hour, it's destroyed. And that's not really what this is about. I understand people will saying, well, that happens, so you need to simulate it. This is a racing simulator, not a crashing simulator.
Okay.
However, we've done a lot of changes to the way we model damage, both physically and graphically. So we now have this physically based material system, which allows us to recreate the light and do all sorts of layers in the game. So now we can put layers of materials on top of the car. That includes an independent layer for how we scratch the car, how we model the damage, the actual polygonal damage to the car. Those happen for different reasons in different parts of the car. We now have oil and rubber and clag that collects on the front of the car.
I was briefly in your booth yesterday on like the 5 minutes I had left off of not being on the stage show. And we made a very good deal of when you pull up to the finish line, you can just see all the mud and scuff marks and oil just kind of pouring in the direction the car was moving.
So that's that kind of material. And that allows us to give a damage that, well, really the way we've been calling it is we want the cars to look like they did work. And they've got some scratches and bruises from the war of the battle that they just did. And that's how we've optimized all of that damage. The damage you're asking about regarding Indy cars is really, and open wheel in general, they tend to do terminal damage at even low velocities.
Absolutely,
And again, we're not trying to get into terminal damage. We will, when you have simulation damage turned on, we will disable your car fully. We're not trying to get into the crazy, crashes and life-threatening injuries that can happen to drivers.
So in terms of the open wheel stuff, the wheels won't be coming off,
bouncing down the roads and going into the crowds, which is spectacular to see as far as it's a spectacle. But at the same time, it's kind of...
In a video game, perhaps. In real life,
it's morbid.
Flying
it's
tires
horrible.
is pretty bad.
Exactly.
In fact, there was a death in Montreal at the Formula One only last weekend.
Right.
A steward, although it wasn't related to on-track action. But yeah, it's a reality of the sport, I guess. In many ways, motorsport has been trying to get away from that side of it, and it's been incredibly successful over the last 15 years.
There was this great quote. So Ron Howard delivered this. So Chris Hemsworth came by the party and he delivered some premiere video. Yeah. Which was very cool. I mean, Thor! I'm sure he gets that all the time.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, but it was hard not to.
Has he cut his hair now?
No, actually, he looked like Thor.
He's got, up until the DVD release, he's got to have
really?
brush, I imagine. Because he's got the long hair as well, and he's playing Hunt.
So he delivered some premiere video from Rush, and in there, Ron Howard's talking about why he wanted to capture that 76 season and what was important there. And he captured it so well. He said, the great thing about racing in the 70s, it was a time when sex was safe and racing was dangerous. And I was just like, that's the 70s.
That's excellent. We got a couple of questions coming in. Stabby OG on Twitter has asked, in terms of the weather in Forza 5, what are you doing that's different to previous games?
We're not modeling weather in Forza Motorsport 5.
Is there rain situations, or is there any reason? Is it just you've got so many balls in the air, and at a certain point you have to start cutting off which ones?
Yeah, and also this is a launch title, and we are using the hell out of this box.
Yeah.
Right, and even at launch. And as I mentioned, this is really a game that this team couldn't have built 2 years ago. So what we've got going on is 1080p, solid 60 frames per second, lots of cars on track, Drivatar technology, new physics, the new materials system. Honestly, this game is bringing a ton of innovation to bear. And while, of course, things like rain, things like night are interesting, I don't mean to dismiss them by any means. They're very difficult, and while trying to hit launch, it was something that just wasn't in the cards.
That hater 814 on GameSpot is asked in relation to the customization of cars. Obviously in Forza, getting custom decals, setting up your car has always been an important part. I'm assuming all of that is crossing over into Forza 5.
Absolutely, it's coming over, and there have been some critical changes as well. The new materials we have allow you, the painters, to put even new types of materials on the car. So you can wrap a car in carbon fiber.
Oh, really?
You can wrap it in 24 karat gold, brushed aluminum. The truth is, right now, we can wrap a car in leather. I don't think we're going to ship that, but because we can wrap it in cobblestone, you know, because all these materials can be put on the car. Some look a little bit odd, moss.
Yeah.
But we are going to be putting that power into the hands of our creators. And we're also changing the way that we distribute things. Our goal is to make the community much more integrated, because we tend to have a lot of painters hang out with painters, tuners hang out with tuners. And there's some groups that do both painting and tuning, but we wanted to bring everyone together. So now, every time you buy a car in the game, we're going to curate other cars for you based on your choices. So the cloud's going to be learning about what kind of cars you like and recommend cars for you. But also, when you buy that car, we're going to curate paint jobs, and you don't have to pay for them. So the absolute best painters are going to be that content's going to find you.
Is that sort of a utilization of some of the new features that are available in the Xbox One?
Yeah, this is really utilizing Xbox One and the cloud to do that curation. Now, our painters are still going to get paid, but now they're getting paid based on usage. So it's not like they have to. We found in Forza Motorsport 4, most of our great painters were also offering up free paint jobs.
Oh, really?
Because they just wanted their stuff to get used.
Yeah.
And so we'd have people that were offering up things for a lot of money, a little money. We wanted to take all that complication out and just have the great content find you, and you had no excuse not to use it, and the great painters are rewarded for their work to a very detailed level.
A lot of chat in the GameSpot chat about Moss cars now. I think maybe you need to get some DLC in on that.
Is that going to be a new meme?
Exactly, yeah, possibly. You have a whole set of them by the end of the week. So in terms of, let's talk about online multiplayer. So we've talked about Drivatar, which is obviously going to create these kind of dynamic AI characters that'll act more like real players do.
Yeah.
In terms of the multiplayer, racing is often a difficult area to handle multiplayer, because sometimes you've got people who try to take things incredibly seriously, and sometimes not, especially again with open wheel stuff. What type of features are you going to have in Forza 5? Are you going to have any new game modes, and how do you combat that kind of tension between the pro players and maybe people who are just taking the mick?
Well, there's two big features in particular. One is we have dedicated servers.
Okay.
So that creates the ability to do fast and fair multiplayer. You can just get right into matches, big matches. We can deal now with an individual having low latency, since it's no longer peer-to-peer. That person doesn't have an effect on the overall quality of the race for everybody else.
Okay, yeah.
So that's just great for multiplayer, especially for big races. We're also using Xbox One's Smart Match. And Smart Match allows us to, in essence, curate lobbies to you based on the types of people that we believe you're going to really enjoy playing with. People that drive similarly to you, people that are into similar things as you. And so that's going to create the ability to have, if you're really into motorsport side of things, we're going to find matches that put you in with groups like that.
The Forza games have been pretty quick coming out. I guess Forza 4 came out 3 years ago from
2.
October? Or 2, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, Horizon was, of course, last year. Will Forza 5 be a platform that you guys will build on? Will you release a downloadable content pack, or use some of the Xbox One's power to maybe feed content to the user?
Absolutely. So the great thing about Xbox One is that we can change the game rapidly. We can easily change the game in a day if we want. It's data driven, so we can add, remove events. We can do things with Rivals mode that are incredibly quick. But we've shown a commitment to downloadable content as well. When the new cars come out that are really hot, or we find a new partnership or something else unlocks, we're able to give that to players as fast as possible. And that commitment will remain with Forza Motorsport 5.
Cool. I have to ask before I let you go.
Yeah.
We've had it's been an interesting couple of days here at E3, especially in relation to the two consoles being announced. You were on stage for Microsoft, of course, and Forza 5 is coming out day and date with the Microsoft Xbox One. Forza is a game that's has a sort of a good onus on sharing and community and customization. I have to ask you now, what's your take on Microsoft's policy in relation to the used game situation and the online connectivity? Do you think it's a good thing for consumers, or is Forza 5, with all you've got doing a Drive Avatar, is that a game that you could even create with a console that's not being able to connect once a day?
Well, I don't really have a take on any of that stuff. What I will say is, as a creator, it's my job to utilize the things that come online with the platform. So whether it was the original Xbox, which had a hard drive, and you had games like Blinks that actually could our rewind, that was the utilization of the hard drive. It also, the original Xbox had an Ethernet cable, and that allowed us to do things in live and build the live service from there. The Xbox 360, we added things to that platform over time. And the things we added aren't necessarily the value prop of the console. The value prop of the console is from the games. So honestly, I think people should be demanding of us, the creators, utilize these new tools. For me, that's how I'm wired. When I see a new toolbox, I want to start making stuff. So as soon as I saw the ability to use the cloud so easily, and the core competencies of Microsoft with Azure and research and machine learning through Bing, I was like, wow, Drive Avatar is something that was ahead of its time in 2005. I want to bring it back, rethink the whole problem using some of the new tools at our disposal, machine learning, cloud-powered, and deliver something that no one is going to expect. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. We got more ideas we want to do. The rest of the creators will as well. So I don't get into the question of, is this good, is this bad, is this whatever. I'm a creator. I get excited about delivering new experiences to people. I'm super excited about having a 1080p, 60 frames per second game with absolutely cutting edge physics that also is using the cloud to deliver a new expression of opponents. You know, I think it's a great package for people.
Awesome. Dan Greenwald, thank you very much for coming on GameSpot Stage 2 here. Could you tell one last thing for the folks at home, when will they be able to play Forza 5? Forza Horizon, I can play Forza Horizon right now.
That's right.
Forza 5.
Forza 5 will be available at the launch of Xbox One, and I'm really excited. We've got a lot of fans, and I'm so excited to see them playing the game and getting into this big community.
Cool. Thanks very much, Dan. More games coming up on Stage 2 here at GameSpot's coverage of E3 2013. Stick around. We've got Batman Arkham Origins coming up in just about 10 minutes. welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2013 on GameSpot.com/E3 or Twitch.tv/GameSpot E3 Stage 2. That's a mouthful right there, Eric Holmes. Batman Arkham Origins coming up here, and Eric is joining me here, and we've actually got a gameplay demo to watch here as well.
That's right, at least I hope we do.
We'll bring it up in a second. First of all, for people who aren't involved in the series, who haven't played the previous games, explain exactly... Oh yeah, explain to everyone where this is set, because obviously it's a unique setting in terms of what we've seen from the Arkham games.
So Arkham Origins is a prequel game set years before the events of Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. It takes place, if you're into comic books and you follow the timelines for these characters, it's about year 2 of Batman's career. Now, the first few years of Batman's career are really focused on him dealing with the mob, dealing with organized crime in Gotham, and we're right at that tipping point where things are starting to change and more colorful, more unusual, more skilled, or even metahuman characters are starting to turn up on the radar in Gotham.
So we're seeing a couple of the characters here on the intro. So who are the antagonists, the primary antagonists in
Well,
Arkham
the main guy
Origins?
that you're seeing here is the Black Mask, and at this time in the chronology, Black Mask is the #1 most powerful crime lord in Gotham. He commands enormous resources, and he's put a price of $50 million on the Batman's head and brought 8 of the greatest assassins of the DC universe to face down on him.
Black Mask is a character that people who are like softcore Batman fans like myself, who don't have the patience to read comic books but have seen all the movies and kind of enjoy the lore, maybe aren't familiar with. Was it interesting, maybe touching on a character that fans of the series know a lot about, but maybe people like me who don't understand a lot about the series?
We really want to bring new things in with Arkham Origins and really refresh things. So Black Mask is a really great opportunity for that. He's a very powerful character. He's also very practical, so he fits very well into this early career space where he's not super exotic. He's not got a whole bunch of mental quirks or weird characteristics that recap him. He fits with the mob. And he also has this enormous gang which brings all that gameplay of these resources, all these large number of guys.
There you go.
Sorry.
No worries.
This large number of fodder enemies that we can use to populate the streets, to fill up the gangs, to fill up the encounters, and we can also use them to bring new enemy types, which you'll see in this demo right here, to face against Batman.
So because this is the sort of you said year 2 of Batman's career, as it were, is the world of Gotham in terms of how crime is set up very different to maybe people think in terms of Batman?
This game features a much larger world than we've seen before. I hope you're getting the feed from the game right now. What you're seeing is a much more vertical world. You're seeing much taller, much more majestic buildings. You're seeing you're seeing Gotham City, whereas Arkham City was a prison. This is a functional city, and we're actually going to head down into the streets here and see what sort of things Batman can find. One of the things we brought with this new world is we've added a whole bunch of more content to the world to give the player more of a reason to hang out and be in that city, because we think that the open world gameplay as introduced in Arkham City is fantastic, and we want to bring a whole bunch of new things to leverage that experience of being Batman, of grappling and gliding between buildings, of finding these encounters in the streets, finding different types of crimes taking place. So one of the things you're going to see in this demo here is as soon as Batman cruises down here and he beats these guys up and takes them out, he's going to get a bunch of feedback in the top left corner of his HUD telling him how well he did in the fight, telling him who he took out, what it was worth to him, how many experience points he got, and then you'll see a meter fill up. Everyone loves meters filling up, right? That's the crack in the game. So then you know how close you are to your next upgrade. That feeds into an all-new tree-based upgrade structure, so the player can really tunnel his way towards these more powerful, higher-end later game upgrades based on the sort of Batman he wants to be.
Is that in terms of abilities or in terms of kit and equipment you can use?
It can be buffs, it can be new gadget features, it can be entirely new gadgets, it can be a whole bunch of new things. We have we want to make the game sticky and make the player spend more time being Batman in the open world. So by having these upgrades and having more feedback, as you're going to see in the top left here, come up in terms of how you do, we're also adding more types of encounters to the world to make it more colorful to stay in there. So this crime in progress icon you're seeing here in the top right corner, that's something new too. So crimes in progress are these dynamic encounters that pop up in the city. They're unpredictable, you don't know where they're going to be, you don't know when they're going to be, but you do know they're going to be more dramatic types of events that are taking place in the world, and in many cases feature the new or more dangerous enemies in the game at those things. So they're opt-in. The player can choose to go and engage with them.
Or they can choose to just let that person get mugged or
they can,
shot.
but we all know what Batman should do, right?
Absolutely.
So the enemy we're going to see here on the left-hand side is called the Armored Enforcer. He's a much bigger enemy than we've seen in general on the streets before, and he also has armor, kind of similar to what we've seen introduced with the Armored Thugs in Arkham City. But in his case, there's a new feature in fighting him. We have to actually rip that armor off him. We have to beat him to the point where we can take that off of him before we can actually hurt him at all. He also has a whole bunch of new combat features that you can use against Batman, grabbing and choking Batman. You can also pound the ground and take a bunch of enemies out. There's a bunch of new enemies we've added to the world to add to that variety and add to the variety of not just the encounters that you have, but the composition of the fight groups that you'll get and who you can choose to single out and fight.
The Arkham series was incredibly well tuned when it first came out. It's a formula that works. Have you guys coming in and working with this series found it difficult to sort of add your own flavor to the experience? We've obviously already talked about a lot of stuff here that's never been seen in any of the previous third-person action.
Well, the answer to that is pretty simple. It's about building on top of what works. It's not about reinventing what works and choosing, well, you know what, we're just going to take all this awesome fighting and do a completely different combo system. No, that stuff is fantastic in the other Batman games. And so our challenge was always to find something that adds to that experience, that adds to that really solid core. So another enemy you'll see, for example, in a few minutes, is the martial artist. And so Batman has that trademark counter system, right? He's doing combos on enemies, and other enemies launching attacks on him, and bam, he can counter them, and then go back to doing his gadget throws or strikes. So the martial artist is a guy that works really well with that system because he plays that fighting style too. So Batman is a very skilled fighter. He does his counters. This guy can counter Batman,
very cool.
and Batman can counter his counters. So you have this little bit more Agent Smith and Neo type of tying up rather than slapping down all these fodder guys and powering through them. You have a guy who can kind of stop you, start to play the game against you, and then you smack him back down again.
In what ways is, you said Gotham, obviously it's more of a vertical gameplay kind of going on than what we were used to in
so that allows us to really use again, using something which is really solid in the other game. Grappling and gliding and diving for speed is fantastic. It's really great to be Batman. So our challenge there for ourselves was, those mechanics are solid. How can we use those mechanics more? How can we make it feel different? So in a way, you could say we're driving a similar car, but it's an entirely new racetrack with regard to that city space in terms of moving around.
Sick analogy. I like it very much. How big is the racetrack then? I know it's a kind of a...
The city itself is over twice the size of Arkham City.
Okay,
so we have a much bigger world. We have 2 whole islands. We have a major bridge location connecting the 2 of them together. And the player's free to go from end to end without any loading screens. He'll be able to stream across that entire environment. And with a bigger world too, we've also added a Batwing fast travel system.
Yes.
So the player can jump in the jet and he can drop out at various drop points he's unlocked through the progression of the game.
How long is one of the interesting parts about the Batman game is the sort of chronology of each game. They take part in a very sort of structured small time space. Is that the same thing that's happening here?
That's right. This game takes place on Christmas Eve.
Okay.
And for us, that's been a really kind of a delicious addition because we get to have this irony of, wow, Christmas is fun, right? It's fun, it's warm, there's presents, there's food, there's family, and it's this really nice thing. And then you've got Gotham, which is the worst place on earth. So you have this kind of black on white feeling of irony, which doesn't diminish from the theme because, hey, it's going to be Christmas in Gotham one day a year, but it's terrible things going down. You know, the happiest night of the year and the worst place in the world.
In terms of the fighting mechanics, you guys have also introduced a couple of tools that have never been seen before. Can you talk about some of those?
We have added a bunch of gadgets. We're only showing one of the new gadgets here at E3, and that's the remote claw.
You're going to tease them out over the next couple of months?
Well, this is the first time we're showing the game live.
Of course,
so, we're out on October 25th, but we don't want to show everyone everything all at once. This is already a very crammed 20-minute demo where there's new feature, new character. For example, you just saw Anarchy revealed a moment ago, and we have a whole bunch of new characters revealed in the game under this, what we call the Most Wanted system. We're only showing one of those today, which is Anarchy. But we have a whole bunch of assassins to reveal. We have new features. We have new content in the game. We have a whole bunch of, obviously, new interiors to go through and have that classic interior gameplay. But yeah, we have a very packed demo here at E3 too.
A lot of questions from people in the chat on via Twitter. If you have any questions at all, please tweet me at Danny Woodwire or stick them in the GameSpot comments section. I'll pull from the 2 of those. A lot of questions about characters. John Smith specifically has asked, John Smith, poor guy. That's like, I don't know. Maybe that was the default name he got on Twitter. He's asked, will we see Catwoman specifically?
We've not revealed any plans with regard to Catwoman so far.
Have you revealed any plans in relation to any other maybe fellow antagonists that might be in the game, or people you work alongside, or?
Well, Anarchy's a guy that really wants to make friends with Batman.
Okay.
He's this anti-corporate, anti-government character, and
they're really popular right now.
That was one of the reasons why we really felt like it was his time to come out. Like his look's been updated to look more kind of like a street protester, and he has a gang that looks like a movement, a social movement that's hanging out behind him, and he's planting bombs behind all the different institutions in Gotham. So that's something that it felt important to bring him into the game. He's always been one of my favorite characters. But in the real world, this is Anarchy's moment, right now, today.
Absolutely. We just saw a helicopter crash there. Was this part of a story beat, or was that
right? So, well, what that is that's this is the introduction of our new detective feature in the game. So what Batman's going to do here is, obviously he's seen this helicopter crash, but he doesn't know what happened to cause it. So he can go into his detective mode, and he can start scanning this crime scene. This is one of our many crime scenes in the game, and what we've really added is this sense of interactive storytelling in here. So he's going to scan this using the sensors in his cowl and using the supercomputing power of the Batcomputer back at the Batcave. He's going to reconstruct what happened based on the evidence he's found so far. So he doesn't have all the evidence yet, so we're starting to visualize what happened. Now, he can also scrub this whole thing backwards at runtime and start to visualize it and look for other evidence. He can scrub it back. So he can rewind this guy all the way back into the helicopter and take the helicopter back up to the roof. He can also take it forward. He can stop it. He can take a look around at what's happening. So you can really kind of step into this crime scene as it happens.
All angles of that dude getting smoked. Perfect.
And so he's going to collect various different pieces of evidence, and he's going to start interactively figuring out what happened. And the thing that we really liked about this is Batman, obviously in comic books, he's referred to as the world's greatest detective. And so we felt it was an opportunity to add something to that detective experience in here. And I think this is probably my favorite part of our whole E3 demo, because we start to get this sense of you're figuring out what happens at the same time Batman's figuring out the things. And because you don't know all the members of the cast of the game yet, you're starting to wonder, who is it that's behind this thing? And we should have a whole bunch of that experience through the game as we're getting to these different crime scenes created by different characters who, through a prequel setting, might not be fully formed, they might not be fully realized, or be the character that you know they will eventually become. And so there's a kind of electricity to the crime scenes from that. As you start in your mind, you're pattern matching. Who would be behind this? Who would have done it? Who could have done it? And how does that factor into the story? And
so
that's been a really fun thing.
To that end, I guess the Riddler puzzles were a very important part of the previous games. Will there be anything in relation, maybe to replace that? Because presumably in the chronology, the Riddler is not the Riddler.
I can promise there will be a whole bunch of collectibles in the world of various sorts, and there's going to be gameplay there, but we haven't made any announcements regarding the Riddler up to this date.
Oh, you guys are just teasing it piece by piece. In terms of the main campaign, the main storyline, what's the breakup kind of between what are story beats and what other open world aspects are available in the game?
We've tried to make sure that the world feels very full. So I think in an open world game, player choice is really important. Right? It's important to not just feel like there's one blinking icon on your map and that's the one where you can go to and shrug. Well, why are you playing an open world game then? It should just be a linear game. So we've made sure that through this thing I could have touched on earlier, the Most Wanted system is one example of we're populating the world with other characters beyond the assassins who have other plans tonight, and Batman can step in and foil them at any time that he wants. As soon as he kind of trips over the stub moment where it branches off, he can start following that up. Or he can leave it until he finishes the campaign and come back and get that. But we've put a bunch of compelling reasons to go and finish those guys off, because we've made this experience point system more obvious. There's great rewards, not only in experience points, but also unique upgrades at the end of each of these Most Wanted guys. So each one of them has something unique which applies to the skill that Batman might learn, or the ability or gadget that Batman might get from taking that guy out. I mean, I don't have a great example from the characters that we've revealed, but I would say that, for example, if there were to be a great martial artist that turned up in the game and Batman was to defeat that martial artist, he might get a great martial arts upgrade.
Sure. Okay, there you go. That's all Batman fans are scanning their brains now, trying to figure out. So are we close to the end of figuring out what's happened here in this?
So in this crime scene, we're revealing exactly kind of what took place to kind of take down the helicopter. So as you can see, there's a ricochet shot that came in. At first, Batman thought it was the sniper that took down the helicopter, but the sniper's dead and his rifle was unfired.
Who could that be? A ricocheted sniper shot.
So if you can hear Batman's dialogue, that's right, he's revealing that this is Deadshot. This has to be Deadshot. And he can now you can also visualize the whole crime scene taking place there.
That's
In the
quite-
full game, you'd be able to go off and start chasing down Deadshot right now and get to a showdown where you interactively take him down, and again, you get a unique upgrade. But in the demo, we're not going to do that. We're saving that for later. So now we're going into the Royal Hotel, where we're going to showcase a new gadget we've added to the game.
Awesome.
So
No, sorry, go ahead.
the gadget we're showing here at E3 is what we call the remote claw. And so Batman shoots a projectile, which will latch onto his first target, and then he can select a sub-target from that before he fires it, and it will launch out a second claw which grabs that target and then pulls a rope tight between the two of them. So he can use that for navigation, he can use it to create a walk line, he can use it to take down guys and smashing them together, he can fire objects at people, he can do all sorts of things. So I don't want to reveal too much of what Guillaume's going to do in here, but you can start working over in your mind using the Batman mechanics what sort of things we could do with that. And so Guillaume here, who's our Batman for the day, he's gonna give you a demo of a bunch of the features. This is a little bit of an overpowered demo because we're using him to take it down not everyone in the room with the remote claw, but that's just for a little bit of E3 magic for you today.
Do you have multiple versions of it, or is it?
We have a bunch of upgrades for it.
No. How many times can you use it? So he deployed one which he was standing on, and
well,
then deployed another.
We're still tuning the game right now, so that's still
Up for
in an
debate.
Excel spreadsheet somewhere.
Okay.
But in here, it's completely unconstrained.
Yeah, cool. We've got some more questions coming in on the GameSpot chat. Robbie Jones is asking what type of... because this is Batman's, basically his origin story, at least the early part of his career, will we see much of Alfred? Will we see much of Wayne Manor?
There's so many things I could tell you, which I'm not allowed to here, but I can guarantee you will see a lot more of Alfred in this game than you've ever seen before. Alfred's relationship with Batman is really pivotal, and in particular, like Batman has a profound character transformation in this game, because he starts off this game, because he's fought the mob, he's very cocky.
Sure.
He's used to being the best guy in the room, and tonight with these assassins turning up, that's not true anymore. He has serious competition.
It's a coming-of-age Batman story.
Right, so the relationship with Alfred is tied into that, because Alfred's his father figure.
Yes.
And so Alfred really cares about him and doesn't want Bruce to put his life at risk. And I think also at this point in their story, he doesn't really understand why Bruce does what he does.
Yeah.
He's kind of tolerated it so far, and he helps. Obviously, he helps. He really wants Bruce to do what he wants to do and to help him through his life. But this is a time where he's really putting his life at risk for something that Alfred doesn't necessarily agree with. And so that brings the two characters into conflict. And I think that, I don't want to say too much more, but I think there was some really satisfying beats that come out of that. Through going to this early career Batman, we've got an opportunity to show profound changes in Batman as he grows to become the guy we know he'll eventually become.
Just hit him with a
A propane tank,
gas
right?
can, a propane tank. So how do you guys kind of deal with that in terms of the canon that exists currently? I'm assuming as with most comic books, there are always multiple versions of canon, and there's a prime canon.
The canon for this is the Arkham universe, so Arkham Asylum and Arkham City.
So were you guys free to sort of breathe new life into the origins of this particular?
Absolutely, we've had incredible support from Warner Brothers, from Rocksteady, from DC Comics. Jeff Johns has been a partner over at DC Comics working with us. They've been very supportive of us telling the game the story that we want to tell, and I think through having this prequel setting, it's been up to us to tell a very important, a pivotal story for Batman. We didn't want to tell just another story. We want to tell a story that you had to be told, right?
Yeah.
And I think that the prequel setting is fantastically powerful for that.
Well, here we have a returning friend, the Joker. Is it true Mark Hamill isn't reprising his voice acting?
We went through a lengthy casting process to find the perfect young Batman and young Joker. And so who we have for the Joker in this game is Troy Baker, who you'll know as Booker DeWitt from BioShock Infinite, and you'll know as Joel in The Last of Us. He's a fantastic voice actor and a huge fan of Mark Hamill's Batman too, as we are as well. But we really want to bring these characters back to where they came from, make them sound youthful, and so that's how we ended up with Troy. And of course for Batman we have Roger Craig Smith. That's not Kevin Conroy, but he has done a fantastic job as a young, angry sounding Batman, which we, as I said, we went through an extensive casting process for these guys. We wanted to find people that sounded like a youthful version of their characters, not just entirely new ideas of those characters. It's a version of the Arkhamverse, so they had to sound like them. And I'm really glad to be able to bring the game here to E3 and have people hear these guys for the first time.
Yeah.
Because I think it's fair for fans to be cynical going, what, it's not those guys? But when you hear these actors and these characters and you hear them bringing the youthful versions of that, we have heard time after time as we're demoing the game here, people are really happy with what they're hearing, and so I'm really glad about that.
You've been involved in games development for a long time. Have you been a fan of comic books this whole time as
Oh,
well?
absolutely. I used to wash dishes to buy comic books when I was 16.
Really?
Yeah.
So is this a kind of a dream project to get your
Absolutely,
hands on?
it feels like coming full circle. You know, I used to run DC Heroes role-playing game sessions for my
really?
friends when I was a teenager, and the Batman universe was really the thing that kind of drew me into that. So yeah, it was a big deal for me.
Awesome.
Always has been.
Well, great. Thank you very much for bringing over Batman Arkham Origins. It's a really interesting game. I think you guys have obviously got to. There's a lot of people who maybe. There's been so many Batman Arkham games that have come out in the past couple of years. Some people might think in relation to first-person shooters, sometimes there's the B-tier games and the A-tier games. What would you say to the people who are thinking of this game and thinking maybe it's just another Batman, maybe there's not enough for me? Or
I would say that people have the right to be cynical. They have the option to be cynical. Come and play the game at one of these events where we're bringing the game in. I think as soon as you got the pad in your hand, you're going to see that this game is authentic. It uses the same underpinnings and core mechanics of the previous Arkham games, and we've got surgical, tactical new additions to add value to that. And I think we have a great story, which I can't tell you too much about because so much of it has to be explored in the game. But I can tell you I'm really excited about our story. I think it's a very important Batman story, and I think fans are going to love that probably more than any other thing in the game. So I think, come and see, come and play it, and I think you'll be converted.
Awesome. Eric Holmes, a couple of questions from the chat before we wrap this up. Robbie Jones says, I was a little bit skeptical, but now I'm going to get it.
Thanks, Robbie.
Can we talk briefly about the sort of relationship that Batman has with the police? Because that's always a sort of a dynamic thing in both the comic books, in the games, and also in the movies, whether they're on his side, whether they're against them. What did the Gotham City Police Department think of Batman right now?
That's a really interesting thing in the prequel space, because back then, Batman wasn't well understood. Like in the Arkham City, Arkham Asylum games, you'd be walking down a corridor in an asylum and a guard might ask you for help to get his friend out of a room.
Yeah.
And he talks to you as Batman. That's not our Batman. Our Batman is a scary urban myth. So most of the criminals in the city don't know if he's real. Some of them think he might be. Some of them know he is because they met him and they deeply regret meeting him.
Oh, wow.
So
he's like an urban legend, as it
as
were.
you'll have seen in some of the visuals, for example, in our opening cutscene there, Batman is seen as a scary monster in our game for a lot of the scenes. He's not clearly a guy in a suit that people are talking to. He bursts into a room, he blows a hole through the wall, a backlight hits on him, and people look at him and they're like, holy crap, what the hell is that? And so that's a really fun part of it. And that goes double for the police because he's an outlaw, he's a vigilante at this time in the chronology, and the police actively hunt him and want to bring him in. The GCPD itself is a very corrupt force, so Batman is brought directly into conflict with them. But there is one ray of hope in the department right at this point in the timeline, which is Captain James Gordon.
Oh, he's actually there?
He's not a commissioner at this time, he's a captain.
Okay.
But he's the one good cop in the bad city, and so we have a lot of fun things going on with Gordon and Batman through this story, and I think fans will be really happy with what they see about that.
Kind of the origin of their relationship as well.
Remember, this game's all about characters coming together and those relationships forming, but they can't start where they end up. They have to start somewhere. And I think that's really probably the number one reason why I'm excited about the story for this game.
Can you tell people what platforms it's on and when it's available? Because you guys are only a couple of months away from release now.
Absolutely. So we come out on October 25th. Batman Arkham Origins will be on PS3, Xbox 360, Wii U, and PC. There's also a handheld game, Batman Arkham Origins Blackgate, which will be on PlayStation Vita and 3DS out on the same day.
That's quite a lot of platforms. Are you tempted to go PS4, Xbox One as well?
We've got nothing to announce right now for that.
Okay, Eric Holmes, pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Pleasure
a lot
as well.
of people in the chat, and myself included, looking forward to playing
Thanks for
Batman
having me, and thanks to everyone for watching.
Not at all. We've got Hex Shards of Faith coming up pretty soon, but first we'll have some messages from our good friends at Ubisoft. I think. That's what it says there.
Give me 4 seconds and a clear signal. I'll get in, and you'll never know. But I want you to know. You're not anonymous. I've seen your kind before. I've made mistakes. Hurt people I love. All because of men like you. You think you're untouchable? I'm here to shatter your illusions. I'll make you understand that you'll never be free again.
Hey guys, welcome back to GameSpot's ongoing coverage, E3 2013. Sean McGinnis,
Yes,
Dan Capini.
that's you.
Destiny,
Yes.
let's talk this thing.
Yeah, why not?
So we saw it at the press conference.
We
at
did.
The Sony press conference. We saw it again behind closed doors. And I know you've seen the game previously as well. You've got questions that are unanswered on this.
Well,
thing.
that's the thing is that I went up to the studio a couple months ago, but I didn't actually get to see the game. They invited a whole bunch of press to the studio, but it was a lot more of just a real high level. This is our creative vision of the game.
Yeah.
These are the ideas driving the game. We're not going to show you any gameplay right now. Here's maybe a little glimpse at what we're doing with the engine. But why not just wait until E3? But one of the things I remember most from that visit is that kept using this phrase, it's a hopeful world. It's a game driven by hope. You know, it's very hopeful. And at the time, I was
hope
like,
in it?
yeah.
This is a
there's
hope game?
Yeah, it's a hopey game. It's very hopey. At the time, I was like, what does that mean? It's a first-person shooter. You need conflict. You need violence. You need strife. And not only that, but the story here is that humanity has been driven to the brink of extinction. There's all these nasty aliens. It seems pretty dire. But all of a sudden, we saw this demo, and it starts with this gorgeous sweeping panorama shot of like this natural outdoor vista outside in Russia, and you're like, oh right, yeah, that makes sense. This place is absolutely beautiful. This is like the planet that humanity is supposed to fight for. So even though it is a first-person shooter, it's sci-fi, and it can be really dark in places, I think that's kind of where the hope comes from.
Yeah, and there's a few different influences here as we were going through. There's a little bit of Mass Effect, there's a little bit of Star Wars.
I feel a lot of Star Wars in here. You know, that kind of like classical Western sci-fi mixture set to like this orchestral music.
So based on the gameplay that they've shown so far, does that meet that initial vision that they sold to you? Was it what you expected to see from Destiny?
I mean, what I like most about, what grabbed my attention most is the way that it's like the networking that they're doing with this game is constantly grouping players together. It's like an invisible matchmaker, basically. It's like, hey, you're playing this right now, and you're teamed up with maybe one or two of your friends. Here's another guy. He's in the same spot. He's a pretty similar rank to you. I'm just going to push you guys together, and you're going to be in the same experience. And if you want to play with each other, that's cool. But
Organic matchmaking.
Yeah, and if you want to just pass them on by, that's fine. It's something that, like, you know, Journey did that, where everything happened under the hood. And seeing this in action, where they're just kind of, like, paired up at the beginning here, and then eventually towards the end, you see them in that giant, like, 8-player shootout against the boss. That was cool because, like, at no point did they pull up a menu and say, jump into co-op play.
Or go to location, try to meet up with friends,
Right.
and, you know, have the experience of having to do the partying up high.
Right, yeah. They're kind of just, they're ironing out the wrinkles of multiplayer and just kind of like, you know, it's kind of a cliche at this point, but they're really blurring the lines between single and multiplayer.
So I think this actually raised more questions than it answered for me.
Oh,
in
yeah,
some
I can
ways.
definitely see that.
I also get a little bit of, maybe it's just me, but there's a little bit of Borderlands about this as well. Something about that loot quest, the first person, you know, objective-based gameplay, and then there's a little bit of MMO in Warhammer Online did these natural kind of events that would occur around the world, and if you had enough people, then they'd be doable, and if you had smaller groups, they'd take a little longer, and they'd scale accordingly. So we don't know exactly how these public events are actually going to go down, and if there's only 2 of you in an area, whether you'll kind of spawn a few more in, or because a bunch of level 20s just kind of swarm this thing, and you take it down as a group and get some loot from it. The other thing that seems cool is that it looks like each weapon has its own skill progression system.
Yeah. And a lot of them seem to be like rare weapons with their own unique names. One thing I liked was that later on in this demo, they kill one of the bosses, and there's a loot drop, and one guy picks up this really sweet light machine gun. It's got electricity bursting out of it. That one's called Thunderlord. And the other one, she picks up this raggedy old sniper rifle, and the name of that is Duct Tape Fixes Everything. That's the actual name that you use. So it definitely kind of like, Bungie has always done a really good job of blending like really serious sci-fi with this really cheeky sense of humor, and I feel like that's something that they're still doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that one as well, the weapons, obviously there's varying rarity types that
Right.
we've seen. So they're taking a couple of leaves out of the MMO page again.
Yeah, and you can even see occasionally you'll see like critical hit
Yeah.
burst above an enemy's head. So
And also there's one point here where I'm still unsure about whether you'll actually be able to use voice commands, because there's kind of this little Jarvis-y sort of
Right.
vibe with the ghost that wanders around the environment, lights up the
ghost, I should mention, I'm convinced is Peter Dinklage.
Yeah, you mentioned during
Sounds
the-
just like Peter Dinklage, who plays Tyrion Lannister on Game of Thrones, the TV show. Chris Waters asked them on the stage show today, and they were very coy, and they were like, we can't confirm or deny, which even convinces me even more.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So that's a quick look at Destiny. Obviously, there's much more coming. It'll be out in 2014. Platforms?
Right now, I think all they're saying is 360, Xbox One, PS3, PS4. They have not confirmed PC yet, so we'll keep an eye out on
That's
that.
one to watch. Stacks more coming up from GameSpot here at E3 2013. Join us on the GameSpot E3 hashtag and check in the live shows because there's stacks more coming.
That hashtag being GameSpot E3.
Hey, and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2013. I think that's our smoothest transition yet. You're watching this on e3.gamespot.com or twitch.tv/E3 GameSpot E3 Stage 2, the best stage. The Hex Shards of Fate ain't on Stage 1. We've got Corey Jones from Cryptozoic Entertainment right here. How you doing, my friend?
Good. Thank you very much. Got to talk right in that mic.
That's all you got to do. Just
Right.
talk into the mic and tell me about the MMO TCG space, the
Very
genre
good.
you have literally invented.
You pulled it out at the end there,
Excellent.
TCG. So MMO TCG, it's sort of the first of its kind. The idea being that MMOs have something in common with trading card games, and what that is the absolute necessity of a very large community.
Sure.
You know, if you don't have a big community, you don't have the M in MMO, so
Yeah.
that's a pretty big deal. And for trading card games, we have sort of the same thing. If you don't have someone to play with, trading card games are a pretty lonely and unenjoyable experience. So the idea sort of came to me that these two things have something very important in common, that idea of an aggregated community. And when you look at it from the perspective of what invention you can layer on top of these two things coming together, it becomes very, very exciting. So it's one of those chocolate and peanut butter adventures, right? Like, you know, separately they're awesome, together they become something
Even
else.
better.
Yeah, very different. And, you know, we do, Cryptozoic makes the World of Warcraft trading card game, and that has some of its roots in this whole idea of like an MMO and a TCG meeting. And so this is sort of that natural evolution for us.
Let's put some context into this. You've obviously been involved in multiple spaces around this area in terms of kind of like making supplementary content for fans. This was a Kickstarter project. You guys had a goal of about $300,000. It's fair to say you met your goal then.
Yeah, definitely. So the game had been in development for about 2 years. We were trying to raise money to help us sort of get it over the finish line, to put a lot of extra polish on it.
Sure.
I felt like Kickstarter was the way to do it. I'm a big fan of Kickstarter. I think it really gives the individual voice and opportunity to create something that is specific and distinct so much of entertainment development revolves around this consensus thing.
Yeah.
And Kickstarter is the one place where someone with a great idea can come in and say, no, I want to do it this way, and have people come and say, yeah, I agree with you. That's awesome. Let's make it. And so I felt like this project is very odd. I've shown it to a lot of people. I've talked to a lot of people, and not everyone gets what an MMOTCG is.
Well, let's get the gameplay up and
sure.
and start actually fleshing this bad boy out. So, Hex Shards of Faith, just to set up for people, this is a PC game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a PC game. It's free to play. What it actually does is allow you to jump in and have the best learning experience to figure out what a TCG is that's ever been created. One of the goals for us is to, one, give all the tens of millions of TCG players a chance to have a product that lives up to their expectations. Because right now, I'm a hardcore TCG player, a hardcore PC gamer, hardcore MMO player. Right now, there is no product out there that I'm excited about when it comes to playing a TCG online. That's where this product came from. This is the product I want to play. And so the goal for Hex is to make this amazing TCG experience for all the tens of millions of people who love TCGs and who maybe aged out of it. I mean,
Sure.
with a lot of us, we get older, we used to go into card shops to play TCGs. After I put the kids to bed, I'm not driving to a card shop at 9 o'clock at night to go play. And if I did, it's a little awkward because I got a bunch of 15-year-olds in there. It just feels a little odd.
Yeah, that's a little weird situation.
So we want this great game where you can jump in, play at your own pace, and that's great for the TCG people out there now. But also, I think there are many, many millions of people that would love a TCG. TCGs are inherently fun. They're strategic. They're creative. For me, the backbone of all good game design is creativity. And TCGs have that in spades. The idea that I pick which cards I want to put into which deck. What you're seeing here, by the way, you're seeing some of the MMO side. You're seeing some of the cities. You're seeing that big globe spinning around. You're getting a look at some of the interface. Please keep in mind, this is all pre-alpha. There's lots of polish and animation and effects that still need to be layered onto this.
Can we contextualize this a bit? Obviously, the trading card game portion of it is very much you're looking down at a set of decks and all that stuff's happening.
Yeah.
So this outworld stuff, how does this work? Is this like are you fixed position, panoramic? Are you exploring? How are you interacting with these environments here?
So these are fixed, but they are three-dimensional with animation. And so you'll go. These are the cities you're seeing now. And so the idea is that you'll be going and exploring cities, finding vendors, auction houses. There's dungeons. There's quest hubs and NPCs you're interacting with. The whole idea is that the MMO gives us the chance to take something you love, TCGs, and layer on top of it all of this narrative, all of this storytelling, all of this discovery. I mean, that's one of the things that's so great about an MMO is this idea of discovery, of adventure, of working with other people. And for us, we're going to actually have the chance for you to go into dungeons and play against this amazing AI. I have the world's most experienced TCG AI designer. Seriously, a guy named Chris Woods. And he's done 7 TCGs, all the big ones. He is the most amazing TCG AI designer in the world, and he's doing it for Hex, so I know Hex is going to be amazing. When it comes to the MMO part, talking about the people, I have Kevin Jordan, who's a good friend of mine, one of my childhood friends. Warcraft, the MMO, he did the entire class system. And so Kevin actually came to Cryptozoic and is in charge of our class system and some of our MMO stuff. And so I've got this amazing team put together. Ben Stoll, my lead TCG designer, huge talent. And so we're putting together this incredible team, or have put together an incredible team, making this game. What you're seeing now is some of the gameplay actually for the TCG component. Again, pre-alpha, lots of bells and whistles still to be put on. But even at this stage, what you're seeing is probably the best looking PC TCG experience ever made. I mean, far better than pretty much anything else you're going to see out there. And when we get to the next level, which is going to have all the rest of the polish, it's going to blow people away.
This is a really interesting project. You guys seem to be hitting the mark on a bunch of different crossroads. Like there's in terms of just trading card games or any sort of card games on consoles and PCs, there seems to be this rejuvenation. There's absolutely no doubt that you guys are tapped into this big community, which is probably one of the things that the internet has helped in bringing people together.
Yeah.
So you've got this situation where you talked about World of Warcraft and how that kind of broke the mainstream into what an MMO was. It was a space that for a long time had lots of stigmas attached to it. Do you think that maybe Hex Shards of Fate is a game that, while also creating a platform that maybe fans of TCG games have always wanted, that might also bleed out into a sort of a mainstream audience?
100%, and I've said this a lot. You look at before World of Warcraft came out, if you told someone that was going to be 10 million people playing that, they would have laughed in your face. Because EverQuest, I think it's dangerous to pigeonhole experiences as niche-y or narrow, because if they're fun there is a chance that they will find an audience, and if they can resonate and be quality-centric, that can be a pretty big audience. And so I think this is a chance for a game to come in and really show what like a hardcore, full-featured TCG can do in terms of just absolute satisfaction as a gamer, and potentially become very, very big. I mean, that's one of our goals is, like I said, the learn-to-play experience is going to be so slick, and it's going to make it so easy for that non-TCG gamer to jump in and kind of easily learn how to play. And that's one of the magical things that Blizzard does. Blizzard. I'll tell you a story. So my mother-in-law, she's like over 60, and as a joke one year, because I used to work at Blizzard, I was the head of global biz dev and licensing for Blizzard before coming to starting Cryptozoic with my partners. I gave her a big box of games from Blizzard because she had some PC game on her laptop. I think she got it like the bargain bin at like a Best Buy. And I go, "You like playing games?" She said, "Yeah, I like playing games." And so I gave her a big
What
box
games
of
was she playing at that stage?
It was like some
Minesweeper?
No, it was some Nile game. I think it was probably a light RTS-y sort of thing.
Yeah, I think it's like Age of Empires kind of.
Yeah, but like a knockoff. And so I thought maybe she played Diablo, right? Like point and click, like very easy. She's like, no.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Your mother-in-law. I would never expected a woman at that age would want to play Diablo.
Jump into, right?
Yeah,
like,
point and click.
So
point and click.
She jumps. She says, "No, I'm playing World of Warcraft." And I'm like, "Wow, really? World of Warcraft's pretty heady, pretty deep." Like, no, I'm playing that. And so she jumped in, and because Blizzard does such an amazing job ramping you into the experience, like, okay, go kill these wolves and give me the pelts, and like you press this button and it glows. Now, this is like 3.5 years later, she's in a guild of all 50-year-old plus ladies.
Oh my God.
And they're high-end raiders. She knows shot rotation. She's a hunter. She talks to me about these hardcore mechanics. This is my 62-year-old mother-in-law. Hi, Candy. Absolutely a huge WoW player, and it's because of the magic of making that initial experience so easy. Yeah. And that's one of the things we've really taken to heart, and we're going to make sure that this is that learning experience for people who don't play TCGs. For the people that do, this has every feature imaginable. Basically, it's and again, I have a bunch we haven't even talked about yet in terms of this game because I want to grow it forever, but in terms of that raw first pass TCG stuff, because we're digital only, we get the chance to do so many amazing things. I mean, people watching this maybe will know about the Kickstarter, or like we have hextcg.com has so much information about the game. But
in terms, just one of the things that jumps out to me is that when you've got a trading card game, and I don't play these games, so this is all coming from my layman point of view. But when you have a trading card game, you are bound by the physical nature of trading cards. They are in your hand. You can only do so much in terms of how they evolve or change or whatnot. Obviously, in a digital space, you can do whatever the hell you want. So, has that allowed you to kind of go into new directions in terms of what TCGs can do?
We made the decision early on that we were not going to make a physical version of Hex. You will never see a physical version of this game unless they're promo cards as giveaways, just as like a fun. But you will never see a real playable version of Hex in the physical space, because if we did that, we would have to limit how much design space we had for all of the digital components. And for me, that was one of the greatest innovations about this game. Like, I have the double back. So the idea is that in a traditional trading card, you flip it over, you got the back. But in a digital trading card, I flip it again, I have a double back. And on the double back, I have each card is a unique item in this game. Okay. So if I have a card in my, I can unlock 3 achievements on it, and it gives me an extended art version. It has a leveling bar that I can level up, and it becomes a foil version. Excellent. It has a trophy case. Get this. We talked to all these pro players about the game, and one of the things they love so much has a trophy case on the double back. And so if I win a tournament and this card is in my deck, I get a glowing trophy that has my name, the tournament, and the date. And so if I'm a pro player with a big name, everyone loves me, I won the world championship, I can take the cards that have that trophy on it into the auction house and get a giant premium because now I'm famous. And the card has this history about it's how it was played. And like most of the people we tell that to are like, their jaws hit the floor because there's so much stuff we're able to do that's never been done. It's crazy.
Like the blinds have been pulled back, and the opportunities that no one thought of before.
And that's just like like the double back's not a gameplay thing particularly. In gameplay, putting cards in the opponent's deck, or making cards that change in the middle of play, or cards like escalation cards. When I cast it the first time, it does 2 points of damage. That's Ragefire. But all copies of Ragefire in my deck, and this one gets shuffled back in, and now it says 4 damage. Next time I cast it, it says 8 damage. And so it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's an escalation. All of this functionality is digital only. And that's where this game is going to come out and just be like revolutionary for the entire TCG space.
So let's talk about the obviously the MMO is the other part of this,
Yeah.
the idea of playing with other people. So a couple of like quick point questions. You're playing this game, you've got one set of cards. Are you one character as well?
No, you actually make a thing called the keep, and the keep is the top level of your account.
Okay.
You're going to make lots of champions that you'll then level up, and the champion is what you associate with a deck.
Okay.
So if I make, there's 8 races and 6 classes, I'm going to make a champion, I'll pick a class, I'll pick a race, and then I'll start to level them up. And as I level them up, I have a skill tree, and I can spend points in the skill tree, and based on that skill tree, I may get access to special cards that only a warrior could have. I may unlock different charge powers or abilities that change how my deck functions. And then besides that, what we have is equipment. And so on the champion, I can actually collect this equipment, and each card has 2 pieces of equipment associated with it. And so I collect that equipment, and I can put that on my guy, and then it changes how that card works in my deck.
Okay.
So if I have like the rare Kraken card, and I have Seafarer's Helm, Seafarer's Helm says that the Kraken, when he comes into play, instead of making 4 tentacle tokens, it makes 8 tentacle tokens. And that's a lot of tentacle tokens. For tentacle lovers,
that is a lot of tentacles.
So there's all this great stuff. And what I talk about when I say like the equipment, or we have socketed cards. So we have socketed cards where you can actually have a bunch of gems we've made, and then you get to plug a gem into it, and it changes what the card does. You ask any TCG gamer what their fondest wish would be, it's the first answer you're going to get the same answer every time. I want to make my own card. That is
of course.
important. And so what we've done by creating all of these amazing sandbox elements is really create the first experience where TCG gamers get that chance. I mean, this is, with the combinations that we have, it is in the billions of combinatorials. It is a sandbox TCG. And I tell people that, and they're like, what? How can you make a sandbox TCG? Well, it's not easy. Like, one of the core competencies of Cryptozoic is making trading card games. We're not a digital company, we're a trading card game company. So all the balance and design elements that we're so good at have let us really push the boundaries in terms of what the player can do.
So then I guess one of the other parts, obviously the T in trading card game, is the ability to have that economy, to have cards that are worth something more than others and whatnot. How do you do that when you've got so many versions of cards that can be created, and how do you organize it in game? Do you have auction houses, or is it?
So that's a lot of the MMO stuff that we talk about. We're not a third-person action RPG, so we don't have the like traditional exploring space. Everyone's together fighting something. What we do have, though, is all the great things about an MMO that are about community. So we have an auction house, we have a guild system, we have factions, we have crafting. We have crafting recipes. We have all these amazing MMO things that are so compelling and community-driven. And so the auction house is a big part of that. Absolutely, we have an auction house. When it comes into the auction house, we have a fully sortable, selectable. It's a very deep experience in terms of how we're going to use the auction house. When it comes to what you're talking about, though, like cards having that secondary market value, we're not involved in that.
Okay.
It's very important for a collectibles company to understand they cannot be involved in the secondary market component of their own game. And this is something we learned, or something that we know from doing the World of Warcraft TCG, from making, we make trading cards that are collectible with costume swatches.
Is that just a known quantity in the trading card game space? Like, in the community,
well,
that's the way it's...
For collectibles, I'll say this, for collectibles companies. Collectibles companies that make their bread and butter creating things that have secondary value to people, where they feel very connected to these things. Security has to be your absolute number one priority, and for me it is. And so you have to be connected, because a lot of stuff lives server side, and that's the only way that we can protect people's collections and all the hard work and investment they put into the game.
Cool. We're going to get a lot of questions in from folks. If you have any questions, please send them in to @DanielDwyer on Twitter, or
They'll sacrifice them because they can just make more. They have
So-
the concubunnies. They're in charge of making more shit. Yes, this is the standard PvP interaction between two people playing a trading card game.
And would this be?
These are all the things that you would expect in a TCG.
Is the other player another human? Or is there
In this case, this is another human player playing, but there is. But then those strategies also have to know about the raid boss. So if you're fighting a raid boss that's really good at summoning up lots of little guys, yes. So the champions do level up, and it actually unlocks a talent tree, and you get to spend points, and that then changes how he operates. The cards that come out of the packs, they're the PvP cards. All the cards you're collecting on the PvE experience, there's hundreds of PvE exclusive cards that you can unlock and
in here from people just trying to get some context.
sure.
And
Yes. It's a PC and Mac, and we're actually going to launch
backflips. So it's free to play. You said it's also available on.
it's a PC and Mac, and then it's going to be on tablets, and it's going to be on iOS and
An issue then, in a way, if you've reached your goal and surpassed it by so much, is there ever?
once this thing launched and I saw the community start to rally behind it and get so excited, and I felt so like a lot of love. Like I was really about having to push the launch of the game out. So the final 3 were really sort of IP building, kind of fun stuff, like the novel.
Stuff you can do later on once the game
Or
is
no, or I
actually
could
out.
do simultaneous. Like I didn't have to burden the team with it. I could have outside people doing some of that fun. Everything to me, and to have all these people sort
We're super.
Yes.
Passionate, and it kind of brings them together.
Yeah.
Like, because I imagine that.
No.
There was a little down and then a big at the end.
Relatively, I felt like the first day was like, oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
If we can have
we
a
got
couple,
$200.
right. If we have a couple good days like that, and it's probably gonna go way down. Then at the end, we get a little bit more.
Yeah.
We'll maybe hit 300,
Which is the traditional kind of
yeah.
way it works.
But then it was like, then it got bigger and bigger, and then it kind of went down a little bit, and then it kind of stayed flat at like $60,000 a day every day. It has a very weird trajectory, not like really many other Kickstarters.
Yeah. There's usually a pretty standard
it's
bell
like
curve.
big and then down and then at the end up again. We were kind of just whoa, and then a couple big days and then step back to 60. It was amazing, and we did a lot of community outreach. And the thing was, the community snowballed themselves.
Oh,
they
really?
started reaching out to people. They started posting. They started grabbing their friends, and that's what really made the difference. And we had some big high-profile advocates like the Penny Arcade guys, my friends there, and Angry Joe helped us a whole lot. So we've had some great.
Yeah, you were
people.
saying you were on a podcast a couple of days
and
ago.
A couple 100,000 people watched that. So we had like some real help because people really have bought into the vision of it and want to play this game, and they're excited about building a community. But really, it was the community that did this. And so at the end, like at one point, day 2 of it, Kick Track, it shows like what the projection is, and it was like 2.19. And my friend was in my office. He's like, "Whoa, what if?" And I'm like, "Don't even say that. There's no way. That's a pipe dream. That couldn't happen."
That was a pretty accurate.
It was as close. I was like, "That's like kind of voodoo is this?" Like, I couldn't believe it.
They knew.
So it was mind blowing, and it changes everything. It really does.
So for people who obviously weren't involved in the Kickstarter or watching this now or who are interested in it, there's absolutely loads of people, hundreds of comments flying in.
Right.
When is it out? Are you doing any sort of public beta? Is there a closed beta for people who were in Kickstarter?
The public beta is going to be in end of September.
Okay.
The closed beta will be, or closed alpha will be sometime before that. Closed alpha is just for the Kickstarter people. It was something that the community demanded, and I agreed 100%. So we're going to give them a few weeks to play on their own and to lock up some names and some guild names. So a nice perk.
That's quite nice. It's it's kind of it's like buying a house and then having the first week of just getting it sorted out, and then
I'm going to jump in there and play with a lot of people during that alpha phase. So it'll be a good chance for us to have a ton of fun. And then the open beta in September. And then hopefully shortly after that, we're just going to start knocking it out. My hope is that by the end of the year, before the end of the year, we've got a lot of stuff locked down. We've got the game out there. But, you know, I can't make that promise because this game means everything to me. It's my baby. And the people that I work with making this game feel exactly the same way. Everyone's incredibly invested. We've been crunching for over a year, like people putting tons of time into this game. And I'm not going to put it out until it's perfect because if we do a great job, make a perfectly polished game, I think there's a great chance that this could be a huge success and really fill a need. And that's what I want most of all.
Cool. Loads of questions coming in. One here,
sure.
Dennis Canswell on Twitter. He's asking, in relation to the free-to-play model, so you guys have got, I'm guessing everyone gets a free starter deck?
Yes, a free starter deck.
What type of in-game purchases then are available from them?
We've kept it real simple. We're not going to nickel-dime you. I'm really, again, I'm not the business side is not the focus for this. No paywalls, none of the pay-to-win. What this is you buy Platinum. Platinum allows you to buy starter decks and booster packs like you would at in a game store. And then Platinum is actually for the entry fee for some of the tournaments. And we have that because we want to be able to put in nice prizes.
Sure.
So that actually helps with the prize pool stuff. That's it.
Okay.
That's
it
it.
Seems pretty cut and
Everything
dry.
else, everything is custom sleeves, unlocking mercenaries, alternative art, all the cool little bells, like the little bells and whistles stuff we're going to put in. We're going to put all that in. We are. But we're going to put that in as things you either unlock in the PvE experience, or they're just going to be given to you for free out of your booster packs, or they're going to be little fun things we give to everyone. So there's no need for me to charge you $5 for a special sleeve. I can make that something you unlock by doing something fun in the game or winning a tournament, or it drops. All of our booster packs has a booster pack, and then it has a treasure chest inside of the booster pack. So your booster pack not only is that experience of opening it and seeing what you got there, there's a treasure chest that has a rarity level too.
Okay.
So a common, uncommon, rare, legendary treasure chest, and the treasure chest is filled up with all kinds of crazy stuff. So another booster pack could even be in there. Special mercenaries or deck sleeves or equipment from the PvE side or PvE cars. We're going to load that up with lots of fun stuff so that people always have sort of a double-tiered experience when they open a pack of cards.
And again, this is stuff you can only do
because it's digital.
In the digital space.
It'd be hard to put a treasure chest inside of a TCG booster pack in real life.
Got some more questions here. A lot of happy people about the treasure chest stuff as well. How are you going to I want to talk, because I'm very interested, especially with our audience here at GameSpot, I'm very interested in the idea of coming at this from a completely new perspective.
Yeah.
So I guess you're always going to have new people because this whole concept is very new.
Yes.
So in terms of teaching people how the general even base mechanics of how trading card games work, is that going to be sort of incorporated?
Yeah, like I was saying,
tutorialize it or have it as part of the initial?
No, that's a huge piece of that initial experience. So if you come in and you don't know TCGs, we're going to gently put you into an experience that's a tutorial, an interactive, fully fledged tutorial that runs you through a bunch of encounters. Where I'm going to teach you what a resource. I'm going to teach you what a deck is. I'm going to teach you what a card is. Then I'm going to show you how resources. Here's a hand of cards. Now you're going to want to click on one of these to put a resource into play. When you've done that, it gives you a point. Now the point can be used, and all that's in your deck are wolves and resources. And you're going to learn how to put a wolf into play, and then you're going to learn what it means to attack with the wolf. I'm going to gently guide you through every piece of what it means to play a TCG, what is a TCG, so that I can get those people that may be hardcore TCG players that just don't know it yet. Like my mother-in-law is a hardcore raider, apparently, in online MMOs.
Maybe mine could be too.
Yeah, you probably is. You just haven't given her the chance to learn how to be that hardcore raider. So that's what I want to do for the TCG community. I mean, I've been part of the TCG scene since its inception, and I feel like a little bit of a responsibility to try and help grow it, being where I am. And so this is my chance, really, to drag a bunch of new people into the trading card game world.
Awesome. It looks really interesting, Corey. I'll be honest, this is what often happens on our stage here is that we get a sort of a vast array of games here. I saw your Kickstarter last month, and I was kind of piqued my interest. But it's one of these experiences. I remember the first time I saw World of Warcraft, and I kind of thought, you know what? I might give that a go and see what happens.
Right.
I'm looking forward to playing Hex Shards.
Did you play World of Warcraft?
Oh, I never played an MMO, and I played for 3 years.
Yeah. It's a fun game.
Awesome. So just to wrap it up, can you tell the folks at home when Hex Shards of Fate is out, or when it should be out, and on what platforms again?
All right, so Hex Shards of Fate, you can go to www.hextcg.com and learn all about it. I'm sorry, which camera am I looking at?
Yeah, this guy right here.
All right, so you go to hextcg.com, you can check out all the information. It's going to come out on PC and on Mac. It's going to be on tablets, Android, and iOS, and beta's in September, and hopefully not too far after that, we got the game out. Hope you get a chance to check it out.
Awesome. Corey, much appreciate you coming on here. Best of luck with the game.
Thank you very much. Very nice chatting with you.
We got loads more stuff coming up here on stage 2 of GameSpot's coverage of E3 2013. Loads of stuff. What's on this? Look what's on this crazy thing. We got The Last of Us. No, that was yesterday. God, I'm going crazy. Was that today? Is that today? Last of Us? Scottish guy's going to do The Last of Us. We have Arma 3. We've got Blackguards, Puppeteers. But up next, we have Johnny Keating is going to be on with Borderlands next DLC. And we'll be back in just about 5-10 minutes. Stick around.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another GameSpot news update. I am here with Carolyn Pettit. I'm Tom McShay. You just saw Quantum Break.
I did.
It's Remedy's new game.
Yes.
We don't know anything about this game, so tell us, because I don't know anything.
Okay, so it's a third-person, story-focused, like action shooter type thing.
Okay.
So Sam Lake was in the room. The creative director of Remedy, I guess. And his big, like this, he framed this as a very top-level look at Quantum Break. But what he really wanted to talk about today was the fact that Quantum Break really is both a game and a television show.
Oh, no.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So, you know
is it
how,
like the Rabbids game where you're interacting with it?
Well, maybe kind of, sort of. I mean, so we remember how Alan Wake had... We remember how Alan Wake had its episodic structure, right?
Yes.
But in this game, so it actually, when you purchase a game, it has like a live action television show component, okay? And somehow, and at key points during the game. Oh my God. At key points during the game, there are these things called like junction points, okay? So the villain in the game is the only person who can see these different pathways in time. And at these points, you actually step into the villain's role, and you kind of like choose one junction or another.
Is it a choose your own adventure?
He actually specifically said this is not a choose your own adventure.
Is that just because that's copyrighted though?
No, what he was saying is that it is a single story, but that your choices kind of shift your perspective at times. So for instance, there's two main playable characters. There's a man and a woman.
Okay.
And so I think the choices you make at these junctions might impact, like, okay, well, do I follow what the guy is doing during this section or what the woman is doing during this section? And then these choices also determine like the scenes you see in the TV show and how the TV show plays out for you. And you're looking at me a little quizzically and confused, and I'm also a little confused because this was, like I said, a very top-level thing, and he didn't exactly go into tremendous detail about how all this is going to come together. But
now you understand why they didn't explain it during the Microsoft press conference.
Yeah.
And then it's like, here's a pretty picture of a dude with time stoppage. And it's like, yeah, whatever.
So in terms of the story, it sounds like a pretty kind of standard like mutant power kind of thing where there's like a science experiment that's like involving time, and of course it goes horribly awry, and like the people present there, two of them, get time manipulation powers and become the heroes. The other one becomes the villain, and he's got like the greatest time manipulation powers of all.
Of course.
And and then so Sam Lake actually repeatedly even said during the thing, so this is we've kind of got season 1 planned out, but and we may even go into like season 2. So he's already thinking about like potential sequels and stuff down the line. Like he is kind of thinking of this as like as a seasonal kind of television series / video game.
Okay, but it is still if you're lost, I'm lost.
Yes,
it's a third-person shooter.
It is
so
a
whatever.
third-person.
You shoot stuff with your guns.
You do, and
Okay.
and you I'm sure use time manipulation powers, but yeah, there was no like action gameplay shown during the demo. That he mentioned that it will have cover, mechanics and stuff like that. So
this sounds crazy.
It does
and this
sound
sounds
crazy,
awesome.
ambitious. I feel like it's either going to be something totally cool and unlike anything we've seen before in the ways the game and the show interplay, or it's just going to completely fall apart and be kind of a big mess. But
An
I
interesting,
sure am,
beautiful mess.
Exactly. I sure am eager to see how this all turns out.
Well, yeah, I'm a little excited about this.
Yeah,
to say the
no,
least. Do we know release date at all?
All he could say was that it's not an Xbox One launch title.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna wrap it up there. That was really interesting. Okay, so we're doing this all week where we play games and then we talk about them. If you have any questions, we're on the Twitter.
We are on the Twitters.
Hashtag GameSpot E3.
You got it.
The easiest way to remember that is GameSpot 3.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to do it.
Totally.
And yeah, we'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's second stage here on the second day of E3. You're watching it on gamespot.com/E3 or twitch.com/GameSpot E3 Stage 2. I'm delighted to be joined on stage now by Anthony and Ashley Birch and Adam as well from Gearbox.
He doesn't matter.
He doesn't matter, okay. That's why he's not mic'd up. You can say whatever you want about him.
I was the worst.
I think his glasses make him look like a jerk, personally.
I think being a jerk makes him look like a jerk personally. But
so here we're here to talk about the Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Key. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
The insanely long titled DLC, which is inspired by something very close to my heart, tabletop gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So yeah, give us the top line. Tell us about it.
Sure. Basic premise is that where the other DLCs were about like finding a big treasure or like winning a tournament or saving the world or whatever the hell, this actual DLC is about 4 people: Tina, Roland, or not Roland, he's dead. Tina, Brick, Lilith, and Mordecai sitting down to play a game of basically Dungeons and Dragons, except we call it Bunkers and Badasses. Mm-hmm. And what you play is the module that they're going through. So even though the canon story is 4 people hanging out, just sort of shooting the shit.
Yep.
Can I curse?
It's fucking fun.
Great. The in-canon story is just them hanging out. The actual thing you experience through the 10 or so hours of gameplay is fighting orcs and dragons and dwarves and all that kind of stuff, but filtered through a sort of Borderlands kooky filter, and B, through Tiny Tina's imagination. Since she's such an unreliable narrator, she's changing things all the time, and yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of a big change to the narrative structure of an open world game. I mean, Borderlands got a strong story anyway, but it's kind of interesting. But anyway, that wasn't a question. That was just an observation. So here's a question. Ashley, how was it voicing Tiny Tina in this one? Because it's definitely more hands-on than the kind of missions that you get in the main game, right?
Yeah, definitely. So Tiny Tina in the main game, you kind of just get like a bite-sized piece of her, and then again in the Torg DLC. And in both of those, she's pretty frenetic and on all the time, and just really like crazy and energetic. In this one, because she's the narrator, if she was that all the time, then you'd just be like, so we decided to bring her down a little bit and make her definitely still Tiny Tina, but she's got a bit more nuance to her emotionally and hopefully performance-wise through this DLC. No, not really. She's using this campaign as kind of a way to deal with the deaths of her friends from the main game. So this is actually a healing process for her, weirdly. This entire kooky story is actually her way of dealing with Roland's death specifically. So it's a different side to Tiny Tina that you haven't quite seen before.
Yep.
But with still all of the fun fart jokes and raps and whatever other things that she does.
All right, well, we have a live demo to show off.
Yes.
Would you be so kind as to introduce it, perhaps, as Tiny Tina, or in the voice?
Sup, Shorty? This is my DLC. It's pretty much the coolest add-on campaign y'all have ever seen.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, so where we are now actually is in the Dwarven Mines, and Adam is going to try to find a wise sorcerer who he has done some work for to basically get him an awesome sorcerer's beard, because that's where you get your power from in this world, and a great sorcerer's staff. And then once Adam stops getting set on fire by his own stupid mistakes,
God damn it,
he's going
Adam.
to find the sorcerer and get to business. That was cool. So yeah, you're seeing all these new enemies. We have the spiders, the orcs, we have dwarves. We basically have more new enemies in this DLC than in the other 3 combined. And we have more new sort of level assets and just art than the other 3 DLCs combined as well. This is by far our biggest DLC. And yeah, kind of knowing that this is probably going to be our last add-on campaign for the Season Pass, we kind of just want to have a cool swan song and go out on a high note and just be very fan servicey and crazy, which is kind of one of the advantages of actually having this take place in Tina's imagination, is that like, oh, some people like Handsome Jack from the main game, but he's dead, so we can't just show up unless he's showing up in Tina's imagination, and it's her twisted, skewed version of Jack. So hopefully people will respond to that.
Yeah, and compared to the other characters, she kind of gives you the most freedom, right, to do sort of whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Narratively.
Yeah, why don't you answer the fucking questions from now on?
What
was it like writing this, Ash?
Oh, it was pretty good, I'm just super good at writing. I don't know if you know. I also have a really nice beard. Anthony Birch.
I'm tiny. I can't reach most things. I'm Ashley Birch.
I really can't reach most things.
So, obviously you're very used to writing dialogue for your sister with Ash, what you're playing.
Yeah.
Did you always have Ash in mind for Tiny Tina as a character?
It was fairly early in the process where I realized I was kind of indirectly basing the character Tiny Tina off of Ash's persona in Hey Ash, mixed with this friend of ours named Christina, which is why she's named Tina. But yeah, it was the easy assumption to make is that I was just like, yeah, this is for Ash, and then Ash just walked in and was like, haha, I'll take this role, yes. But in reality, it was like, we sent out all these auditions for a bunch of different actresses, and Ash had hers come in, and we sat down in a room and listened to all of them, and I didn't say which one was which, and I didn't say which one I preferred, and they were like, oh, it's clearly the awful one, the one that sucks. That's the one we want.
She sounds tiny, I can tell.
Yeah,
She'll be perfect for this character.
She sounds like she looks about 8 years old.
I was like, oh boy, yay, it's me.
Do you think she finds it weird that we've been talking about her like she's not here?
No, she's used to that.
Oh, okay.
No one ever talks to me directly. No, yeah, it was cool. When Anthony called me about auditioning, I was just positive that it wasn't going to work out because it was like too big and too awesome. But yeah, luckily we apparently because there was a blind audition process, they didn't know it was me, like Anthony said. So it was only a little bit of nepotism, maybe.
Yeah, just a touch.
Just a touch.
It's
a
like
little
cinnamon.
flavor, just a little sprinkling of nepotism on your tiny tiers.
Make it come alive.
make it
I've played so many AAA games. I'm like, I like this, but I don't feel like somebody's cousin got a role on the voice cast, and I can feel that it's not as good as a result of that.
1 out of 10 would not play.
All right, so talk us through a little bit of what we're seeing now.
What we're seeing now is a quest called the Claptrap's Apprentice, which is the last quest in a chain where you're basically helping Claptrap become a good sorcerer, because he's Claptrap, he sucks at everything, he's pretty much worthless as a human being.
Yep.
But you've done all these things to get him what he needs to be a good sorcerer, and this is now sort of the climax of that, where he's casting all these spells and stuff like that, and because he's Claptrap, it's going to go wrong and horrible and stupid, and he's going to mess everything up because he sucks, and you're going to have to sort of clean up the results. And you'll see very quickly that it's a pretty big homage to something crazy obvious in a few seconds.
Well, speaking of homages, we're getting some questions through from Twitter, which I'm looking at with this glorious Samsung Galaxy S4. I don't know if you've seen these. They're fucking amazing. Talk us through some of the kind of homages in the game. Like, how much D&D did you play, or what kind of tabletops did you play to really add authenticity to this experience?
We play D&D mostly.
Fourth Ed.
Which
I know a lot of people will turn
like,
their noses out. Fourth Ed.
Plebeians.
Oh, you baby! How you like a baby game, baby?
We are.
Yeah.
We're D&D babies. Our friend Yuli DMs a campaign that we've been doing for not super long. We keep like starting campaigns and then not finishing them.
I think that's just what D&D does.
I guess that's just what D&D does.
There's probably like 3 campaigns in the history of the franchise that actually like finished.
Yeah, that's true.
In a way that didn't involve the DM going "fuck all you" and then killing everybody.
Sure.
That sounds nice.
But yeah,
sounds good. But I was asked by Cynthia, our community manager, who I think you met earlier. Do you want us to know if there's a "I'm attacking the darkness" reference in there?
There is an achievement for that.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
yeah. We basically, every cliche, every weird thing you could do, we kind of went down the list and we're like, how do we take this and make it weird and Borderlandsy, and did it. So as you're seeing now, this is clearly just. We are now the second Fantasia-related game at E3 this year, with you fighting these broomsticks. But yeah, there's all kinds of weird references, not just to like the obvious there's 2 enemies called Mountain and like not called the Mountain and the Hound, but called like Canine and Molehill, like ha ha ha. But like there's a quest that's specifically about making references to other media, not a quest that does that, but a quest that's about that.
Right.
Like Tina has this whole quest about referencing Game of Thrones, but Mordecai's never seen Game of Thrones, so he's like, this is doing nothing for me. I don't understand. Can you please reference something I know? So she goes, okay, and then like put somebody in from something he likes, and then they have this big long argument about which is better, the show or the books for Game of Thrones. And it's just crazy. It's like that's one of the neat things about the fact that it's really just 4 people hanging out playing a game is that a lot of the dialogue is them just like shooting the shit and hanging out, being very casual, whereas the rest of the time you meet them, they're like, oh, Handsome Jack's destroying the world. It's just the entire story of Borderlands. They're just for 60 hours. 8 out of 10. Not bad.
Good rating.
Yeah, there was nepotism, so I liked it.
Yeah, that's good. I always add marks on for nepotism. Now, of course, with it being set in Tina's imagination, it gives you a hell of a lot of creative freedom, but was that daunting in a way, like, to have such limitless possibilities? I mean, I believe you made a Hey Ash about getting the jitters about writing, right?
I never feel good about writing, like, ever. Okay. That's just a thing. Like, we're both the same. I mean, Ash is a writer too, and like
imposters are pretty good. They're like, oh, this is the one good thing that we did.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not even that good, and we'll never do a good thing ever again.
Yeah. And people find out we're imposters, and then we'll just come and just stab us to death in our sleep, and we'll go like, okay, fair enough, I deserve that. I'm sorry.
It's fine. But as long as you keep employing each other, then you're
yeah.
always going to
have
work,
we can just keep doing that nepotism relay race.
Yeah, it's great.
But yeah, I mean, the what's cool about this is that despite the fact that it looks like it's got a bunch of crazy, it's got no restrictions at all, it kind of, in a weird way, does, because like, okay, so you know you can't talk about anything that's like really canon, centric. It's not like, it would be weird to do like a radio play basically, because you're never going to leave this fantasy world to have like, oh no, Handsome Jack came back as an enormous robot and he's like rampaging around the city. Oh no, if only you could see this and play it, but you're only hearing it through the the radio. Like that would be weird. So the restriction is actually like, how can we have something that takes place in this fantasy world, something that is almost all imaginary, but still at the end of the game feel like we've made some sort of narrative progress or character progress.
Sure.
And what we did with that was sort of honing in on the idea that this is actually Tina's way of dealing with death, so that at the end of the campaign, you'll feel like, okay, maybe not some big world-changing horrible thing happened, but at the end of the day, they became better friends. Tina sort of learned to deal with the fact that some of her friends aren't coming back and all that, and it's a very different kind of scale for our DLC. Usually they're big and explosive, and I really liked writing something that was much more personal and kind of just casual.
Sure. I've got another Twitter question from this incredible Wonder Phone. We've covered off
what
some
can't
of the...
those phones do?
I know! We've covered off a lot of the, the art assets and the new enemies and stuff. Is there any new stuff in terms of loot or weapon types?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, we have a gun that gets you drunk when you shoot it called the Grog Nozzle. We have a gun that shoots exploding swords. The swords just fly out and then hit something and explode into other smaller swords. We have magic spells in the game now, actually, which are these grenade mods. They took our grenade mods, Rob Hieronymus, this designer, took them and then completely rejiggered them so that instead of just you throw a grenade, it explodes, they come straight out of your chest like a fireball would or whatever. Your character screams fireball, magic missile, whatever. And then when they explode, they do a bunch of damage, and then your grenade ammo actually regenerates over time in the same way that mana would in like a fantasy, like your Skyrim or whatever.
Sure.
So they actually feel like magic spells, despite the fact that technologically they're just grenades, which I thought was a really brilliant way of sort of making that work.
Awesome. All right.
So right now, Adam is running through the Dwarven Mines, basically trying to get to the handsome sorcerer and rescue the beautiful queen of Flame Rock Refuge. So yeah, the actual plot of the module that Tina's making is kind of like, it's cliche. It's probably fair to say it's cliche because Tina's got a lot of enthusiasm and not the most talent. You'll come up against a boss and she'll bounce the boss improperly, and Lilith will be like, this is kind of not fun, and Tina will go, ah, shit, okay, sorry, fuck, and then she'll change everything around and all that kind of stuff.
So you've really tried to get into some of the kind of the dynamics that exist in every tabletop game, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The four characters at the table kind of represent archetypes of people we've all sort of played D&D with. Like Lilith is like hardcore into D&D, like gets a little bit like
too into it maybe.
Too into it, like gets a little bit rule Nazi-ish about some stuff, or like if you say something that contradicts the fiction of the world, she's like, that's breaking the canon of the world you set up. Brick has never played it before, but he's kind of interested in it. Tina is just gung-ho, but doesn't have the most skill. And Mordecai just thinks it's the dumbest thing in the world. He's here because he's hanging out with his friends, but like he doesn't want to be here. And sort of as it goes on, he's like, oh, there might actually be something kind of to this. But initially he's like, this is the stupid, why are we fighting orcs? This is so dumb.
Yeah.
And speaking to yourselves, when you tabletop personally, which types do you tend to fall into?
I generally always break the canon. I like the way that I think that with our friend group, the way that we generally play tabletop games is less like really being immersed and really respecting the fictional world, and more like it's almost these improvisational sort of comedy things.
Yeah.
Like we were playing D&D. I know nothing's more boring than listening to somebody tell a story about what happened in D&D, but we were playing D&D with our friend Yuli, and we had all these characters, and we were all meeting each other for the first time, and our friend Grant, he wakes up after this big spaceship crash, and the first thing he says is, all right, guys, first of all, I'm not a vampire. And we're like, okay, great.
So you're a vampire.
So you're a vampire, and for the next 3 hours trying to convince us he wasn't, and then did things like, I'm going to use my blood suck skill, and we're like, what are you? He's like, I'm just enthusiastic. Like, yeah, we're way more in the
and
like.
he tries to seduce
fun.
like literally every person he comes across, and yeah, so
It's always that guy.
Yeah, we don't really RP faithfully. We kind of just do it to have fun. I've never played like an actual, probably legitimate D&D campaign because we never do it quite that way.
I think we promised ourselves we're going to, and then we're like,
we
but what if the vampire?
But what if your name was Butt Wizard the Wizard? His name actually is Butt Wizard the Wizard.
He's not a wizard. He's a warlock. His name is John Butt Wizard the Wizard, PhD.
It sounds like playing with you guys would be quite an adventure. I've just got one more question from God's own phone. Is there any...
It took a break from feeding the hungry and sheltering the shelterless.
Yeah, they've got enough fish and bread to be going on with. Is there any news on Borderlands for the Vita?
I actually don't know. I'll give you what Adam said.
Okay, well, that's
most nonchalant.
Informative enough.
Yeah, something we want, evidently. Here, Adam, say something.
It's something we want, but for right now, we don't have any extra news from that. I know a lot of fans want the Vita version, but we'll see. We'll see.
That was a waste of everyone's time, Adam.
Adam Fletcher, ladies and gentlemen.
God damn it, Adam Fletcher.
All right, so if there was one thing you could, you really don't want players to miss out on when they're playing through this DLC, what one thing should they really make sure they pay attention to and catch when they're playing this through?
I'll go first. I think we actually responded to something that the players wanted more of in the main game, which is they wanted their player characters to talk more. They wanted to feel like they were playing as characters rather than just blank ciphers. So what we did was there are many different scenarios in the campaign where Tina will say something like, your character notices that, this place smells like butts and dead people, and then your character specifically will say some version of that. She'll be like, this smells like butts and dead people if you're Maya, or if you're Krieg, the psycho, he'll be like, oh, this smells like home, or whatever. So you'll have these little moments sprinkled all throughout where, depending on your character, they'll react to things differently.
Fantastic.
There's a really cool quest with Ellie in it, which I won't say what it pertains to at all. Or can I? So the quest with Ellie is you have the choice of getting her some really cool, actually functional armor that makes sense. It's kind of like a riff on how every female character in a fantasy game has a bra that barely covers her boobs and a metal bikini situation going on. So you can either fetch Ellie actual armor, or you can fetch her Princess Leia metal armor. Which I thought was a cool idea.
Which is kind of like a win for us on either way, because it's if you gave her the good stuff, then it's oh cool, you're being progressive. If you give her the more skanky stuff, it's oh cool, I've never seen a character that looks like that in a game outside of Saints Row or whatever. So that's neat.
Yeah.
But there's another quest called Fake Geek Guy that I hope people like, which is
that one's
cool. So Torg, who's in the second DLC, is this big muscly awesome guy, just this Adonis dude, and for some reason we set up this rule in our world that it's actually more normal for girls to play Bunkers and Badasses than it is for guys to play. So when Torg comes in and wants to play Bunkers and Badasses with them, Lilith is this is bull. You're a big muscly guy that takes care of your body. There's no way you actually care about nerdy stuff like this. You're just doing it because it's popular and blah, blah, blah. And you have to go on this quest to find a bunch of questions so that Torg can prove how geeky he truly is.
Sound familiar?
Yeah. Super subtle satire from Borderlands 2. But yeah, I thought that was fun.
Yeah.
To just twist that knife. For people who are Needy Sarkeesian. It's how about you shut up forever? How about you're dumb? How about you dumb?
We've just got Georgina Perez asks, definitely through this phone. Are you guys?
That was super subtle. Definitely through this phone that the screen is off that I've been flipping up and
Are
down.
they playing as Krieg the Psycho?
That's a good one.
The new downloadable character from Borderlands 2. It seems you are. This is Krieg, right?
Yeah, currently we're playing as Krieg,
yes. Okay.
He works pretty well in this campaign, actually, because there's a lot of, you see he's fighting a paladin, there's orcs and stuff, there's a lot of melee-centric enemies. So if Krieg gets in and mixes it up, he can actually do a great deal of damage. There's a whole new Circle of Slaughter in the game called the Temple of Slaughter, and it's all about traps and melee enemies and all this, really good. It's one of the best, I think it's the best Circle of Slaughter that's ever been in Borderlands. I played through it as a melee-spec'd Krieg, and I dominated. It was one of the most satisfying things I've ever had. I just running around just stabbing people in the face and then running and then stabbing and running and stabbing.
Right. Nice.
How about the Samsung, right?
God, it's just incredible.
This DLC is the Samsung Galaxy of DLC.
It is. We actually, our sister site CNET, they did a test, and this thing can survive for 2.5 hours. If you run it over with a truck, though, it will break. They found that out.
If you're in a cruise liner accident, then type quick.
Yes, exactly. CNET.com. So when can people expect to get their hands on this DLC?
June 25th.
June 25th.
It's coming out on Xbox 360, PS3, and PC. And if you have the Season Pass, it's free.
All right.
If you don't have the Season Pass, what the deal?
Girl, what the deal?
Girl, what your problem?
Awesome. Well, I can't thank you guys enough for coming on.
Thank you.
It was really lovely to spend time with you. And yeah, the game looks great. Can't wait to sit. Play it. Play it. I'm fucking this up. Samsung! Awesome. All right. So coming up next, we've got Deadfall Adventures on GameSpot's second stage. I'm on that camera. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'm messing up this outro. Bye-bye.
Samsung.
Now that Microsoft and Sony have concluded their respective press conferences, it's time to examine the different launch details, policies, and features of their upcoming next-gen consoles. First off, we can expect both consoles to ship this year, but at significantly different price points. Sony announced that the PlayStation 4 will cost $399 in North America, €399 in Europe, and £349 in the UK. It didn't provide an exact release date, instead stating that the PlayStation 4 will arrive sometime during the 2013 holiday season. Microsoft, on the other hand, is committed to a November release date for the Xbox One, which will cost $499, €499, and £429, 20% more than the PlayStation 4. A big topic of discussion regarding next-gen is the policies regarding used games and internet-based DRM. Be traded in at retail stores, sold to another person, lent to friends, or just kept indefinitely. The PlayStation 4 will not have to connect to the internet to authenticate ownership of individual game copies. On the other hand, the Xbox One will require a 24-hour check-in for all games, and Microsoft will restrict the sale of used games to selected retailers. There are no fees associated with regards to first-party used game sales or purchases, but third-party publishers may choose to enact a policy that would charge the retailer or consumer a fee. At this time, no third-party publisher has committed to such actions. The pricing model for Xbox Live and PlayStation Network are likely to remain the same at the current annual cost of $60 and $50 respectively. The biggest change comes from Sony. It's confirmed that multiplayer gaming on the PlayStation 4 will be available only to PSN subscribers, similarly to an Xbox Live Gold subscription, which has not been the case with the PlayStation 3 or Vita. The just-announced Twitch TV integration on the Xbox One will allow Xbox Live Gold members to broadcast games directly to their Twitch TV channels. In addition to streaming live video, users will be able to save footage locally. Then, using the built-in Upload Studio software, users can then add text and transition effects before sharing gameplay clips with other users. Sony has a similar set of tools at its disposal in the PlayStation 4, and is comparable in most respects, except Twitch TV. Neither the PlayStation 4 or Xbox One will be compatible with physical copies of games from previous console generations, but Sony announced that their partnership with Gaikai will enable them to enact support for PlayStation 3 games, albeit streamed from Gaikai's servers. Microsoft has made no announcements in regards to future support of Xbox 360 games on the Xbox One. There's still plenty to learn about next-gen games and hardware, so stay tuned to GameSpot throughout the week for further details and coverage. Also, tune into Twitch TV/GameSpot or YouTube to check out the live feed from GameSpot's booth for over 90 demos from the E3 show floor.
Hello and welcome to the E3 2013 newsroom. I'm Aaron Sampson.
I'm Ryan Schubert. What's up, everybody?
And we're here to talk about our normal favorite topic, which is Battlefield. In this case, one with a 4 on the end of it.
Battle for Field.
So what happened on the show floor today is we were able to get our hands on Siege of Shanghai, the multiplayer level. Now, I want to talk about, I think we've had some general commentary about Siege of Shanghai, but let's get real specific.
Yeah.
For those
get a little bit more granular than we've gotten from other reports.
For the Battlefield fans out there. Okay, so let's talk about classes to start off with. DICE they've redone their classes a little bit, not just the character models themselves, which are different. You can see the two different factions, Chinese and American, in the two different trailers that they've released. But all classes they have sort of different gear now. So like Recon has C4. So
about time.
Support loses the C4. Part of the reason for that is probably on the map like Siege of Shanghai, there's a giant Chinese building in the middle, TV building in the middle of the map. And that gets dropped based off of damage. It's not a match timer. So you actually run around the base of that building, planting C4 on the supports, and or shooting it with tanks. That's what causes that building to fall.
So a support guy from Battlefield 3 with a bag full of ammo and unlimited C4 would spend a few minutes taking that down, and they've eliminated that.
Exactly. So I mean, if you have a good squad, you can still have your support guy running around dropping all that. And you can still have your recon guy reloading, but the idea is that it's difficult to bring down that building because it's a huge building. But yeah, so recon, I think this is a throwback to Bad Company too.
Yeah.
Recon having C4.
Actually, wasn't I can't quite remember. I think Bad Company had an all-class C4.
So the support guy now has the XM25, which is that future weapon that the Army has that you basically designate a range, and then the round auto detonates.
Right.
So we saw that actually in Battlefield Play for free, interesting enough, a while back.
Right, with the programmable, the airburst.
Yeah, with the airburst. So now that goes to support. So those are two different class differences already. Now,
okay, that's interesting.
They've changed the grenades.
Is that sort of in lieu of the mortar, though? Like taking out the mortar?
I think everybody thought the mortar was useless after a while.
Yeah, it wasn't very useful.
It was novel for
And I'm sure you want to talk about it, but also Commander Mode is back with the artillery strike.
Exactly. So Commander Mode, they have a number of things that they can call in. However, that person cannot also be playing as a first-person shooter at the same time.
Right.
So I did ask that question. That person is dedicated in Commander Mode. They can give waypoints to their team. If you do what they tell you, you get bonuses.
Can they leave Commander Mode, or are they just stuck in it?
They're stuck in Commander Mode from what we saw. That person can also call in the C-130 drop ship, the C-130 gunship. They can call in UAV sweeps, Tomahawk cruise missiles.
Now, they don't have all of that available to them right off the bat, right?
So the way that it was explained to us is that it was based on how well your team is performing, is sort of what types of
And were they abstract about it? Is it like ticket count, or is it like flags that are being held?
They were abstract at this point. We don't have all the details on Commander Mode yet, but we do know that that person is dedicated to Commander Mode. They can't jump in and
there's
out.
support for tablets, right?
Yes, smart support for smart glass tablets.
Okay.
Okay, so finishing up with our classes. There are now 3 types of grenades you can have. Everybody doesn't just have that one frag grenade.
Okay.
You can have a frag grenade, you can have a flashbang grenade, or you can have an incendiary grenade.
It's about time.
So the flashbang I actually did use as the engineer class when a team was charging up the rubble pile of that building. When the building collapses, it becomes a new flag on the map.
Oh, okay. So that doesn't disappear.
It doesn't disappear.
Okay.
It turns into a rubble pile. For a while, there's dust, which obscures everybody's vision, and so it's kind of cool. There's an environmental effect. And then, so when you're defending that point, having a flashbang is kind of nice. If they're all running up the hill, you can literally blind all of them.
Yeah.
And then just go to town.
I'm glad that tactic is there, actually. The flashbang's been missing for a while.
Yeah.
For battles.
We also have some new weapons I can confirm based on kill feed and just playing. There's a whole bunch of these CZ variant weapons, the CZ-805, the CZ-3A1. More interesting, we saw a Hawk 12G clip-fed shotgun that looked pretty nasty.
Okay.
So, I can confirm that there are definitely new weapons right away in Battlefield 4 that you can earn. There's also some crazier modifications you can make, like the dual sight scopes. We saw a pistol with like a crazy orange like iron sight. In general, Patrick Bach talked about more customization than before. I think what he was getting at was more personalization of your weapons and kit and gear. He was probably referring to visual in this case.
Oh, okay.
So I think
maybe leaning a little Call of Duty in the
we'll see. I mean, I don't think
decorative camo.
I don't think
kind of
Battlefield
way.
4 is ever going to have like blinged out diamond guns or anything like that. But you know, we were talking about dual sights and the like, and
So no
more
cotton candy
customization.
weapons just yet.
Now here's where it gets a little weird. Player count. So the demo that we saw at E3 at the press
The EA,
conference,
yeah,
the EA press conference. Look, what appeared to be PCs, what they told me is those were actually dev kit Xbox One like emulation software.
Okay. So they were de facto playing on an Xbox.
But they did confirm to us that next-gen consoles will get 64 players, which means they're not designing their maps for like two different communities.
Right.
But here's the weird thing. When I asked Patrick Bach about next-gen consoles, he didn't seem to know. You know, I don't know. It was towards the end of the day. Maybe like he just hadn't had dinner or something. But he didn't seem to know when next-gen consoles were coming out.
I think they just don't know that
Which
yet.
pretty much means that Battlefield 4 is a current gen release for now. And they did say that the current gen would not necessarily have the 64 player count. They would have the lower player count still.
Right.
So the big question right now is, depending on the timing, like, do they expect
Who gets what first?
Do they expect people to buy Battlefield 4 twice, or is everybody just going to go PC? Or I mean, we're in this very bizarre, nebulous region right now where it's like, yes, it has 64 players, but I don't know when that's going to happen for console. So we'll have to see.
We'll have to see on that one. So vehicles. I know I've seen some tanks, I've seen some Jeeps. What's going on with the water vehicles?
So yeah, we saw the MRAP out there, which is new. We saw an armored Chinese vehicle. The most interesting new vehicle, I didn't catch the name of it. It's the fast boat that you saw. So that thing basically has, I believe, 30mm cannons, much like the helicopters do, and it also has tow missiles.
Okay.
So I jumped in that thing and held down like almost an entire side of the map for a while. Like
We got a little bit of that out of Bad Company Vietnam.
Exactly. Yeah. So those fast boats. So because the Siege of Shanghai map is a horseshoe shape with water dominating the middle, those boats can be a very powerful force on the map.
That'd be vital, sort of like in 1943.
Yeah, you can almost control the center of the map with them. Now here's the cool thing: if you're losing on those fast boats and you need to bail, you don't just end up doing that long swim you used to do on like Oman or something like that.
Suicide.
Yeah. That's what everybody else did. You actually have 2 jet skis on board. Now, people can take those jet skis out ahead of time and screw you over. But if you get to the fast boat and nobody takes the jet skis, when it's time to bail, you bail onto a jet ski.
That's pretty cool.
And so then there's 2 of them, and that means you can get places on the map real fast. So, like, you know, we had the eject function on the airplanes, but it could be cool in Rush to get you on top of objectives sometimes.
Yeah.
But we're talking about
nobody likes it when you do that either.
Yeah, probably Ben. We're talking about a multi-function vehicle.
Okay.
So to wrap up,
to sum up your experience.
feels better. So I am really looking forward to getting my hands on the beta whenever that comes out. They did not confirm that this would be the beta map, so we don't know what they will release for the beta map.
So we'll see what we'll be playing when the beta comes.
So
Hello and welcome to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2013. You're watching Stage 2, the cool stage, the awesome stage. It shows all the music videos your mum wouldn't want you to watch. We've got loads of games coming up today. We've had loads yesterday, which are all available on GameSpot.com on demand. And you can watch this on e3.gamespot.com or twitch.tv/GameSpot E3 Stage 2. Man, we got Deadfall Adventures up right now. Reinhard and Martin, thank you very much for joining us here on GameSpot Stage 2.
No problem.
How you doing?
Thanks for being here.
Explain to the good folks at home, because this is a game that has been around for a while, but in terms of assets that you've shown, there hasn't been too much. So explain to the good folks at home what Deadfall Adventures.
I mean, the reason for that is that the project was a project that was first started by the developer from Farm 51, which we are cooperating since about 2 years on other projects. So we did Painkiller, Hell and Damnation with them. We have an established cooperation with them, and we were always talking to them also about this game. And we kind of collaborated before we kind of agreed that we're going to, have that also formally set up, because they were not going to know that how they want to put out this game and what it will be up. And so like about a year ago we decided to enter this kind of partnership. So we teamed up both for publishing reason and also for the actual production. So we kind of stepped in terms of the creative process, so that the game is just spot on and what the players expect outside. This is especially... Yeah.
So you guys are from Nordic Games. So how does this? Do you publish quite a lot of it? You guys are always working and developing quite a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So is this how your sort of business model operates? Do you have a lot of smaller teams around the place you're kind of working with in tandem with?
Yeah, I mean, we don't own a development studio.
Yeah.
We believe more in good partnerships that are long-lasting. And for certain projects, we also put together our own kind of teams, like which are distributed teams. I'm a huge fan of distributed teams, because you can kind of grab the talent where they are, and they work from home, and they are just very passionate about the project, and they have the experience in their field. And in terms of our portfolio, I mean, we kind of have a big focus on adventure games, but also action games. We started that with Painkiller, and from that also Deadfall Adventures evolved kind of from that cooperation with Farm 51. And in the future we are looking to bring out even more diverse lineup. But more like focused on hardcore games. So that's really our core business.
Well, if Painkiller, Hell and Damnation is any indication as to what direction you guys are going in, that's pretty cool.
I think, as he said, it's a lot about the passion, because one of the reasons why Deadfall has been around so long and now it's gotten up to speed is because it's been a passion project of this developer.
Yeah.
So it's been something they just wanted to do and did in their spare time and stuff like this, and just worked on it, and then we saw it and we thought like, this is going to be great. This is a great game and they love it and they really, really want to do this. And then we stepped in and tried with them to bring it up to speed.
Excellent. Well, let's hop in. Let's have a check out Deadfall Adventure. Obviously, this is one of the first times you guys are showing gameplay. E3 is like a big sort of a moment for you guys.
We're showing really actual gameplay. I mean, we are here in a Mayan level, so I mean the game doesn't start at the Mayan kind of location, but we have like a lot of location. Martin, maybe you can talk more about this.
Basically, the game is divided into 3 big areas that you explore while you go through the story. It's a very story-driven game. So this is the last part where you go is Guatemala, where you go into Mayan ruins, jungle, these kind of things. The levels are up out in the open, then they're also down in the temple structures and stuff like this. There's a lot of variation. You start off in the Sahara in Egypt, Egyptian temples, again, very beautiful carvings, all this kind of stuff. In between you go all the way to the Arctic, so then you've got the contrast with the snow and the icy plains and stuff like this.
So in terms of era, what are we talking about here?
This is set in 1943.
Okay.
So that's why you can see from the weapons that Reinhard is using that Farm really took a lot of care, the developer, to have very detailed weapons with that styling from the 1930s, 1940s. They really handle the way the weapons did back then, and every part, the reloading, everything's very accurate. There's more than 30 weapons, I think, in the game, so they really love their weapons and they want them to be perfect. They even included some prototypes that existed back then, but maybe never were used in the war. But it's not like, I think gamers will appreciate to be able to use those.
So your character, the sort of vibe, not to be reductive, but the vibe you get off this is very much like either a first-person Uncharted or perhaps something like Indiana Jones, like harping back to that era of discovery.
Exactly. So we've got basically the same roots, and we thought like
instead of piling on another copy of Indiana Jones and all this stuff, we want to go back to what inspired Indiana Jones. And this was the books of H. Rider Haggard about Alan Quatermain. And so we basically looked at the universe of H. Rider Haggard, at this Quatermain universe, and created our own timeline within that universe. So it's set in these stories of H. Rider Haggard. You play the great-grandson of Alan Quatermain, his original hero. So we changed around a little bit, but it's basically set in this world, and all the gameplay we try to really bring out of this story. So you have your equipment, you've got your compass that Reinhard has got on now, and it's not just a normal compass, it shows you the treasures that you can collect. You don't have to collect them if you don't want them. You can just go through the levels, but they encourage you to explore the world. Then you have to solve puzzles, like here you've got the 7 orbs up here, so you have to have 7 orbs as well. But all the treasures, they come with a price. As in Indiana Jones, you know the kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
If you don't just grab a treasure, there's bound to be a trap or something.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful when you get them. So there's also a price involved, but you are encouraged to get them, to explore the big levels that they came up with, the great environments, the jungles and everything. You find hints that show you where to go next, where the treasures might be hidden. So there's all this kind of stuff, all you'd expect from a treasure hunter kind of exploration game. But always with also a big focus on the action, because it's a first-person shooter, and it's the first first-person shooter in that genre. Yeah, that thing can be very painful.
Yeah, so initial stuff, sort of content I'd seen of Deadfall definitely focused on, or at least it didn't explain a lot of what the sort of tertiary stuff you've got going on here. So it's very much not like something like Painkiller. Obviously, it's a completely different developer we're talking about here. So there's a lot more going on here than just simple run and gun action. You've got quite a lot of stuff. What other tools do you have at your disposal?
It's a big difference between Painkiller, because Painkiller is more of an old school arcade action shooter. Yeah. Great game. They know their action, so that's the great thing for this shooter as well, is that they know how to handle their action. I actually love throwing the bundles of dynamite. It's one of my favorite things in the game. But the game is definitely a story-driven game, because the goal is to make you feel like you're in one of those summer blockbusters, in one of those movies that we all enjoy. So you've got your equipment is basically a compass that helps you find treasures. You've got a notebook from Ellen, from your great-granddad, because he's been there, so he knows some things about it. So when you're stuck with a trap or you're not sure how to use a puzzle, you can check the notebook, see, okay, did my great-grandfather have anything to say about this?
Very clever. So it's kind of like an improvised hint system in a way.
It's a hint system. If that still is not enough, then your lovely sidekick, Jennifer, or one of the other sidekicks in the game, will start giving you hints if you're stuck too long. Because it's an action game, we don't want to break the speed too much. So if you're stuck with a puzzle, you'll have 2 different kinds of hint systems that will, but they're all from the story, so it's not something that breaks you out of the immersion of being in there and just exploring the levels.
You're not alt-tabbing out to go to game facts to try
Nobody wants to do that. In addition, you've got a flashlight, which again in the story is tied. There's a reason why it has some special abilities, which is basically it has a focused mode. We'll try and get a mummy up here now to show you what it does, because it's especially important when you fight mummies. You can use it with all the guns at the same time. You don't have to switch around, do freestyle or something like this. If you encounter mummies, they don't like the light, so you can use it to break their defense. But again, it comes with a price, because once you've burned them, as you'd expect, they get pretty angry. So once this happens, so their defense goes down, you should take them out pretty quickly. Which now I think you're on God mode, so it's a bit easier to do. But normally,
I am.
Just as well. Just as well.
Just so we don't die within.
That's the E3 special. Everyone gets God mode. Don't worry.
So, especially when there's more of them, you'll have to handle the flashlight really well, because the focused mode will drain away. So then it has to reload. So you shouldn't just waste it. The flashlight. This was the knife that you have for close combat, by the way. Also, you can use the flashlight for crowd control a little bit of the... Because if you just, without the focus mode, they just stop a little.
Yeah.
And this will later, we'll show that. It gets a lot very important when you have traps that you can trigger. So there's traps that will hit you, but you can also make sure they hit the enemy.
And so if you use the flashlight to keep them in the right place, and then you just wipe them out with
So,
one.
for instance, when the swinging blades were happening, perhaps if one was running in, you could stop him for a second. And
Exactly. The swinging blades are more like a... Oh, the God mode didn't help
God
here.
mode off.
It's a live demo, so it's happening.
So the swinging blades are just an environmental trap. So those are the ones that are just there to hinder you. But then later in the game, or all over the game actually, like it's always a variety. You've got both things, and there are traps that if you trigger them at the right time, they will hurt your enemy. If you trigger them at the wrong time, they'll hurt you.
Hurt you, yeah.
So it's just to keep you from just shooting around wildly, and also to give you more options. Because if there's a lot of mummies, just with the weapons, you're gonna have a hard time. So it's still your decision. If you think I'm just gonna use the weapons, this is enough for me, you can probably still do it if you're a good shooter player and a veteran player. But they give you a variety of tools. Farm really wants you to be able to have different ways and different possibilities of taking out your enemies. Just to spice it up a little, and just because it's...
Who's that guy? He's kicking your ass.
That's one of these like creatures. Like, you know, we have two kind of like main categories in terms of enemies. So we have humanoid soldier enemies like German soldiers and Russian soldiers, and like, you know, the Egyptian bandits basically. And then we have like these supernatural creatures.
Just smoking a dude while you're like reading your notebook. It's like. It's no
That's
thing.
adventurous style, actually, you know.
It's part of the dual wielding, so you can dual wield all pistols.
Cool.
And so you can basically also always switch with the dual wielding to the flashlight and to the notebook.
Yeah.
But these guys actually, why this guy is so hard is because this is one of the last levels, and like this is very late in the game. So these guys are the ancient protectors of the Mayan temples.
Good timing.
They are quite badass.
Third time's the charm. Very good.
How it works, yeah. I'm not playing goat mode. I mean, that's boring. Yeah, you have to experience the real stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. So for folks watching, a lot of people in the chat are asking what platforms Deadfall Adventures is available on.
It's coming out on PC and Xbox 360 in the end of September.
Cool.
And we really wanted to we hope we will be able to do a PlayStation 3 version as well. For now, we're really focusing on PC, Xbox 360 to really polish these games, really get them perfect and
similar architecture.
Yeah, and so that because we don't want them to feel like it's ported from one side or the other. You don't want to make the Xbox game feel like a PC game that was just thrown over. Really great experience on both platforms, and then hopefully we'll be able to do a PlayStation game as well. If the reception is good, which we are very confident it will be, because it's a great game and there's so much love and detail gone into this game over the years. You see the environment; they really got the last out of the Unreal 3 engine. They all the detailed environments, the structures. It makes you feel like it makes you really want to explore this space and explore these exotic places, just as you'd want to if you're a treasure hunter.
Excellent.
The treasures. One reason why it's also a bit harder for Reinhardt to play this right now is, as you collect the treasures, they're not just gold. They also, you can upgrade your character with them. It's tied into the story. So we looked at the story, thought like, what are the gameplay elements that we can take out of it? And we thought like, actually, you could take out a small upgrade system out of this. That's what we did. So he has no upgrades.
Right.
So
and it's quite late in the game.
Time.
No, but we'll soon get the upgrades also, at least some, to show you how this system works.
Excellent. Well, we've still got a good bit of time here. We've got a good 10 minutes left of Deadfall Adventures. If any folks who are watching have any questions, please, by all means, put them in the chat in the GameSpot page, or tweet me at Daniel Dwyer, and I'll do my very best to get them over to Reinhard and Martin as well. So how long has this been in development? You said this is obviously a passion project, small independent developer kind of working in collaboration with you guys.
I mean, it started out like to experiment with that setting and the nature of the game about 2 years ago. So we the guys at Farm 51 first tried how traps could work, and this was a really interesting process, because we tried to figure out what traps are fun to play, how we make the player figure out that, you know, how to solve the puzzles and how to get around the traps. So we spent a lot of time prototyping this stuff.
There's a lot of people in the chat talking about the puzzles, interested in that. How much of the gameplay is based around this sort of interaction as opposed to the shooting?
It's a good balance. I would say maybe like 70 to 30.
Yeah, 70 to 30.
Action, 30 puzzle solving.
Cool.
Because we don't want to. It depends on whether you include the traps into the puzzle solving. It's not really, but it's like you have to keep your mind on the game because of the traps and because of all that kind of stuff. But the puzzle solving is a smaller part of it than the action. It's the first important, and the guys of Farm, they know how to do the action, the gunplay, the fast-paced battles. So this is a big part, but it's just also to experience the story. You need some variety. You need some calm moments where you have
Martin,
time
your
to
favorite
also
scene?
Oh yeah, my favorite scene.
Let's check this out.
This is my favorite trap. It's a vase full of insects. If you're too close, those lovely little creatures are gonna attack you. If the mummy is closer, they're gonna munch away the mummies.
You'll see here again.
You'll have to be.
Oh God, not the bees!
Yeah,
not the bees!
Aren't they cute? So those are my favorite traps, basically. But again, they are very dangerous because even if they don't have enough to eat, they'll still come and eat you. So you have to make sure you feed them well.
Excellent. It's like the snarks in Half-Life 1, it reminds me of. You release one and there's no one else there that'll come for you. Georgina Perez asked me via Twitter, how is this available on PC? Is it download only? Is there a box copy? I know you guys have a Steam version out there.
Yeah, so it will be available both. So I mean, we are looking also to bring out a fancy collector's edition.
The fancy collector's edition?
Yeah.
What's in? What would be in that per se?
Yeah, like just some, for example, a nice collection of the artworks we did. I mean, we have a lot of like interesting concept art, probably some untold stories about the whole kind of world setting, but I cannot make any definite announcements. That's just what we are looking into. And yeah, there's also a normal box copy because we still believe, like, especially in such games, it's always nice to have a box on a shelf at home.
This was exactly one of those moments where the trap would have been very useful.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
So you guys are coming out in September. Is that correct, on Xbox Live Arcade?
Yeah, the game comes out at the end of September, both on PC and Xbox 360 at the same time.
Does that mean you might be on the tail end of Summer of Arcade or something, or is that after that? The Summer of Arcade, the promotion that's on Xbox Live Arcade every year. Are you involved in that at all?
On Xbox, we actually just boxed. Yeah.
On the Xbox, it comes out.
Oh, really?
Boxed, so it's not a download game. It's a normal boxed classic game.
Excellent.
And on you just have it on Steam as a download title and normal box on PC as well.
Excellent, cool. Global release across PC and
German
Xbox
and English. It's available in German and English. We also took a lot of care to have great voice acting, to have really all the various characters from around the world, Germans, Russians. They are real Russians, real Germans. Since we are ourselves are from Austria, really wanted to take care of this.
Always
this
happens.
Is the real language.
Eastern European developed games always make sure to have proper European accents across all the voice acting and stuff.
It's
like an industry standard or something.
Yeah. So here you can see if you shoot the button on the side, there's spears coming out of those skulls that are gonna help you a lot in taking out a lot of mummies at the same time. So those are the kind of tactical decisions you have to make quickly, because it's also about which gun you use, because with a shotgun it's harder to hit a switch, it's easier to hit a target. So it's your decision. Do you want a gun that is good for hitting switches and using the traps, or something that's just good for blasting away at the mummies?
Crazy Bacchus in the chat is asking, is there any co-op in this game? And I'd like to add to that and ask, is there any multiplayer component?
There's no co-op mode as such, but there is a multiplayer. We've got we've got normal deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the artifact, which is basically capture the flag. But we've also got our own mode, which is unique to this game, is the treasure hunt mode, where you have to have which team the team wins that has more points, not the one that kills most people. And you can get points by killing enemies, but also by collecting treasures. So it depends on the tactic of your team. Also, in the multiplayer modes, there are certain powers that you can get granted by the gods as you amuse them. And,
it's basically a kill streak system. So you kind of
I prefer that. I prefer kill streak. Just say if you amuse the gods.
Yeah. And there's one very nice one is where you get turned into a mummy and you just become a badass close combat monster. You can take out some enemies with that. So we've got a multiplayer. Unfortunately, no co-op modus for this one. But
like no story co-op. I mean, obviously in the multiplayer modes we also work together, which is basically co-op kind of gameplay. But
Side Effects 1 in the chat is asking as well what the minimum specifications for the PC release would be. Do you have any ballpark idea? Obviously, it's running on Unreal Tech, so it looks.
Well, I think it will run on a dual-core system quite well with a GeForce 9600, something like a minimum, I would say. So like a PC from 4 to 5 years ago, it will run quite well. Like
you said 4 to 5, not 45, right?
No, 4 to 5. Like it's not a
set
DOS
in
game
43,
or a
so
Atari card
yeah,
game,
you need a computer from 1943 to play it.
Yeah.
Can I ask as well about your companion there? Is she along with you for the entire game, or how does she evolve in the combat?
Well, it depends on the story. She's just for a quick. This is the upgrade system where you can spend your treasures. It's a simple skill tree. The drawings are still work in progress, but you can just spend your treasures on these upgrades. It's a simple one. We don't want to have you sorting through a skill tree for half an hour because it's an action game. But like this, you can decide how to upgrade your character. Your sidekick Jennifer is a story character, so she's with you when the story permits it. Sometimes you've got other sidekicks who will also help you or not help you and stuff like this. But Jennifer is your main point of interest as well, because of course at the beginning they don't like each other that much, but over time, as you have in these kind of genre, they start flirting more and more. And I don't want to give away too much, but
they bone in the end.
I was maybe like this.
Okay. Is this the? We've only got about a minute left. Is this a boss battle we're getting to? Oh man!
Exactly.
This is definitely a boss battle.
This is what happens if you disturb a Mayan death god. It's basically not a good idea. And he sends his minions, and this is one of these moments where where you will see like that it's you need the traps, because if you've got these amounts of mummies going at you, it will be difficult with just the gun and even with the flashlight. If you're really good and if you're confident, you can try, but
I'm
you've
out of
got
ammo.
or if you're out of ammo.
I don't know what to do.
Out of ammo. Use your knife.
To the left, you can get an ammo box, actually.
All right, this is where you're gonna earn your money. Reinhardt's got
this guy.
Yeah.
Get your money.
That's the thing about the ammo system is you get the ammunition from the people you kill or from already dead soldiers. So any weapon you have, they have.
Yeah. Oh, this could be the end. This could be the end of the demo. You're just squeezing out those seconds with your flaming zombies. All right, I think you got this. All right, that's it. Perfect time
that's a
to close
good
it on.
ending. You can see what happens if you anger a Mayan death god.
Yeah, you don't want to do that in Deadfall Adventures. Reinhardt and Martin, could you please tell the folks at home when the game is out again and on what platforms?
Yeah, I mean, the game is coming out in late September, and it will be out on PC and X360 simultaneously. We are looking to do, for the multiplayer mode that Martin introduced, we're looking to do a kind of beta phase where the players can give us feedback, because we kind of know that it's important to listen to what the community thinks of a game. We want to, like, we're actually doing kind of closed betas already.
Cool.
So we want to see what they think about this game, and it's kind of fresh take, as you see. I mean, the setting with this adventurer topic, and we want to, kind of like react to what they say, and also support it after the release with I mean, just whatever the feedback will be.
Excellent. Live, thanks for coming on, guys. Reinhardt,
Thanks.
Martin,
Thanks
Nordic Games, really appreciate it.
Deadfall Adventures.
Deadfall Adventures coming out just a couple of months' time. Thanks very much for sticking around on GameSpot Stage 2 here on our continuing coverage of E3 2013. We've absolutely loads of stuff coming up. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be back with Company of Heroes 2. See you then. Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2013. A lot of Company Hero 2 fans in the chat here and on the Twitters saying, what's going on, Danny? Where's the Company Heroes at? The guys have just turned up with an anonymous black box. Turned up late, might I add. That ain't cool on GameSpot Stage 2, but it's okay. We're going to let them come up here and show their awesome game, the sequel to the highest rated strategy game of all time, would you know. So just to let you guys know, we're going to be a little bit late. It's going to be another maybe 2, 3, 4 minutes before we get it all set up. But we'll be back after that with some sick Eastern Front strategy action. So stick around and we'll see you then. There you go. How you doing, folks? Welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2013. You're watching Stage 2 on e3.gamespot.com or on twitch.tv/GameSpot E3 Stage 2. That's where all the cool games are, like Company of Heroes 2, which we're getting set up at the moment. But very happy to have Rob and Sasha here from Relic, who are going to demo it once we've got it set up. We've got some gameplay to talk about in the meantime. But thanks very much for coming along, guys. Company of Heroes 2, long time coming.
No worries, we're happy to be here.
No, it's 2006. Company Heroes 1 came out. I remember watching the review on GameSpot. Greg Kasavin gave it a 9.0. Historically, it's always been known as the highest rated real-time strategy game
of all time.
Of all friggin' time. So you guys, you got a pretty easy job to do. Do it again.
Yeah, pretty much. We're just trying to beat that. No worries, right?
So Company Heroes 2, it's the Eastern Front this time around. Just give me the elevator pitch. What's the difference and the similarities for people who aren't familiar with the series, perhaps?
Well, a lot of the combat is kind of similar to COH1, but the big, massive, stark difference is that it's the Eastern Front. So this is the untold side of World War II in media as we know it, and basically you are in command of the Soviet Red Army. And the idea is you feel the burden of command. You have thousands of troops at your disposal, and you're going to send them to their certain doom to be successful, to be victorious. And so, victory is not without its cost. It's not just, it's not like a Peggle type experience where like, yay, you won the mission. It's like you actually cost thousands of lives.
Right.
So it's unique in that way from COH1.
All right, so there's no ode to joy playing over the top of the battlefield.
No, it's pretty bleak. It's not somber, but it's not a happy-go-lucky experience.
Well, Company Heroes, the original was never a game that was celebrating war. I don't think many games try to do it, but some definitely try less to tell a sort of a real tale about what warfare is really like. Was the Eastern Front always the direction you were going to go in, considering there was so much content in relation to the various fronts in the first game?
Well, I think that's exactly part of it. There's a lot of content there. There's a lot of history we can pull from. There's a lot of unique content that we can create. A huge part of it was this is what the community wanted. At Relic, we are gamers. We love COH1. We play it all the time, and we're very, very active with our community. And there's some there's been a lot of push to get the Eastern Front from the community. And so basically, we've listened, and I think everybody's going to be really happy with it.
Cool. While we wait, we're nearly there. Are we there now? Is this?
Yeah, it'll be about 30 seconds. Almost there.
About 30 seconds. Okay. We'll try and get it into 720 or something. Make it look in all of its glory. Yeah. That's going to be a really interesting part of it as well, actually, because 2006, it's been a while. You guys have been pretty busy, though. Relic Games, you've been working on a lot of Warhammer stuff in the meantime.
Yeah, there's always lots of collaboration with Games Workshop. They're great guys to work with. And hopefully we will continue to work with them into the foreseeable future.
Was it nice to get back to this? Was this a project that was always kind of just waiting to happen?
Yeah, I think this is Relic's roots. COH is a game that most people know, and Relic is a name that's synonymous with RTS, and this is one of the games that made that happen. And so I think for everybody on the development team, this was a really exciting opportunity. For a lot of guys, it was literally getting back to their roots. We have a lot of the original devs.
Oh, really?
And then there's a lot of guys that are newer to Relic. And so for them, it's this really unique experience to work with old and new. It's fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, we got it right here. I'd have to give Sasha a handshake. Incredible work, son. Getting this stuff working in the middle of an interview.
Thanks very much. PCs are hard.
PCs are hard. But then there's no other way to play a game like this, really, is there?
Agreed.
So let's check this out. So what we're looking at the land bridge to Leningrad here. Explain what's going on here.
Sure, yeah. Well, this is about halfway through our single-player campaign, and we're looking at the Soviet army pushing from two fronts into the town of Schlisselburg, which was a key location in breaking the siege of Leningrad. So the German army had a blockade of Leningrad for over a year. Millions were starving, and it was vitally important for the Soviet army to break that blockade and allow supplies into the city.
And so in terms of the big sort of Eastern Front stuff, do you have a lot of the major battles like the Would the Battle of Stalingrad fall into that category?
Absolutely. I mean, we try to span the whole war. We start in 1941, with Operation Barbarossa pushing into the USSR, and then we get to Stalingrad.
So it starts the whole way from Barbarossa
all the way from 41, with the German army pushing in, and then we get to Stalingrad in 42, all the way to VE Day, all the way to Berlin. So it really spans the whole war in the Eastern Front.
Excellent.
And the tide's turning for the Red Army, where they get to push back.
Yeah, you really get to see the breadth of the entire war from the Russian side, which is really what's compelling about this campaign.
Absolutely.
It's right from the get-go in 41 through 45.
And their story is an interesting one because it's almost like a false victory in a way, because they lost so many troops. There wasn't much in terms of the way of new ground. It was a vengeful sort of entry into Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, the Eastern Front saw, literally, without exaggerating, the biggest battles in humankind's history. So that's ever. We're talking 10, 11, 12 million people that died.
Yeah.
Bulk of German forces were lost on the Eastern Front.
Oh, really?
80% of German casualties were on the Eastern Front.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that much of a swing.
Yeah, not only were the fans clamoring for this, but it's important that more of us are focusing on this aspect of the war because it's huge. It's monumental, and the West tends to focus on the Western Front. So
sure.
We're really happy to be giving a lot of fans what they've been wanting for a long time.
So let's talk about what's going on here, just in terms of your micromanagement of the troops here and whatnot.
Absolutely.
Just explain
my micromanagement is poor, but right now I'm controlling shock troops and conscripts. So your conscript squads are kind of your low-level infantry. They fire with rifles. They're able to use Molotov cocktails and a battle cry ability, which just sort of powers them up a little bit, gives them a bit of a movement speed buff. So they're pretty low-level infantry, but they're useful because you can get them in great numbers. So you can just keep calling these guys in, and they might die pretty easily, but they're useful. Shock troops are more durable. You want to get them up close and use their submachine guns, and they've got a powerful grenade, which you can use to take out things like this howitzer here. So let's see if I can do that.
So one of the key things here to notice is that Sasha's pushing up on these Germans. He's got quite a few more infantry than the Germans that are there.
Yeah.
And this is one of the key differences between the two armies, is that you have the Russian forces, and really they're the hammer. They're the ones, you're just going to bludgeon the enemy to death with sheer numbers. Whereas the Germans, when you play in the multiplayer experience, or our third mode, which is Theater of War, they're much more like a scalpel. The idea is that they're better trained, they were better equipped, so that we've really reflected that in the gameplay.
Exactly.
You have less of them, and so you don't have to be more tactful, but you employ different tactics.
Yeah. We're seeing some flamethrowers here. Does any of the sort of the Russian winter, like the weather effects and whatnot, does that ever play into gameplay at any stage?
One of the major features we have is called Cold Tech. And so
I
basically what
love
this is a dynamic weather system in our winter environments. What that means is that you have things like a blizzard, which will come in sporadically. And in a blizzard, if your troops are caught in the open, so again, keep in mind, COH1 players, you know all about cover and our cover system, how important that is. You leave your guys out in the open, they're going to get demolished. It's the same thing here. Although this
is green mode.
This is green mode. This is the green Mars blizzard. Hey, there we go.
There you go.
So if a blizzard hits and your troops are not in cover, or they're not near a fire, they're going to freeze to death.
Wow.
So what this means is that everybody who just leaves their sort of tertiary troops idle, you're playing multiplayer, you're playing a campaign mission, if you're not paying attention, the winter is going to claim your guys. Now, what's interesting about this is it's not just one more thing you got to get good at managing.
Yeah.
It also has a toll on your enemy, including the AI. And so if you're playing against somebody, you're playing against a skirmish AI, their troops will freeze to death as well. And so it's a sort of third NPC that affects everything. Past a blizzard, you've got deep snow. And so deep snow is going to slow your infantry down. They're also going to leave tracks in the snow. Same with your vehicles. So you might have a small reconnaissance force or something like that, and if you come across a bunch of tracks in the snow, you're going to be able to tell what direction they're going. If you're really good, you're going to be able to tell what type of units they are. And so you're going to know, I need to bring some anti-tank, or I need to bring some mortars in, or something like that, based on what's there. The blizzard will then cover those tracks up. The battlefield's always changing.
That's super interesting. It's nice to hear like some of the points of the Eastern Front that maybe never were seen in the rest of Europe tackled that way. Can you? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so that Sasha's got an Su-76 here, which is one of the Russian major vehicles you're going to see a lot of in both the campaign and the online experience. And so just one other thing I was going to call out here for our cold tech system is that if he brings that across the ice and he's not careful with it, it would just take one German grenade to destroy the ice underneath that very expensive, hard to get tank, and that tank's gone.
So for people who aren't familiar with the series, just give a sort of an outline as to the volume of vehicles that are available to your cause.
It's comparable to COH1. You've got light vehicles, medium vehicles, some super heavy vehicles. You've got our specialized artillery vehicles. The Katyusha is the infamous Russian artillery truck. It's got a very unique sound, and our audio designers really, really captured this. So when you're playing this game, if you hear the sound, it's a terrifying screaming noise. It's really, really outlandish.
I was in a Russian tank museum for a different game. You can probably guess which one. Back in November. And I saw a variety of tanks that they never actually used, including one which was some ridiculous 40-ton thing that they couldn't cross bridges.
It would just crush the ground underneath it.
We've got some of those super heavy tanks in the game, and they are impressive. I mean, I'm really happy with them. We've got this German tank destroyer called the Elephant, which is just an enormous thing with a fixed turret, and it can fire, hundreds and hundreds of meters, and it's able to just blast away Soviet tanks. We've got the Brumbar, which is an amazing assault gun, which can destroy blockades and take out entire infantry squads in one hit. We've got the Soviet IS-2, which is an incredible super tank, heavy tank, which is able to go toe-to-toe with the German Tiger. And then we've got everything down to the little scout cars for finding snipers and taking them out. We've got half-tracks for reinforcing and moving troops around, and then the light T-70 tanks for taking out infantry and light vehicles.
The tank battles are absolutely incredible in this game. They are the pinnacle of the multiplayer experience for myself. When you see 3-4 players aside going at it with tanks, and they know what they're doing. It's something you've never seen in a video game experience, period.
Well, let's really talk about that for a sec, because we're going to have a look at the campaign here. Obviously, you guys, the skirmish mode is a major part of it. But since 2006, the real-time strategy genre has gone through kind of a peculiar reinvention in competitive gaming. StarCraft 2 has really broken outside of South Korea and now has turned into a massive force.
Yeah, the idea of the esport.
Yeah. That whole it's a massive draw, and not only is it obviously creating new markets for people to watch games and whatnot, but I think it's probably opened up real-time strategy to a lot of people who wouldn't have played it before. So in terms of that stuff, are you guys kind of looking at that area as an area for growth? How much focus is on the multiplayer side?
Yeah, well, like I was saying earlier, our community is really important to us. We're very involved with them, whether it's forums or the Sunday Night Fights is a thing that's been going since 2006, I believe. So we're talking 7 years. This is a long time people have been playing.
Yeah, not many games have that long tail.
No, and so for COH2, we're super pumped to be announcing here at E3 that we've got a partnership with Twitch.
Fantastic.
So Twitch TV is fully integrated seamlessly with our experience. What that means is people who are using Twitch, people who are casting a game period are going to know some of the hoops you have to jump through to get a cast set up.
Yeah.
With COH2, it's seamless. So you fire the game up. It's one of the major things in the front end menu. You sign in, bang, you're off to the races. You're casting right away. For people who are new to Twitch and new to the idea of casting, it's super simple. The barrier of entry has been really dropped. And so this is a major thing for us. We're really hoping that it's going to just enrich our online esport community. A big thing for multiplayers, we're going to be supporting with free maps. So this is something that Relic's been known for. Maps are going to be coming your way. So and then there will be additional content. Maps are the big thing that we're focusing on. That's what people crave. And so you're going to see that.
Excellent. Just so people know as well, we get a lot of questions during the stream with people who just added in. Because you just mentioned when the Company Heroes 2 is coming out on all what platforms and whatnot.
Yeah, so June 25th we release, and so it's going to be on Steam. It's going to be a box product as well. You can pre-order right now. We have an open beta that's been going for at least a few weeks now. It's actually open. It was closed before that for a long time, but it's fully open. You can get into it for free. You can get access, no problem. You can pre-order. If you love the game, hopefully you will. I personally think you will. Anybody that loves strategy is going to love this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, June 25th is the day.
It's going to be really interesting because it's a title that's been for people who are maybe new to PC gaming or new to real-time strategy for whatever reason. I imagine for them it's a title that they've heard about in whispers for a long time and possibly never got a chance to play it. So it's kind of a good time to be coming out. I think real-time strategy is going through this kind of crazy bump in popularity. No,
absolutely. It's it never really went away.
No, not at all.
But I think it's like you said, the bump in popularity is becoming more and more present. And so it's exciting for us as an RTS studio. That's what we specialize in. That's what we're good at doing. So
I just want to briefly talk to you as well. There was you guys were kind of closing out Company Heroes 2 when the whole THQ thing happened. Did that affect you guys in any sort of way?
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, obviously it did because THQ went bankrupt and our lives as developers were up in the air. Relic is a very special studio in the sense that you've got a team that's filled with veterans. You've got a lot of people you can look up to. It's a very high caliber studio. And what it meant for us was, look, there's some bad stuff going on right now. There's a lot of unknowns. We're in the middle of finaling a game that we absolutely love. We're in the middle of finaling a game that we're very involved with the community in dealing with them and talking with them, but also in getting their help with developing. The forums, we have done so much iteration based off forum feedback. And so it basically came down to we need to put our heads down and almost ignore what's going on with THQ and as much as we can, and just concentrate on finishing and finaling.
Well, it's all turned out fine in the end. You guys obviously are
we're very fortunate.
We're extremely fortunate. We're super excited working with Sega. We're working with some of our now sister studios. And they have presences here at E3. We're getting to meet a lot of our fellow developers for the first time, and it's a really jovial, really fantastic experience. Everybody's really happy.
And that's not PR nonsense. I'm really excited about it. I think things worked out better than we could have expected. The transition over to their publicity, their QA, their marketing, everything went really well, and we're really happy with how they're supporting us, but they're also letting us do what we want to do. So it's been great.
Absolutely. And I think the only reason as developers finaling this title, and this is a big title to final, there's a lot of work here. The only reason we were able to do that was because of the support we got from Sega. They came in, they recognized the quality of the product, they recognized how good this game is, and they said, we are going to do what we need to do to get this transition as seamless and as easy as possible for you, so there's no headaches. And they really, really knocked it out of the park. So
excellent.
We are ever thankful for that.
I've got a couple of questions coming in from Twitter from various people. The first one is just in terms of destructibility in the environments. How does that play into gameplay?
Well, the environments are super destructible. As you can see here on the right, there's a lake there. In this particular area, Sasha can't get down there, but there are maps where you're going across the ice. That ice is super dangerous territory. Whether you've got infantry or vehicles, it's just gonna take one explosive device, whether it's a tank shell or an anti-infantry grenade, anything like that. That ice, once it's destroyed, if you have units on it, they're sinking, they're swimming.
Not for long, presumably.
It'll freeze over, but you're not going to see them again. Let's look at it that way.
In terms of the factions then in the game, is it German and Russian, or when you're in skirmish mode, are they more available? Or?
So the campaign, again, is the Soviet Red Army.
Yeah.
We've got the two modes outside of that. So multiplayer, you're going to get to play as the Germans. As well as the Soviets.
The Germans.
Yeah,
Indeed.
so you're gonna play as the Germans, and then as well in our third mode, which is Theater of War, which is sort of an intermediary between the campaign and online experience. So what this is 18 specialized missions that are split between Russian and Germany, the Russians and the Germans, and each one's very unique, and they're like small campaign experiences in amongst themselves, and you can play them co-op. So what this means, you play through the campaign, you love the campaign, you want more of it. Theater of War, it's there, it's installed. Purchase after the fact. It's there for you. A lot of love has gone into polishing this thing.
It adds a lot of cool content because a lot of people were saying, we love it, we want to play campaign, but we want to play as Germans. Well, we're able to do that. You can play as the German army at Theater of War, and it provides a similar experience, a really cool kind of campaign-like experience with narrative elements and cinematic moments, unique maps, and then cooperative gameplay as well. So it's a huge addition. We didn't have this in Company of Heroes 1. Having it in 2, I think, is just wonderful because it appeals to a different type of gamer, but hopefully it'll also appeal to the campaign fans who want to play as Germans.
Awesome. Rob and Sasha, thank you. showing us
Our
Company
pleasure.
Heroes 2. Can't wait
it's
to
been
play it. For one last time, tell the good folks at home when Company Heroes 2 is available and on what platforms.
June 25th on PC. Watch for it in Steam and in stores.
Awesome. Well, we got bunches more stuff coming up here on GameSpot. E3's coverage keeps on coming. Dragon's Prophet up in a little bit. Ascend, Hand of Cool, Last of Us, Puppeteer, Blackguards. I'm going to take a little 5-minute break, so I'll see you then.
Give me 4 seconds and a clear signal. I'll get in, and you'll never know. But I want you to know. You're not anonymous. I've seen your kind before. I've made mistakes, hurt people I love. All because of men like you. You think you're untouchable? I'm here to shatter your illusions. I'll make you understand that you'll never be free again.
Hey everyone, welcome to this GameSpot news update. I'm Tom McShay here with Justin Calvert, and we're here to talk about Mario Kart 8.
Game of the show.
Justin, you played this 2 days ago.
Is that 2 days ago already?
2 days ago.
Oh my god, okay.
So, like, what is it about this game? Because you could go upside down, right?
That's one of the many things you can do in Mario Kart 8, Tom. So, yeah, Mario Kart 8. Everyone knows what Mario Kart is. I'm not going to go into that.
So you're on a cart this time?
You're on a cart or you're on a bike.
Okay.
They brought the bikes back. So carts and bikes. And then they got a bunch of weird stuff going on with the carts now. Like you can, like on some of the tracks, I guess there's obviously like multiple routes. Like many Mario Kart tracks have that. But now they have routes where you can actually like adhere to the walls. So you're driving kind of sideways, and then you can, be upside down and stuff like that. And it's kind of cool because I might be upside down and you might be here, going here, and it's I really liked it.
Amazing picture.
I thought it was really cool.
So what is the strategic benefit of going?
I mean, they're really just shortcuts, right? And it's kind of a novelty, I guess. And then I forget if it was the same thing, but like the wheels kind of fold up under your car now. It's kind of like the Lotus in the Spite. No, You Only Live Twice, James Bond movie.
Oh,
it's kind of like that when it goes underwater. It's kind of like that. The wheels fold up underneath, and then the weird thing was it didn't affect the handling of the cart that much.
Oh, really?
I didn't feel like it did.
So as far as other stuff that drew in, there's like underwater stuff.
Yep, you go underwater, you turn into a hang glider. We definitely did some of that, and that was actually, there were a few, we played 3 tracks, right? There was like a Mario circuit, there was like a seaside town,
yeah,
and there was a Boo ghost house.
Okay.
And certainly a couple of those had shortcuts where it was all about you just kind of getting big air off a ramp and then, you know, kind of staying in the air as long as you could on that hang glider, but kind of, you know, pulling back on the thumbstick and stuff.
So yesterday, after all of the press conferences, you said to me, if I could play one game, I want to play Mario Kart 8 right now. What is it about this game that like grabbed you?
Well, I just, you know, Mario Kart's just so easy to play and it's fun to play. You know, if there were, I mean, to give it context, this was super late last night.
Yeah.
My head was not in a place where I want to be playing like, you know, Titanfall or something, which I'm absolutely stoked for, but I didn't want to play that late last night. I wanted to play Mario Kart. I'm trying to think. Did we miss anything? Was there anything else cool about that demo?
There's no blue shell in it yet, but we don't know yet.
That's true. We didn't see a blue shell.
And for those who are wondering, it does have snaking, I believe, because you can wiggle back and forth for the speed boost.
Yeah, I'm not a snaker. I don't believe in snaking, so I did not put that to the test.
No.
I was definitely skidding around huge corners, sparks changing color, all that good stuff.
It's just, I mean, it is just Mario Kart, but it is also just super fun.
Yeah, and the super start is in there, but I didn't manage to hit it.
Oh yeah. So we're doing these kind of reaction videos every time we play a game.
Yes.
Throughout E3. So if you have any questions for anything that you think looks rad, we are at Twitter at hashtag
at Twitter
GameSpot E3. So hit us up on that, and we'll find out whatever you want to know. But yeah, thanks for watching.
Well, we'll ask. We might not find out.
Everything.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's continuing coverage of E3 2013. You're watching Stage 2, the awesome stage, on GameSpot.com/E3 and Twitch.tv/GameSpot E3 Stage 2. Todd and Rod from SOE. God, they paired you guys up real good. It's real easy to remember your names. You're going to show us Dragon's Prophet here.
That's correct.
You have a couple of games over on the SOE booth. You've got PlanetSide 2. You've got
PlanetSide 2, DCO.
DCO, but they're already out.
They're out.
So we don't care about that.
That's right.
So we got some legitimate new game action coming on here.
Right, yeah, we're here to talk about Dragon's Prophet, which is our new game being developed by Runewaker out of Taiwan. They're the creators of Runes of Magic also. And yeah, we're in open beta right now. Just went in open beta a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I saw some action online already. People are talking about it and stuff.
Yeah, it's really good.
How far away from full release are you guys?
This will be later this year. Several months away, I'd say.
Yeah.
We've got open beta out. Players can level all the way up to 60 right now. We're going to add some new content later this summer and increase that to 70. We've got some end game content. That's our big thing now. We're working on the end game content. We'll show you a little bit of that.
Awesome.
Later
And yeah, let's have a look at the gameplay here. We've got it booted up on your screen. Got some sick dragons eating dragon action. So
lots of dragons in the game. Literally hundreds of species of dragons in this game. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Eating each other and boning each other and making new dragons and all that sort of stuff. So the focus on this game, obviously, it's an MMO style game, but the focus on this is basically sort of training, curating, capturing dragons, and then using them those guys in combat.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's traditional. There's combat in it. You're leveling up your character, but the real differentiator is dragons. Every player can tame dragons, ride them, make them their pets, and then actually do some other cool things like send them out to gather resources for them. All kinds of crazy things. Customize their skills. So it's really a focus on dragons because they really are an extension of your character in the game.
Dragons are pretty cool.
Dragons are awesome.
Let's be honest.
I mean, there's dragons everywhere right now, you know?
I was watching some Game of Thrones last night.
Yeah.
Dragons pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so we're right here checking out Dragon's Prophet here on the stage show floor. So let's talk about what exactly is going on here.
Okay, so what we've got here is we've got our Guardian. No, let's see, our Oracle class here. And Oracle is kind of think of an Oracle as maybe like a ninja or a monk. They do up close damage. They can wear cloth armor and
they punch. They give bears left hooks.
Wicked damage. Now the big thing for Dragon's Prophet is there's no auto attack in the game.
Okay.
You can't just hit a button and sit back and relax. So if you watch while we're playing here, wherever we turn the camera, that's where our focus is. That's how we target creatures, just by rotating the camera.
So the swing that we're seeing, that sort of trail, is actually the enemy needs to be within that to be hit.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And now you can't see the hotkeys on our bar, but there's a lot of combos in the game. So we're using a mouse click and we're using ability buttons. It looks like it's off on the bottom of the screen. It looks like our resolution's not quite set
that's
up
probably
just
on
right.
our end.
I might be able to fix that real quick.
That's okay. But the cool thing is that there's combos in the game. So it's really, again, customizing the gameplay to how you like to play. And now what we're going to see here is this is one of the dragons, and this is really what the fun stuff is. So you're creating combos, you're doing all that fun stuff fighting, but now we're going to capture a dragon.
So what's going on there with the...
So the little mini game on the right side, you have to keep that icon in the center circle. That's like the dragon's head, and you've got your hands trying to rein it in. And you're capturing this dragon. Success. Sort of. What happened? Oh, I see. You captured a dragon, another one came and knocked him off because he's attacking him.
So that's kind of like breaking in a stallion kind of
right.
thing.
Now, Rod, you can go ahead and summon your dragon here, and we'll show you how his dragon actually, not only did he capture him, but now his dragon's going to come out, and that's a different one.
Yeah.
He captured earlier, but that's fine. He's going to show you how that dragon basically is your pet now. And
so how many can you have then? How many dragons?
Well, if you open up your dragon inventory here, we can see you can have...
if you open up your dragon inventory.
That's right. You can have 6 dragons at a time on your character. Now, there's more you can have in your dragon lair.
Yeah.
But to run around, you can have 6 at a time. And so you check out there, if we go back one dragon real quick, you can see the skills on the top right side of the page. There's some skills outlined in purple. Those are skills the dragon offers you as the player to use. So you can take
like
that skill
buff,
and drag it down, and you put it on your hotbar.
Oh, right.
So you can drag it over to the right side there and show them. So now look, that's a skill that then we can use in the game as a player. Anytime that dragon's in our inventory, we can use that skill. Then the dragon has their own skills in gray for their combat stuff. And then we'll talk about the orange highlighted ones later, because that's what you can use to send your dragons out to do work for you. when you're offline.
Okay.
You can literally be playing the game when you're not online.
And you have an army of dragons doing your will.
Exactly.
As well, because you said you got like literally hundreds of different types of dragons in them. There's quite a variety in how they look on the left. Is there different dragons for kind of different abilities? Are some better at combat or some better at traversal?
There are. By default, dragons will have different abilities. So again, hundreds of species of dragons, hundreds of different looks of dragons to capture. They randomly generate spells.
Okay.
And they randomly generate attributes like strength, charisma, that type of thing when you capture them.
Okay.
But within each species, there's a limit of what type of spells are available to them. But the really cool thing is, even if you have a dragon that you like the look of it, they can transfer skills from one dragon to another.
Okay.
Back in the dragon lair. So we'll hit that later. We're going to run through an instance in a little bit. But you literally can customize your dragon any way you want.
You guys love dragons.
Yes, we do. Dragons, that's all we've been thinking about.
Can you customize the attributes of the dragon or the look via having like shielding or colors or anything stuff like that?
Yeah, you can change the look. You can add armor to your dragons. You can change the color of that armor. You can name your dragon. But real quick, jump just so I can explain what we're doing here.
Sure.
We're up on an area that's a public quest.
Okay.
So this is an area of the game. You have to actually have a dragon to fly to this little shelf that we're on here. But what we're doing in the top right side, right if you'll highlight it real quick with your mouse, over here, that's indicating that you're in a public quest area. Now, any player can come and help in this quest. You don't have to be grouped. You don't have to be in a guild. Anyone can just come up here, and what we're doing is, it looks like the quest timed out.
Is the main action then? Is it always connected to different people on servers, or is it like instance based?
Most of the game is open world.
Okay.
We will take in an instance where it's only for that group.
Yeah.
But most of the game is open world, and we're really trying to be friendly to the players. Like this case here, where anyone can come up and actually attack the same creature.
Okay.
And you get experience based on how much damage you did. How much you participated in the fight.
Is there a rarity in terms of some dragons? Are there some
Yes.
dragons that are really hard to get?
There is. So you'll notice like there's clusters of dragons like this, or where we captured before. Rare dragons will randomly appear and wander through areas like that.
And then everyone goes, "Argh!"
Everyone tries to get that. Now, one of the cool things we've done is we have a guild system where your guild can level up.
Yeah.
And when your guild reaches level 3, they get a cool item. They unlock an item that you can use once in a while called the magic flute.
Okay.
And what it does is it summons...
Oh man, have you guys been playing Bioforge? There's a magic flute in that as
Is
well.
there?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty good.
Well, the magic flute and Dragon's Prophet allows you to actually summon a rare dragon.
Okay.
And only you can capture that dragon.
Sweet.
So it's
All
it's
right.
a cool way of avoiding, getting griefed by other players.
Yes. You gotta
and it
find a
also-
real quiet part of the map and then kind of play your flute. And
So here we're going into an instance here.
Okay.
And you notice there's 2 icons up there because you can choose a difficulty level.
All
for the
right.
instance.
Okay.
And of course, a lot of players like to run through by themselves in solo, but
Yeah.
we're giving you the opportunity to come back with a group, play at a much higher level. When you get to the higher level dungeons, like in the 40s and 50s, you can actually have 4 difficulties on it.
Okay.
So again, giving the players the opportunity to come back and play it again, or come back with a group. What we're working on right now, before we get to launch, is raid dungeons.
Yeah.
Where you can have an entire guild go in.
That's really interesting then, because I guess by name and by nature, dungeons in a lot of MMOs are enclosed spaces off the world.
Yeah.
With the addition of dragons, I guess you guys have we've seen quite a lot of open spaces.
A lot,
So
right.
do you kind of have to tend to that?
We don't have to. Brad, if you can give us a view of this guy, this is definitely an open dungeon. We're actually going to run ahead and show you the boss dragon because he's so huge, he needs more
really?
space. Yeah. Go ahead and run us through if you can.
I love this. The wonder of E3 stage shows is God mode.
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
Yes, it is. And
Using
we're on
hacksaws.
GM accounts, so we can actually do some cool stuff. But yeah, some of the dungeons, the instances are enclosed, and you won't be able to fly in there necessarily.
Yeah.
But you will be able to summon your dragons and fight alongside them, and we'll do that here in a little bit.
Man, those things are pretty big as well.
So another thing is our dungeons are pretty long. So the reason we're running ahead in this one is because it could take the whole show just to fight through
for
this
sure.
one
Yeah,
dungeon. And we really want to get to the end, and we want to show you the boss dragon at the end.
So in terms of the other MMO trimmings, we've talked a lot about what makes it kind of stand out, I guess. What makes it stand out from the rest of the MMO crowd.
Yeah.
So in terms of the sort of trappings of most MMO games, like quest lines, different races, different classes.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me, for your own character. Just tell me how you guys are tackling that.
Well, there's one race. It's the Osira race. here, so we'll
no problem. It's grand.
We have 4 basic
Man, this
classes.
is E3. This stuff happens all the time. Everyone's watching for this stuff. It's grand.
It's why we're still in beta.
Exactly. Yeah.
We got a lot of content to complete, but there's 4 classes in the game. The classes are the Guardian, which is your typical warrior class, and that wears heavy armor and does a lot of up-close damage. Then you have a Ranger, which is a range class. Just go ahead and run through if you want, Rod.
Yeah, I'm just setting up so I can.
Okay. And then the Ranger shoots bows and arrows and actually gun blades, which are swords that have guns attached to them.
Oh, that's
There we
cheating.
go.
Hey.
All right, now we're running through a little village there where you can actually get more quests in the dungeon
great.
itself. And we finally got God mode working. So that's the first two classes, Guardian and Ranger. The third class, which we're showing you here, is the Oracle. We've got costume armor on top of it, but the Oracle can only wear cloth armor.
Okay.
And they do a lot of up-close damage, like a monk or a ninja, really.
Yeah.
And then the fourth class is a sorcerer, traditional magic user, cloth armor again, a lot of AoE damage, a lot of group damage. They're really weak yet powerful characters.
So do those classes infer what type of dragons you can get, or the abilities that the dragons have, or is it?
No,
you
not at all. In fact, really, you can customize those classes enough that you can really play them different, and based on what dragons you have, depends on, that'll change how you play the game.
Sure, yeah.
So there are no healing classes, right? We have 4 basic DPS classes in the game. The dragons offer healing abilities, so you have to go out and tame enough of the dragons until you find the right one that has a healing ability.
Okay.
They also have AoE crowd control, so the dragons really play an important part of the game. And what skills you let your dragon have, what you train your dragon have, really is going to be based on your class.
Awesome.
Right? If I'm playing a Guardian, I'm like up close doing damage a lot. Well, then I'm going to want something that maybe does a little more AoE damage, something that maybe heals a little. If I'm playing a Sorcerer, I want a stronger dragon, a bigger, bulkier dragon that has spells that will actually pull the mobs onto it. So really, you're going to want to kind of customize your dragons based on your character.
Cool. I'm getting a lot of tweets from folks here.
Let's jump back into the game if we can.
Oh, yeah, let's go back to the gameplay. We got some stuff
I want
here.
to show you this boss dragon that we have. This is one
Oh,
of
wow, okay.
So the world of Eurasia is set with elder dragons came to the world. They kind of started breeding with other creatures, creating different species of dragons.
I like it.
This is the direct offspring of one of the elder dragons.
Okay.
It's Arena's offspring, and it's a fantastic dragon. It does some really cool stuff. We'll show you here in just a second. We're going to run up, and this dragon jumps up and spins around, shoots lightning down. And this is just kind of the stuff you can expect from our boss dragons. They're just enormous.
It's just pretty big. Do you guys sort of tend to fight them on the ground? Are there ones that you maybe fight? Is there any combat in air or anything like that?
There's no aerial combat yet. That is going to be a post-launch feature.
Cool,
It's
cool.
definitely something we're working on. We'll show you later. When you're actually mounted on your dragon, there's UI on the bottom that has available slots to put abilities in there.
Yeah.
Right now they're empty. But yeah, that's going to be something we're working on.
They will be
post-launch.
filled someday.
Yeah.
So then in terms of the quest lines and whatnot, how freeform is it? Is there one linear quest for each class? Is it just one line?
No, the classes all share pretty much the same quest. The storyline differs a little based on your class.
Yeah.
But there's 3 different types of quests in the game. There's adventure quests, which are like your typical, hey, go out and get me this potion.
Do this
and
thing for me.
Do this thing and come back. There's storyline quests, which is like that follows all the way through the game, and they're signified by a gold exclamation point or check mark.
Yeah.
And they really help you go from one location to the other, and they're the bigger, in-depth story quests. And we also have daily quests, which give you rewards. If you complete daily quests every day, it's a different type of currency in the game, and you can actually repeat those once a day, or there's other things you can earn in game to repeat the quest more than once a day.
And then you also have stuff like the public
And then we have
quests
the
that
public
happen like
encounters,
that.
right, where everyone can go and participate, and you actually get a separate reward for that, where you can spin a wheel and earn rewards based on that kind of a random reward generator.
Cool. I want to get some questions. A lot of questions flying through the chat. I want to get to a couple of them. Crazy Bacchus is asking, is Dragon's Prophet in open beta?
Say that again?
Is Dragon's Prophet in open beta?
Dragon's Prophet is in open beta. We went in open beta 2 weeks ago.
So what details can should people know to get over there?
Well, you should head to dragonsprophetthegame.com, and you can sign up for free. You play the game for free.
start your character up, and we can actually level all the way up to 60 right now. We are monetizing the game. It's monetization is really more of a convenience factor.
Sure. In what way are you monetizing?
Well, so the game can be monetized in a few ways. You can send your dragons. What we're going to take you to right now is we're going to show you the dragon lair where you can actually send your dragons out to harvest resources.
Okay, yeah.
We let you players do that for up to 5 hours at a time, using in-game currency. If
Okay.
you want to do it for a longer period of time, you have to use our station cash for
Sure,
it.
sure, yeah.
We also give every character a limited amount of backpack and dragon slots to keep their dragons. If they want to unlock more, again,
You can
it's
opt into that as well.
They can opt to do that, yeah.
Is there any microtransactions in terms of the look of characters
Absolutely.
or dragons? And
Yeah, so like some of the armor that our character's wearing, it's customized armor, just to make your character look different, that you can buy in the marketplace, and that's for show, and it costs station cash.
Cool.
as well.
So earlier on, we saw a lot of sort of the outdoor environments. We saw one of the raiding dungeons as well. Are we in a city now at this stage?
Now we're in a city, and we're talking to the dragon lair manager. And so what we're showing you here is you take your dragons that you've captured, and you pull them up to this top row, and then you can actually go, and we're going to show you right here is how you
Okay,
actually
yeah.
send your dragons to do some work for you. So you go to this middle tab, you click the add to process, and now there's 8 different things. Your dragon can level up, it can improve one of its skills, or what we're going to do here is we're going to actually send it out to harvest, maybe collect some wood.
Does it level up in terms of skills just normally as you're questing as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and but a lot of it's also done here. So you'll see on the bottom when the resources, you're going to get taming experience, so +5 for this. We can choose a different amount of hours, and it'll get more experience as it's working harder. And then the next tab down, you can see as you earn those experiences, you can come here and change your dragon. You want it to be stronger, have more intelligence, more ferocity. And then our next tab down is is where you can actually, what we were talking about before, where you can take the skills from one dragon and give them to another dragon. So right there, when we put our 2 dragons up, we can say, hey, the one on the left can learn any of these 3 skills. The one on the right can learn these 2 skills.
Right.
And they're learning it from each other. And that's really how you take your dragon and go like, hey, I found this. I don't really want any more dragons, but I just found this one that has an awesome ability.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not going to keep it and use my inventory, but I'm going to train one of my other dragons with that skill.
Awesome. Very cool.
So again, a lot of cool things you can do with your dragons here. Almost everyone hits this spot before they log out for the night because they go, hey, sending my dragons, either leveling them up or sending them out to gather resources for our crafting system.
Sure. So SOE are doing a lot of like free-to-play stuff. A lot of free-to-plays obviously only gotten bigger over the past couple of years, come to consoles. In fact, we've seen a lot over the past couple of days. World of Tanks, for instance, going to be on Xbox 360 pretty soon.
And we have DCO and Free Realms on the PS3 right now being developed. PlanetSide 2 and DCO are being developed for PS4 as well.
Absolutely. So what explain to people, a lot of people have a sort of a bit of trouble wrapping their head around why you'd give a game away for free. So can you kind of explain, do you think maybe it's the type of thing where it's a very easy way of getting the game in the hands of more people and then quality games shine through?
That's exactly why. I mean, you used to have to pay $60 just to get the game home, and then $15 a month for a membership to play it every month. And while that's great for generating revenue for us, it limits the amount of people that are actually going to start trying your game out. When we released Free Realms was our first free-to-play game, and then we did Clone Wars after that. We've had tens of millions of people play the game. I'm sure not everyone sticks around and plays it, but that's so many more people getting into the game, talking about it, playing it. You can play Dragon's Prophet literally all the way to level 60, and you don't have to spend any money. It's a convenience
60
thing.
60 is the cap, is it?
Level 60 is the cap right now. So it's the reason to give it out for free is say, hey, try it. And if you like it, I mean, you're gonna wanna pay for the convenience factor to get more inventory slots to collect more dragons if you like the game. I mean, we have to make money too, right? We have to make a living.
And I guess if people feel invested in a world, then a couple of bucks here and there is never going to be too much of a hassle.
Exactly.
Especially if it's the interesting thing about it, where you feel like you're getting value out of something if you're pouring hours into it, so it's less of an issue. Do you have any idea in terms of like metrics in terms of what the average spend is for somebody? Is it in line with like what a subscription model used to be, or are there high spending individuals and then some people who don't spend very much?
Yeah, it fluctuates. Certainly, and we're still looking into Dragon's Prophet and trying to figure out how to monetize it properly, and that's part of why we're monetizing in open beta, is to figure out what are the right ways to do it, what do players want. But in some of our other games, all our EverQuest games and our Free Realms game, we definitely have a lot of people that try it out and don't spend, and then a significant amount of players that do spend, and they vary. Some spend a few bucks a month, some spend a lot. it all depends on how vested they are in the game, and of course, what they're willing, to spend in games in general.
I got a lot of people on Twitter asking me how high you can fly. Can we test that out?
Yeah.
Can we go up pretty high?
Sure. It varies with areas. Some of the bigger cities, you can fly really high.
Okay.
And again, in some of the dungeons, you can't fly at all.
Yeah.
And in some of the areas, there is a cap. You can't fly off the world.
But at a certain stage, it's just going to break everything.
Right.
So here you've got
there's a ceiling. It's pretty high here, and we can look down and we can see this is the housing area. This is one of the floating islands, our frontier system.
Oh, so this is actually the float. This is
one of the floating islands. Yeah. If we open up our map real quick, you can see all the little spots there are the houses where the houses can be. That's the island, and then we're gonna fly over to the Citadel there and talk about some of the content that's coming up. But yeah, the flying limit varies in areas. But definitely having a dragon that can fly avoids a lot of problems.
Sure.
As you're traveling around the world. You don't have to run it. You have to run past all those mobs that aggro you and start chasing you around.
Yeah.
And there are some cool areas, like we were showing that public quest earlier.
Yeah.
You can only get to by flying.
So in terms of the continuing support then of Dragon's Prophet, are you guys going to be releasing free additions to it? Will there be paid for additions at all?
No, free additions. All the new content will be free. Like I said, later in July, we're going to be introducing a new content called Wintertide.
Okay.
Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. Tell me about it, man.
Yeah, and we're actually going to increase the level cap to 70.
Cool.
Again, this is just added content before we get into launch. More things to test it out.
How much are you guys listening to the people involved in the beta at the moment?
Absolutely. Yeah, and we're listening, and one of the things players have been asking for, really since closed beta, is I want to see all the different dragons I've captured throughout the game. And we don't have that in there right now.
Like an area just to see them.
Like a dragon sticker book almost.
Okay. Are we talking like dragon heads like on walls, or are we talking
No, not quite that graphic. Really, we're looking at doing two different things for launch. And that's having a dragon armory where you are physically putting dragons. So like, hey, I don't want this dragon on my character anymore. I'm going to put him in the dragon armory, and I'll see the actual dragon there. You'll be able to see literally hundreds of dragons you've captured. And then a sticker book, so you can see like, hey, here's what I have captured, and look, here's ones that are kind of grayed out that I haven't captured yet.
Right.
For the completions, someone who wants every dragon. So what we're looking at right here, this is a Citadel. It's not populated yet because it's stuff that's in development, and this is really one of the key features we're looking to complete before we launch the game. What will happen is guilds will be able to come to this area. This will be populated with NPCs, with catapults. They'll have to capture this Citadel. When they hold it for long enough, that guild will now own the Citadel. They will be able to set the tax rate for anybody with a house on this island.
Oh, man.
And then other guilds will be able to come and actually attack and try to take over the Citadel from them. So guilds can form alliances with each other, so multiple guilds can kind of team up and go, hey, we'll help you take over this Citadel. You come and help us on another floating island take over another Citadel.
From what we've seen so far, what's the scope in terms of the game world currently, or what will it be in terms of launch date?
Well, so we're looking to have, we'll definitely have level 70 up there. We're going to have raid content, so huge dungeons with, dragons bigger than the ones we saw before with, entire guilds able to go there. And then adding the PvP, player versus player, and the Citadel functionality is what we're looking for at launch.
Cool.
And that's going to be the scope of the game. There's so much to do right now. It's amazing.
Sure, and you guys are currently obviously running that beta. Could you tell the guys just before we leave what the where they can get access to the beta and when Dragon's Prophet will be available?
Yeah, so Dragon's Prophet is available at dragonsprofitthegame.com, and you can go there right now, sign up for an account, play for free. We're not going to be wiping characters after open beta, so whatever you're doing now,
good call.
It's going to stick with you. Now, we might be resetting abilities.
Yeah.
There's a talent tree.
Yeah, that get reset.
We're looking at tweaking some of the talents. We're going to have to balance for PvP, so we just reset all of the attributes so you can customize your own character's strength and intelligence. We did that last week. We reset them, gave everyone their points back because we changed how it works. So we'll be doing that throughout open beta.
As long as you give the points back, people will be fine.
Right. You'll keep your character, you'll keep your dragons, and really it's just about balancing the game and wrapping up the end game content now.
Awesome. Rod and Todd from SOE, thank you very much for coming on the GameSpot stage show. For more continuing, of course, stick with GameSpot.com. It's the GameSpot Stage 2 show continues. We got bunches of stuff coming up. Ascend Hand of Cool is up next, which is a game I saw last year when it was called Ascend New Gods. So stick around. In a couple of minutes, we'll be talking to those guys. Stay here.
Hey, GameSpot viewers, I'm Kevin Van Ord, and I'm joined by the amazing Peter Brown.
Thank you.
And Peter Brown, you saw a game that I'm envious that you saw, partially because I didn't get to see it, and that's why I'm envious. What is the game?
Killzone Shadowfall.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, a series I love!
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I will say the demo was pretty small, and it's pretty succinct.
Aww.
But I'll set it up for you. So
Okay.
you're behind Helghast lines, and there's these like two cities that are divided by a big wall. And you are sort of a soldier that has the ability to sort of do all the deniable ops that no one else can do, that no one wants to take credit for. And so you're back there, and you're sort of infiltrating things, trying to turn off alarms, get rid of people, get a dropship down, and get some of your crew out of there that are being held hostage. You start off at the top of this cliff, and you kind of work your way down, and from there you have a few different objectives to complete. There are two secondary objectives and one main. Secondary ones can be done in any order. The demo itself, unfortunately, didn't provide a lot of variety. Like, I descended the mountain, I touched a computer, went back up the mountain, and went back down to do something else. A little bit of firefighting in the middle, but there was some interesting stuff there.
Okay.
You have this thing called an owl, which is sort of a little remote robot. And he gives you powers, but you can also send him out to use those same powers off in the distance. That could be anything from providing a shield, a zip line, working as an attack drone, and or using to hack computers and stuff like that.
So he's kind of like a utility belt.
He is, yeah. And that was probably the most interesting part of the demo, because unfortunately the rest of it really didn't show off, I think, what the rest of the game will be like. But that was pretty good. I will say, for a PlayStation 4 game, even though I was really close to the monitor in this space, it looked good, but there was a lot of aliasing issues.
Right.
A lot of jaggies going on.
And that's something we would expect to be leaving behind at this stage, right?
Yeah, I would really hope so. I would really hope so. And again, I was maybe a foot from the screen, but anyway, it's still a great looking game.
But the atmosphere seemed very Killzone. I mean, obviously we've seen it before. It's certainly a lot less reddish, brownish, orange that we saw when we were on Helghast, because we're not on Helgen, I should say, anymore.
Correct. Yeah, it was not so much like that. I mean, this was an outdoor environment. I was in the forest, descending a mountain.
Right.
It was very different in a lot of ways.
Right. Well, that's something to look forward to, at least. It sounds like some environmental variety and some color.
A little bit of color.
A little bit of color.
From what I saw.
Okay.
From what I saw. But, it's still very much a first-person shooter and doesn't really evolve in many ways. The owl is kind of the biggest aspect of it that's different.
One more question before we break, but I guess what was the feel of the movement? Killzone's been it sort of had a heavy feel, where there was like oomph to the way you moved and the way you jumped and so on.
There is a little bit of that, and especially when you're using the cliff as sort of like, you're platforming up and down it.
Right.
You can press X to sort of climb up things and jump over it, but I got to this point where you have to run and jump over a cliff, and I was pretty sure I ran and jumped at the right time, but, fell down the cliff.
Down you go. Well, Peter, thanks for telling us about Killzone Shadowfall. I'm still excited.
Yeah,
I'm not going to let you dampen my spirits, Peter Brown.
I just want to say it was a really small portion of the game, and the demo was kind of limited. But yeah, the owl thing itself, that's a sign of things to come. You should still feel positive about it if you're a Killzone fan.
Good. Well, that's good news, at least. Peter, thanks for stopping by. If you have questions, obviously you go to Twitter, use hashtag GameSpotE3. We want to talk to you. And obviously, stay tuned to the show, because we'll have lots of check-ins just like this. So thanks, Peter, and thanks to you for watching. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2013. You're watching Stage 2, the best stage. Sorry, Chris Waters, we've got to send Hand of Cool here. Brandon and Brett, you guys are going to have to entertain the hell out of this audience because thanks to the good people at, I don't know, who do we blame? No name in my ear.
It was the gods that did it. They frowned upon us.
The bandwidth. There's been bandwidth problems here, and obviously, Ascend Hand of Cool is an always-on. It's an online game, so we unfortunately don't have it. But this is a game that I saw this time last year on Stage 1 when it was called Ascend New Gods.
Yep.
So what happened? It's been a year, new name.
Yeah, we've got a whole facelift on the game since we were at the last E3, including the name.
Pity we can't show it.
Right. So yeah, imagine if you will, an incredible looking free-to-play XBLA game, and that's our game.
Also, you guys said you actually had a bit of trouble earlier in the Microsoft booth as well, like just in connectivity.
There's just not enough bandwidth to hold this show up. I think that's all.
It's just, I mean, even trying to get on your phone, everybody's trying to do it.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm having trouble
problems.
on Twitter sometimes as well, just popping stuff on.
Yep.
Not that I'm checking Twitter when I'm.
Besides,
when I'm
how is this not entertaining right
I
now?
know, yeah, look at this stuff.
Amazing.
It's the best. So, elevator pitch. Ascend's got some really interesting mechanics. So it's kind of shocking in a way, the way you prestige and ascend people. So kind of explain to people what the sort of nuances in Ascend are that are different to.
It's a basic hack and slash ARPG at the start, but the stuff that makes it crazy or different or shocking, it's a couple things, I guess. One, it's a single currency free to play, so there's no like gems. You don't have to get stuck by hard currency, so to speak. You can grind your way all through the game. And also, what you're mentioning about prestiging, that's the real twist of the game, is when you ascend, you basically sacrifice your character, kind of destroy him in a way, and he turns into an AI boss that goes out into the world. All the other players have to fight him.
Yeah,
so you just do that over and over again.
Yeah, as you're going through the game and you're playing, you come across these different, we call them contention points. You have altars and villages, and you go in there and you take these things over, and they little tiny humans, and they become your like little buddies. Like you can call them and you can send them into battle, and they're actually pretty vicious. It's really cool. But then later on, like if he ascended one of his characters, and he's like, say I'm a dark character and he's void, he'll go in and take my contention point. And then invade, and it's like the stronger you make your guy, the tougher they are to beat. So it's awesome. Like when you go out and one of your guys, you get a little report back, like one of your bosses went and invaded, like you took over Danny Shrine. Yeah, it's awesome. It's a total smack talk at that point. It's really cool.
Yeah, the beginning of the game is all very PvE. And the further you get in the game, the more the PvP becomes a component. It becomes like a big territory war, basically.
Awesome. Have the gods shined brightly on us? We actually?
They've smiled.
Oh my God.
They're showing footage. It's amazing, low frame rate footage.
It's a trailer with a really bad frame rate. So they winked at us for a second.
Does Helmet really look that goofy?
I think you have it upside down.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Let's talk about, because obviously people at home are trying to like paint a picture in their head about this. So just really base level, this is Xbox Live Arcade PC, third-person perspective. Just kind of explain what.
Yeah, it's third person. It's kind of like brutal, bloody fantasy. It's free to play on XBLA with your live account, and it's kind of like a really dark kind of Conan look to things. There's 3 different alignments, so you're not just good or evil. You're kind of either like sadistic, magical, or noble, sort of. And it's awesome. I think it really puts a fun spin on fantasy, which was sort of the challenge of making the game. It's like it's really easy to wind up with just more fantasy.
Yeah.
So it's fun to try to put like a dark edge on it, and then all the free-to-play stuff makes it much more interesting. And then our PvP is all asynchronous.
Sure.
Somewhat like Dark Souls, where you send buffs and debuffs into other people's game. So between all that, it kind of got a life and a personality all its own.
I mean, it's a total loot grind. I mean, it's like you can upgrade like your weapons, your armor, you get spells. I mean, you can, and so as you're upgrading and you're going through, I mean, it's like you get these runes and you can attach them, and you become you can use those either to increase your attacks or build resistance to the other some of the
all
other
the
gods.
ARPG staples.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's cool. Once you ascend too, it's like say you start off with the Dark God, and that's like more destructive. Like they're your weapons. You have fireballs that you can shoot out. I can
screenshots.
I can switch alignments and then change that up, so I can start to mix and match. Like it's like I have light powers and light weapons and armor, and then I can switch that over and I combine it together. So it's like as you're building and you go deeper into the game, you build these characters that are even stronger and stronger.
So that's the interesting thing I think about the Ascension is that essentially it benefits you to have a really high character to ascend with, because then there's a higher chance of him owning all the other guys.
The longer you wait to prestige, the bigger the value of your, Ascension.
Also, that's also like a killer, because you put all this time and effort into this dude, and then you're just gonna go, sorry, bro.
Yeah,
dead.
It's an interesting behavior to change in an ARPG player because you're more yourself. You're a meta being, and your characters are not quite disposable, but you work your way through many characters, and that's been the interesting part about creating this game is like not only getting used to it, but making it feel awesome and getting all the feedback that you need to be like, oh yeah, I just made another badass. He's out there kicking somebody's butt.
So do you as the meta being or whatever, you as the player who's using all these guys and then ascending them, do you level up in any way? Do you get more?
Yeah. Good question. Every time you ascend, you get like permanent buffs.
Okay.
And then every subsequent guy you have will have those buffs. So you just get better and better and better as you go, and keep making more and more bosses for other people to have to deal with, basically.
Yeah, those are permanently attached to your gamer tag. You as the character, not that chaos that you're sending out, but to you as the character. So, but it makes a huge difference. Oh, it makes a huge difference.
That wasn't
yeah, right.
Looked like something else there for a second. Yeah.
No, it makes a huge difference when you send a guy out and then you watch somebody else in the office or one of your buddies fight him and defeat him. You're like, damn. It's like you actually spend more time and make that guy even stronger the next time going out. It's really cool.
Yeah, and the bosses that you send in the world will have your gamer tag above them.
Oh, cool.
So if and you can play with only friends in your world if you want. So if you're like, perpetually griefing people with your champions that you're creating, you still get the gloat power.
Yeah. So there's a lot of sort of community-focused stuff in it. Can you talk a bit about the Hall of Heroes as well, that whole aspect to it?
Oh yeah, this is one of the coolest things in the game, and something that people have been reacting to awesome is like the center of our game is called the Sanctum. It's sort of the hub where you choose your alignment and you kind of hang out, I guess you would say. And in the center of that space, we have these giant like animated characters, and those are the actual characters that are at the top of the leaderboards. So everybody else is kind of standing around going, hey, what are you doing tonight, whatever. And they're like 100 feet tall, and it's you sitting there, and that is an awesome feeling. And then sort of all around the edges we have like sort of sub-thrones, and we have leaderboards for everything. We have like a leaderboard for breakables and a leaderboard for like who's spent the most money and all this stuff, and you can actually see yourself. So we have like, I guess you could call them like visual leaderboards.
Sure.
And that has really turned out great. That whole thing just came together kind of smoothly and hasn't changed that much. It just feels right.
That's really cool, because it's not only are you trying to get on the leaderboard, but when you go in there and you see some other piece of armor or some weapon that you haven't seen before, and you're like, holy shit, what is that? It's like, that's badass. I want that. Yeah, it's really cool.
Is cussing against the rules on this show?
I don't care.
Did I curse? Oh.
So you guys,
that was awesome.
Are you close to release? Is there any chance of maybe Summer of Arcade or something? Like
we're looking into the Summer Arcade.
The official line is very, very soon. So we're about to start our closed beta, which we got a ton of people signed up at PAX East for closed beta, and they're like scratching at the door to get in and play with us. So I think we're very, very close to doing that, and then that's just going to flow right into getting it out to everybody. It'll be great to see everybody play this, finally.
You guys have a good relationship with Microsoft. Obviously, you've got a booth in there. In their booth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we have a booth in their booth.
Station. Yes. There you go. That's the lingo. I wouldn't know because I've seen like nothing here. I spent like 5 minutes in there. I played Loco Cycle and then they kicked me out. I've seen nothing. So you've got a good relationship. Obviously, there's an onus on free to play. We're hearing the World of Tanks is coming to Xbox 360 as well.
Yeah, Caesar is our producer at Microsoft, and he's been awesome. It's been quite a journey making this game, just because I think it's it's just not your usual fare.
Yeah.
So just the journey of finding the sweet spot of this game has been, filled with all kinds of twists and turns. And I don't know, it'll just be awesome to finally see thousands rather than hundreds, just us basically testing the thing endlessly. It'll be really fun to see it get into the hands of a lot of people and see how we can change it and grow it. And since it's free, since it's XBLA, we can keep modifying it, changing it, adding it over time. So if we're lucky, if we do great, the thing's never going to end.
Awesome.
We'll just keep working on it.
No, and for not for this release, but for an upcoming release for the next round of the beta, I mean, we'll have weekly and monthly challenges. I mean, different events that we're going to push out there, all kinds of different things. Oh, is that better?
I like it.
Yeah.
Keep going. He'll break his stride.
Yeah. No.
He doesn't know what to
so no, but I mean, so there is a huge community focus on that too. It's like we'll have an event where it's like, hey, this week, we want all the dark players to go out and take over this area, and the other two alignments, focus on defending that, and then whoever wins will, you give away some kind of either some currency or some kind of badass weapon or something really cool like that. Yeah.
So I gotta ask a question about Cool. Why the rename? I was looking at my sheet of the games that are coming onto the stage, and I was like, wait, Ascend? I was wasn't that called New? Did they release that and then do a sequel already? I don't think that came out.
I think upwards of 24 games had some combination of the word Ascension and God in them in the past 6 months. So in the sake of prudence, the Hand of Kull is basically like I don't know, a central story component in the game. It's this giant rock formation that's in the shape of the old god that's fallen. And it's interesting that became the title because at one point it was kind of a brain fart.
Yeah.
It was just like, hey, we should put some cool monument stuff in the game. Yeah, all right, I don't know. How about this? I drew this weird looking hand. Well, what are we going to do with that? I don't know. Maybe it's like as big as a mountain. Hey, okay, great. And now it's the name of the game. So it's like... This is the kind of stuff that happens, So.
But it's cool though too because it ties directly in with the game. It's like for future releases, like now we can just do a tagline, and that kind of tips your hat at like what that part of the story or that next kind of evolution of the whole Ascension process and story.
Awesome. I just want to talk to you quickly about the microtransaction aspect of it. You said there's no like sort of jewel, there's no like buffing in the area that way. So how exactly do microtransactions play?
Well, we've got like I was saying before, it's a single currency, so that's souls. So you can kill things and find chests and all this stuff. You can burn gear and earn souls that way. Or if you hit a challenge that's really hard or you just want to look cooler than your buddy, you can also just chuck Microsoft points at it and buy souls.
Cool.
But if you're super stingy like some free-to-play players are, technically you can play top to bottom the whole thing free. And I think it's a good model because we have a lot of faith in just the fun feel of throwing a few points at it.
Yeah.
And so we didn't want to put in any kind of actual barriers or like I was saying before, gems are kind of the joke word now for like, you're done playing unless you buy 8 gems. Thank you. So we don't do that.
No, we try to keep it really organic, like no real hard walls. I mean, there's a lot. You can upgrade every part of your character, there's so many different things you can do in the game, but you can grind to get those things. Another way that you can collect souls as a currency as well is, the more champions, the more chaos champions that you have out there and that you've ascended and they've taken over, the more that you actually own, the more currency that you get as a bonus.
Do they get souls from their actions?
Yeah, that's another way that you can grind or earn currency is for every territory you control, you get sort of an income. So when other players come along and take your territory, you're instantly like, what the hell, bro? I'm buying a new helmet every 20 minutes, man. I need my shrine back. That's my addiction in the game. It's like I just buy a helmet like every 10 minutes. I'm done with it. And then I turn around and I've spent like $15. And it's just like, and what do I have? I don't know. A chest full of helmets.
So that's
everybody's different with how they spend the currency.
You just
in the
gave
game.
one away. You're gonna have to get another one soon enough as well.
And it's a hack and slash, but there is a level of skill to it as well. Like there's combos, and the more combos that you get, it's a multiplier. So it's like the tougher the enemy, the more that you kill. It's a really good way to rack up, your souls really fast. But it does take skill. You got to block. You got to hack this guy, jump over here, shoot a spell. jump in and out.
Yeah,
so.
the faster, more frenetic you play the game, the better a soul earner you are. So the more you interact with the game, the harder you sort of push it. The faster you'll earn currency, the faster you'll progress, the cooler your gear looks. And, basically, the whole purpose of it, I mean, I think some players want to just get through the story and see the levels.
Sure.
But that leaderboard that we have at the beginning of the game, it just drives you mad not being in those thrones. It just drives you mad, especially if it's your buddy sitting there. It's just like, screw this guy. No.
Is there one story, or with the different god alignments, does it vary or anything?
Right now, we just have like one big storyline.
Cool.
And then the 3 alignments just determine your magic type, your fighting type, your buffs that you get, and sort of your effect style and stuff like that. I would like to. We have actually alignment dungeons.
Okay.
That are specific to the alignments. It'd be cool as we sort of build the game out to build out alignment-specific storylines, so that just another reason to switch alignments over and over and keep digging out the holes of the game.
Is that the type of stuff that you could at least conceptually provide to the game down the line?
Yeah. We just need to not sleep for another year, and then everything will be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys have been working on this, obviously a massive passion project. You guys have been working on this for a long time. How long have you been doing this?
We're a pretty small studio, and it's a large-scale console project. So thanks to the heroics of all the guys back there, we're getting it to market. But I think it's just gonna, if we're awesome as we think we are, as we want to be, it'll just keep going. I mean, we want it to keep going, even though it's just like, dear God, why?
So
I want to go to sleep.
Out of your whole team, is it just the 2 of you who've had the chance to come up to E3, or you got some guys over at the booth?
There's 4 of us here, and I think the other 2 guys Logan's in there, I think, pushing screenshots around or something.
Have you had a chance to have a look at E3 at all?
Not too much.
Me more than him.
Yeah, I mean,
I wander around
a little bit, but it's mainly been just showing the game and talking to people about it. So
Batman is really pissed off now. That's what I noticed. He is mad this time. What were you saying?
I was because I've watched live streams of E3 for years. I think I saw more of E3 sitting on my ass at like 4 a.m. in GMT than I actually do when I get here.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's more crowd swimming really than it is like game sampling. At PAX you can play everything, but here it's like everything is behind closed doors. You gotta wait in huge lines. And it's just like, screw the lines. So I just wander around with a hot dog and try to catch the movie.
Come talk to people like me. Well, guys, Brandon and Brett, thank you so much for coming over and talking about.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having us.
Not at all. Loads more stuff coming up.
Go Signal.
Did you say Usain Bolt?
What's that?
Oh, I don't know.
I said go Signal.
We've got The Last of Us coming up, The Puppeteer, Blackguards, and then we're finishing up today with Arma 3 here on Stage 2, so stick around. We're going to have a look at some information from our friends at Samsung. Maybe not. Let's see.
Hey, Jonathan here. I'm with Tom McShay. So I believe we saw Bayonetta 2 at the earlier Nintendo Direct live stream thing, and you played a bit of it. So tell us how it went.
So I totally played Bayonetta 2.
Yep.
And it's like incredible.
Is this as awesome as the first game or better? How was it?
Well,
the demo?
It's basically identical to the first game from what I played. You have like this kind of vulgar attack that I don't remember the name of. That was the only thing that's different. So, but the level I played, you saw it in the Nintendo Direct.
Yep,
You're on top of like a Harrier jet flying through the city, and the buildings are blowing up around you, and it's and you're doing like full screen moves against Bayonetta, and the game moves at like 60 frames a second. Like it's blistering fast. There's no slowdown, so it looks and plays incredible.
So the controls are about more or less the same. Like you can do the witch time dodging, all the fighting. Okay, what are the weapons that get used in the demo? Like basically her Scarborough Fair guns, was it?
Man, you know a lot about this. I was just like, because I didn't understand the intricacies of what I was doing. Like I was doing like the witch time dodge, and then I was doing like the rising combos and the shooting guns, but I didn't know the exact weapons I used. I guess I was more focusing on the feel and what it would, like the transition of being on the Wii U and new hardware.
But when you were playing the demo, it was still the handguns you was using with the feet and everything.
There was handguns on your feet, and I was spinning around, and it's like you can call in the torture attacks by hitting 2 buttons, and then you mash to get the massive damage, and it's full screen. It's crazy the spectacle in these games because it's like It is full screen chaos all the time, and I love it.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. Like angels coming back and forth, and I believe those are the main enemies you're fighting: the flying angels,
Yeah.
and the giant angels that was actually chasing you early on in that Nintendo Live Direct thing. Was it?
Yeah, it is. And there's also, they didn't talk about this in the direct. There's a touchscreen mode.
Oh, okay. Tell us more. Tell us more.
I didn't play it because I'm not a baby.
Oh.
But it's basically like if you've not played these hardcore games, like you can do super cool stuff just by tapping the screen, basically.
Oh.
So it's like a really good introduction for it. But like once you know Bayonetta, you just want to get in there.
Yeah, yeah. I think there's actually like a recollection of like the last Bayonetta game where easy mode basically you can just touch one button and the things happen easily. Like, but if you want to actually play it like core, like Devil May Cry mode, you just go for normal or even
I
hard
know.
later on.
And that's when it's at the best, when the train wheels come off and you can just do whatever you want, and it's just like,
Now-
there's nothing else like it, you know?
Yeah, yeah, it's good. I mean, I look at it as good so far. You've played it. It looks pretty awesome. And it's coming out like next year, right?
Yeah, they didn't even like narrow it down. It's just 2014, which, you know.
It could be like end of the year. Like
It could be
part
end of the year.
yeah.
I hope that they have like a pack in with the system, but it's a really awesome game, and it's like totally what you want if you want a sequel to Bayonetta.
I would like to actually answer one more elephant in the room. Like when we saw that Nintendo Direct thing, there was actually an angel-like character fighting against Bayonetta earlier on in that trailer. So what do you think? That could be like a second character that you could use in the story? I mean, what are your thoughts about that?
It'd be cool. I mean, this, you know, the creator of this made DMC, and DMC obviously had the multiple playable characters.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, maybe that's the path you take, maybe to separate it gameplay-wise a little bit. But from what I saw when I played, it plays just like Bayonetta, and it's fantastic.
Right, that's cool. So yeah, Bayonetta 2 is coming out 2014, and check out GameSpot for more information on E3.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome to GameSpot's E3 2013 newsroom coverage. I'm Sean McInnes. This is Martin Gaston. And Martin, as I understand it, you've just had the distinct pleasure of checking out some Battlefield 4 multiplayer.
I have.
Yeah.
I can't lie. I have. We had a chance to have a go at the 64-player map that was shown at EA's E3 conference yesterday. So that's Siege of Shanghai. It's Battlefield.
It's Battlefield?
Now, this is its best and its worst quality, if you will. So so when we saw Battlefield 3 a couple of years ago for the first time, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Right? You were like, wow, this is how the future looks. Well, Sean, the future is now.
The future is now.
Right? And everything, it doesn't look as amazing anymore. Like, it still looks great.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have that initial, like, holy hell factor that it did a couple of years ago. And it's amazing how technology's advanced that quickly.
And I think part of that is probably due to the fact that they debuted Battlefield 3 on PC.
Yeah.
And it was just such leaps and bounds ahead of the 360 and PS3. And now the new consoles have kind of caught up a bit, so...
Exactly, and this code was running on PC, and I'm sure if someone from DICE was sitting in between us, he would say there's loads of graphical improvements. Like, it looks like a different game, but it doesn't. There's some great weather effects. I mean, it still looks like a great game, but it doesn't have that initial... wow, that Battlefield 3 had. But it still plays really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Battlefield.
Yeah, of course.
So again, that's its greatest strength. And that's the thing that makes it, like, in this year of like new consoles and new IPs, like, oh, we've just seen Titanfall and Destiny.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, Battlefield.
Yeah.
I've played that.
That'll be fun.
And that's the thing, like, I am convinced this will be a fun, known quantity that I will definitely buy and definitely play for about 100 hours. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to get kind of hyped up for it.
Right. So real quick, what did you make of the destruction? Because one of the key things from that demo was just the whole building falling down. And it seemed like just surfaces were just a little bit more destructible. You could chip away it a bit more. Did you notice any of that?
You had a feel for that.
Yeah.
That building that falls down, that fell down again.
Okay.
I'm getting the distinct impression that after you've seen it fall down for the 40th time, it might lose some of that.
Fell down
it's the building falling down.
Yeah. Typical building.
But it does look good. It does look good. And there was definitely quite a lot of shooting through things and some of the more inside bits. But I don't think it doesn't have the same level of destruction that we saw in Bad Company 2.
All right.
So if people were expecting that, like buildings coming down all over the shop, I don't think we're going to get that.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much, Martin. There you have it. For more on Battlefield 4 and even more E3 games, be sure to check out the rest of GameSpot's E3 coverage.
Hey, welcome to the GameSpot newsroom. I'm Jonathan, and this is Tom right here. So I believe you played a bit of Dead Rising 3, is that correct?
I didn't play it, but I did see a half hour of it and talk to the developers. So I feel like I have a pretty good grasp of the game.
All right, then how is it? Does it maintain that whole consistent humorous tone of the past two games?
Man, you know the answer to this. No. It tries to do a balancing act with it because they have gone for a gritty, realistic visual style this time. And they have a very serious story as well. Like it's out there, they said, but it still takes itself seriously. So that is a clash from the previous Dead Rising games. They said that there's still like wacky weapons and wacky clothes to wear, so you can decide to make the game funny or you can decide to play it straight. So they're trying to appeal to every demographic. As well, like it's out there, they said, but it still takes itself seriously. So that is a clash from the previous Dead Rising games. They said that there's still like wacky weapons and wacky clothes to wear, so you can decide to make the game funny or you can decide to play it straight. So they're trying to appeal to every demographic. From what I saw, there wasn't anything funny.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So all that 30 minutes, there wasn't any like what's that? Any Mega Man hat or like any funny cars you actually use?
They're trying. See, it's a scary design philosophy for me because they're trying. They said they're trying to appeal to like the Call of Duty fan. That was one of their quotes. They're trying to be more visceral. They said Call of Duty fan.
Okay.
They're trying to be more visceral. Is another thing they said. They want people who just like action games and they just like zombies and just want to kill those zombies. So they're kind of dumbing down the entire experience. So I mean, before there's a strict time limit, and now there is not a time limit. So it's basically taking off the shackles and turning it into like a kind of a mindless open world game, which is kind of disappointing for people like me who love the original games.
But for people who are really going into this like really fresh, you think it might appeal to them, like the whole open world concept?
That's the interesting question, and I did ask them if like homogeny would hurt them, and they, they kind of skirted around it. But it's when you look at the competition of saying like Saints Row, which is really funny, or you look at Just Cause, which is like the most explosive from a gameplay perspective. I don't know if this game, which is a little more grounded, has that like grab you appeal. So I'm curious with a game that relies almost exclusively on the combat now in Dead Rising 3. I don't know if it has that potential of the older ones to really suck you in. But I mean, it's still really early, so who knows?
I know, and this is actually the same guys who did Dead Rising 2.
Yeah, they were so good when they did Dead Rising 2 that Capcom purchased them. So it is a little strange seeing this shift, I guess. But yeah.
Well, who knows? Maybe they might actually change their mind somehow halfway through. Who knows? Who knows?
It's a launch game for the Xbox One, so I don't think you're going to see much change.
All right. In that case, that was Dead Rising 3 from Tom. And this is more newsroom. Check out GameSpot.com and our hashtag GameSpotE3 on Twitter. And see you there.
Yep.
Hey GameSpot viewers, I'm Kevin Van Ord and I'm joined by the amazing Peter Brown.
Thank you.
And Peter Brown, you saw a game that I'm envious that you saw, partially because I didn't get to see it, and that's why I'm envious. What is the game?
Killzone Shadowfall.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, a series I love!
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I will say the demo was pretty small and pretty succinct.
Aww.
But I'll set it up for you. So
Okay.
you're behind Hellgas lines, and there's these like two cities that are divided by a big wall. And you are sort of a soldier that has the ability to sort of do all the deniable ops that no one else can do, that no one wants to take credit for. And so you're back there, and you're sort of infiltrating things, trying to turn off alarms, get rid of people, get a dropship down, and get some of your crew out of there that are being held hostage. You start off at the top of this cliff, and you kind of work your way down, and from there you have a few different objectives to complete. There are two secondary objectives and one main one, but you have the two secondary ones can be done in any order. The demo itself, unfortunately, didn't provide a lot of variety. Like, I descended the mountain, I touched a computer, went back up the mountain, and went back down to do something else. A little bit of firefighting in the middle, but there was some interesting stuff there.
Okay.
You have this thing called an owl, which is sort of a little remote robot. And he gives you powers, but you can also send him out to use those same powers off in the distance. That could be anything from providing a shield, a zip line, working as an attack drone, and or using to hack computers and stuff like that.
So he's kind of like a utility belt.
He is, yeah. And that was probably the most interesting part of the demo, because unfortunately the rest of it really didn't show off, I think, what the rest of the game will be like. But that was pretty good. I will say, for a PlayStation 4 game, even though I was really close to the monitor in this space, it looked good, but there was a lot of aliasing issues.
Right.
A lot of jaggies going on.
And that's something we would expect to be leaving behind at this stage, right?
Yeah, I would really hope so. I would really hope so. And again, I was maybe a foot from the screen, but anyway, it's still a great looking game.
But the atmosphere seemed very Killzone. I mean, obviously we've seen it before. It's certainly a lot less reddish, brownish, orange that we saw when we were on Hellgas, because we're not on Helgen, I should say, anymore.
Correct, yeah. It was not so much like that. I mean, this was an outdoor environment. I was in the forest, descending a mountain. Right. It was very different in a lot of ways.
Right. Well, that's something to look forward to, at least. It sounds like some environmental variety and some color.
A little bit of color.
A little bit of color.
From what I saw.
Okay.
From what I saw. But, it's still very much a first-person shooter, and doesn't really evolve in many ways. The owl is kind of the biggest aspect of it that's different.
One more question before we break, but I guess what was the feel of the movement? Killzone's been it sort of had a heavy feel, where there was like oomph to the way you moved and the way you jumped and so on.
There is a little bit of that, and especially when you're using the cliff as sort of like, you're platforming up and down it.
Right.
You can press X to sort of climb up things and jump over it, but I got to this point where you have to run and jump over a cliff, and I was pretty sure I ran and jumped at the right time, but, fell down the cliff.
Down you go. Well, Peter, thanks for telling us about Killzone Shadowfall. I'm still excited.
Yeah,
I'm not going to let you dampen my spirits, Peter Brown.
I just want to say it was a really small portion of the game, and the demo was kind of limited. But yeah, the owl thing itself, that's a sign of things to come. You should still feel positive about it if you're a Killzone fan.
Good. Well, that's good news at least. Peter, thanks for stopping by. If you have questions, obviously you go to Twitter or use hashtag GameSpot-E3. We want to talk to you. And obviously, stay tuned to the show because we'll have lots of check-ins just like this. So thanks, Peter, and thanks to you for watching. We'll see you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome to a GameSpot news update. I'm here with Mark Walton, editor from our UK office.
Hello.
Hello. He just got to go see Final Fantasy 15.
I did.
Yeah, and you got to see a little bit more than what was shown in the trailer yesterday.
Yeah, so there was a brand new sort of gameplay trailer. Essentially, there was very little of the cutscene stuff, all action. It was very, very cool stuff.
So obviously this has gone away from the sort of like, separating battles from the overworld. Square Enix have kind of been going back and forth, but this looks very different from what they've been doing.
Really different. So I know in the teaser that they showed at the PS4 conference, there was a little bit of gameplay in there, and what you saw was like action taking place sort of when he's in corridors.
Yeah.
It's sort of quite a fluid. So this time there's a bit where he's down like the side of a building. He's like just kicking some guy's ass. He's got the sword out. He's doing all the special moves, but it's all like this sort of weird like horizontal view, which is very awesome. But the other cool thing were the big monsters. They're back. I believe, we weren't told, but I believe it was Infrit in a fight.
Yep.
And loads of fire spells, loads of really cool action. Again, it's very different to the old Final Fantasies. It's not turn-based at all. This is all action. But you still get those glimpses. You still get little number markers coming off when you land hits and all that stuff. You still got the spells. Don't know about summons yet, we'll see, but so far it's looking really exciting.
And so the main character that you're talking about, who's kind of doing all this action in the trailer, tell me about him a little bit.
Well, so he's basically the son, he's like a prince.
His name is Noctis or Noct?
Noctis, I believe.
Okay.
And he's like a prince, and essentially the full story hasn't been revealed yet, but it's to do with crystals because it's Final Fantasy.
Who'd have thought?
They love their crystals, man. They're all about crystals. And essentially, they're trying to defend a crystal, an unspecified crystal, from some evil villain guys who are trying to steal it from them. That's about as much as we know right now. There's not a whole lot on the story, which is amazing because, frankly, this game's been in development since 2006.
Right.
And the information that's been trickled out has been so light that I'm amazed we don't know more about it yet. But, it's amazing to see it now.
So what was the biggest thing that stood out to you during the trailer?
I think for me, it's the game itself is looking beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that visuals aren't everything, but with Final Fantasy, there's a certain expectation for them to push visuals to a different place, and it looks fantastic. It really does.
I was really surprised to see how much maneuverability the main character had.
Yeah.
He can almost like teleport into space. Yeah. He can run up walls. Grapple and sort of like jump back and forth.
Yeah.
Did they explain the limitations of that at all?
So, there were many questions asked.
I'm sure.
And many questions unanswered. We did try to ask about that sort of stuff. The biggest thing is, I guess, the biggest complaint for Final Fantasy 13 was the sort of linear aspect to it, where you're kind of walking down those corridors, right? Now, it's very difficult to tell right now if this Final Fantasy 15 is going to be the same. But from what we've seen, it looks a little more freeform. It looks like there's a lot more exploration. And certainly in the battles, at least, it's all over the place. And that looks really cool. There's that section there where he's sort of running around and getting shot by the guards, and that looks awesome, right? I mean, that's all like sort of that mix of the Western sort of aggressive action with a little bit of that Final Fantasy magic in there. And I like that.
I'm curious to see, because people sort of think of Final Fantasy, they think of the mechanics, like the tenets of how the games have always worked.
Yeah.
But there are other things that sort of define, that this is a Final Fantasy game. And I'm really curious to see how those sort of break through all the changes and if people will be able to embrace it.
Absolutely. I mean, 15 represents a huge change. I mean, ultimately, when they first announced it as versus 13, the reason they did that is because it was so different to what had come before. So the fact that they're making this, a primary numbered game in the series is interesting. I think one of the things that came out of the Q&A that happened after I saw this game was everyone was asking about, what's happening to the sort of the turn-based stuff, the command-based stuff, why are you going real-time? And Square Enix were very much on the defensive with Final Fantasy. They're very much saying that, we're going to make sure that this game is going to appeal to fans, to the hardcore players. We haven't forgotten about you. Whether that is true or not, we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Well, guys, we've got a lot more stuff to see. E3 is just getting underway. We're going to be doing a lot of these little videos. Every game we see, we're going to sit down and kind of discuss it. If you have any questions for us, contact us on Twitter using the hashtag GameSpot-E3. We're also going to have a lot of stage shows, over 90 games on 2 different stages. So, stay tuned. You can catch us on Twitch TV or GameSpot.com and our YouTube channel. Thanks for watching.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another GameSpot news update. I am here with Carolyn Pettit. I'm Tom McShay. You just saw Quantum Break.
I did.
It's Remedy's new game.
Yes.
We don't know anything about this game, so tell us, because I don't know anything.
Okay, so it's a third-person, story-focused, like action shooter type thing.
Okay.
So Sam Lake was in the room. The creative director of Remedy, I guess. And his big, like this, he framed this as a very top-level look at Quantum Break. But what he really wanted to talk about today was the fact that Quantum Break really is both a game and a television show.
Oh, no.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So,
is it like the Rabbids game where you're interacting with it?
Well, maybe kind of, sort of. I mean, so we remember how Alan Wake had... We remember how Alan Wake had its episodic structure, right?
Yes.
But in this game, so it actually... when you purchase a game, it has like a live action television show component, okay? And somehow, at key points during the game.
Oh my God.
At key points during the game, there are these things called like junction points, okay? So the villain in the game is the only person who can see these different pathways in time. And at these points, you actually step into the villain's role, and you kind of like choose one junction or another.
Is it a choose your own adventure?
He actually specifically said this is not a choose your own adventure.
Is that just because that's copyrighted though?
No, what he was saying is that it is a single story, but that your choices kind of shift your perspective at times. So for instance, there's 2 main playable characters. There's a man and a woman.
Okay.
So I think the choices you make at these junctions might impact, like, okay, well, do I follow what the guy is doing during this section or what the woman is doing during this section? And then these choices also determine, like, the scenes you see in the TV show and how the TV show plays out for you. And you're looking at me a little quizzically and confused, and I'm also a little confused because this was, like I said, a very top-level thing, and he didn't exactly go into tremendous detail about how all this is going to come together. But
now you understand why they didn't explain it during the Microsoft press conference.
Yeah.
And then it's like, here's a pretty picture of a dude with time stoppage. And it's like, yeah, whatever.
So in terms of the story, it sounds like a pretty kind of standard like mutant power kind of thing where there's like a science experiment that's like involving time, and of course it goes horribly awry, and like the people present there, 2 of them, get time manipulation powers and become the heroes. The other one becomes the villain, and he's got like the greatest time manipulation powers of all.
Of course.
And and then so Sam Lake actually repeatedly even said during the thing. So this is we've kind of got season 1 planned out, but and we may even go into like season 2. So he's already thinking about like potential sequels and stuff down the line. Like he is kind of thinking of this as a seasonal kind of television series / video game.
But it is still, if you're lost, I'm lost.
Yes,
it's a third-person shooter.
It is
so
a
whatever.
third-person.
You shoot stuff with your guns.
You do, and you, I'm sure, use time manipulation powers. But yeah, there was no like action gameplay shown during the demo. That he mentioned that it will have cover, mechanics and stuff like that. So
this sounds crazy.
It does
sound
crazy,
awesome.
ambitious. I feel like it's either going to be something totally cool and unlike anything we've seen before in the ways the game and the show interplay, or it's just going to completely fall apart and be kind of a big mess. But
an
I
interesting,
sure am,
beautiful mess.
Exactly. I sure am eager to see how this all turns out.
Well, yeah, I'm a little excited about this.
Yeah,
no. Do we know release date at all?
All he could say was that it's not an Xbox One launch title.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna wrap it up there. That was really interesting. Okay, so we're doing this all week where we play games and then we talk about them. If you have any questions, we're on the Twitter.
We are on the Twitter.
Hashtag GameSpot E3.
You got it.
The easiest way to remember that is GameSpot 3.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to do it.
Totally.
And yeah, we'll see you soon.
Hey guys, welcome back to Stage 2 at GameSpot's coverage of E3. I am Cam and I'm joined by two lovely gentlemen from Naughty Dog. We have both Neil and Bruce with me, who we're going to be talking to in just a second.
Hello.
So they are of course developers of The Last of Us, which is here in a big way at E3. So guys, before we have a look at some trailers and start talking about the game, tell us what's it like to have this game which you've been working on for years finally here at E3 and you're showing it all off to the fans.
3.5 years. 3.5 years of development.
3.5. Wow.
Yeah, and it comes out this Friday, so we're pretty excited about that.
Crazy. We have a few kiosks there where people can play a game, and there's a long line to play the game, even though it comes out in 2 days. We're stoked. The team is stoked.
Yeah, it's nice to see it being received like it's being received. It's beyond our expectations. It's totally beyond our expectations, and it's super, super, super exciting.
Now, in case someone for some reason hasn't actually heard about The Last of Us, I think in a few seconds we'll get a trailer up so everyone watching can just get an idea of what it is. In fact, here it is right now. So if you guys, I think it's quite story heavy, so we'll just let the trailer play out and then we'll pick up afterwards with you guys. So let's have a look.
We won't get another shot at this. I want Joel to watch over her.
What on earth do the Fireflies want with you?
We ain't talking about some walk in the park here.
They're coming.
I know. At least they're predictable. It's the normal people that scare me.
Get a move on.
Okay, so there we have it. That's the launch trailer, am I right?
Yes, that's the launch trailer.
Okay, cool. So I guess my first question for you guys, as you mentioned, it's been 3.5 years in development. When you very first decided, okay, we're going to follow up Uncharted with something different from what we've already done, why did you decide to choose a setting which, is post-apocalyptic, it's kind of zombie-esque? Why did you decide to choose that as your setting for your next game?
We're big fans of the genre, and we felt, at least in games, people haven't approached it from a very character-driven narrative perspective. And there's a story we wanted to tell with two characters. We had the idea of basing a whole game around a relationship. So at the start of the game, these two characters, Joel and Ellie, meet. They don't even like each other that much, but over the course of hours, and in the game time, it's an adventure that takes place over the course of a year, these two form a bond. And we felt like through interactivity, through mechanics, through story, through music, we could form a relationship unlike you've never felt in a game before. And we just felt that setting afforded us the most opportunities to.
Were you at all concerned that people might just see this and think, oh, it's another post-apocalyptic zombie game? Because there are two tropes that are well known and well used in video games.
Maybe a little bit, but again, we felt that once we could show the game that we had in our minds, the game that kind of we brainstormed and the team was excited about, we knew this was an experience no one has felt before. So even though maybe the high concept might seem similar, once you get your hands on it, people constantly say, I've never played a game like this. I've never experienced a relationship like this in a video game before.
A lot of what we were trying to do, like when we were kicking around the idea also, outside of the setting in the world and like grounding things, is like pull everything down, all the big set pieces, all the big action, and pull it down into the personal level. We really wanted to at each point or each turn where the conflict really like kicks into high gear and you feel like stakes are high, that means like somebody's life is at stake, somebody's life is in jeopardy, and so all the big action set pieces become much more personal and much more intimate. So everything that we're doing as far as like the core mechanics and the basic structure of like getting through each encounter and trying to make your way, whether it be stealth, whether it be like balls out action, whatever you want to do, we're just trying to make you feel like a survivor. And then when you're feeling like Ellie save you with a brick, you're out of ammo and you're up against the wall, and in the last second she can throw a brick, stunning an enemy and opening up her opportunity. Well, all these little moments just basically afford like the player to feel more like a survivor, so that then when these set pieces, when these big epic moments happen, well, you feel for those characters and you feel more like, all right, I know this person, I like this person, I'm engaged with this person, so like I need to help this person, and that can operate both ways. Ellie helping Joel, Joel helping Ellie.
Absolutely. Obviously a lot of people watching are really itching to actually play the game. I've been lucky enough to play the first hour and a half. And I'm not going to say anything to spoil that first hour and a half because it's something pretty special. But I felt that the relationship there that you create at the beginning was created very quickly. So what I'm interested in getting at here is how do you go about when you've maybe just got maybe half an hour to set up a relationship? What's like the challenge in writing a story to do that? Is it subtlety, or do you have to try and what tools do you have at your disposal to show, hey, you should care about these people? Because it can be quite tricky to do in a video game.
I think the best thing you could do is just make them human. Don't go out of your way to make them likable. Just show that they have flaws, show that they're not perfect. I think that's when you can relate to someone the most, and when you start liking them. And I think that's what people are really reacting to Joel and Ellie and other characters that you see in the beginning of the game, is that they're not perfect. They have flaws. They're not good guys either. You know, what we really tried to do with this game is have this really moral gray area where it's like people are just trying to survive, and Joel just happens to be trying to achieve something different than other survivors, and that kind of puts them in conflict. But they're not necessarily the bad guys. They're trying to survive as well. They're looking out for their buddies. They're just different buddies than Joel and Ellie.
So you mentioned the moral grey area. Was that quite a definite choice to be like, okay, so Uncharted had this really fun kind of almost tongue-in-cheek style to it that was really enjoyable. Were you like, this time we want to do something more gritty, more serious, more real?
I mean, it's all about the characters and the story we want to tell with those characters. And like what Neil was saying earlier, I mean, everything from the type of lighting that we created and the world we created and the lushness, we're playing with contrast a lot. It's about the familiar and the unfamiliar. The fact that you know that coffee shop that's now flooded. You've been to the hotel and now it's overgrown, right? These things that kind of are a bit off-putting, that there's this contrast between something that seems like it should be full of life and yet now it's abandoned, and it kind of represents loss and loss of human life, but at the exact same time, nature is reclaiming the earth, and there's lushness and beauty. And I think it's post-pandemic is what we call it, but it's like post-apocalyptic done in a different way, like in the Naughty Dog way, where it's all about beauty. We want to excite you about what's around the next corner, what's what you're going to see next, and what's going to happen with these characters next, what's going to happen with the story next. And like everything we're doing is just trying to tell this story about these two characters and try to create a believable, grounded world for them and to exist and move through.
Okay. It was an interesting challenge to do more of that moral gray area. It's something we haven't done before, and we're excited to do it and excited to put that Naughty Dog stamp on that.
Yeah, cool. Well, you were talking about the level of detail that you got in terms of the environment, but something that I find really interesting, and I'm actually got kind of a science background, so I'm a bit of a science nerd. I'm really interested that when you went for your kind of bad guys, that you're infected, that you went down the route of like a fungal infection. And I read actually, and I was really hoping you guys could tell me whether this is true, that it's actually based on a BBC documentary about this fungus, Cephalothorax or something, which actually infects ants. Is that right? Infects ants and kind of slowly kills the host ant and then like erupts through its head. Is that the basis for your bad guys?
It's the basis for kind of the infection in the world. We both saw the BBC documentary where you're talking about, and they're talking about cordyceps, and this, at the end of that segment, David Attenborough talks about that this fungus, the more numerous a species becomes, and he's talking about insects, but he says the more numerous a species becomes, the more likely they are to fall victim to this cordyceps fungus. And right away we had the idea, what if it jumped to people?
Yeah.
And then we started looking at other parasites and how they operate, and how they do this behavior modification. And you have these wasps that burrow their larvae into spiders' minds and change how a spider builds a spider web.
I'm really sorry if you're eating right now, by the way, because
and instead of like a spider thing has 12 steps of how it's built a spider web, but it alters its behavior, so it just does 3 of those steps, and it builds a cocoon around itself. And then the larvae hatch out. And just like really crazy stuff that's in nature that we could just borrow. And like no matter how crazy our imagination is, it already exists in nature, and that's the crazy part about it.
And what kind of gameplay opportunities did that give you? Because when I played, I noticed there was areas where there's like clouds of spores, and that's where you need to put the gas mask on. I thought that was a really nice touch. What other kind of opportunities did using this kind of fungal infection give you?
Well, we've only been talking about 2 different classes of infected so far, and there's stages as the military has deemed them, and then the survivors also have their own names for them. And the stage 1 is the runners; they can still see, so that has a very different play style, because of course now anytime you're in the line of sight, there's no consciousness, there's no empathy. They're just going to come at you, and they operate in packs, and they're going to run at you, and you just don't want to stay still. And then you have stage 3 is the clickers. So there's this whole lifespan from sporing to then getting affected to the manifestation of it's got sight. And then as just like the ants, like the spore starts growing out of their orifices, basically their eye sockets. And so it creates a blindness. And then the human element starts adapting this echolocation. So they click. Wow. That's why they're called clickers by the survivors, is because they're clicking around to get like the Doppler effect and getting the bounce off of the environment, and then anything that's moving inside of the environment is like recognized, like I can infect you, And so then you just don't want to touch those.
You guys must have had
like,
so much fun, like coming up with this in a really morbid way, but like so much fun, like weaving these kind of enemies together and thinking, well, what would happen next? The fungus does this, and then so they're gonna have to develop echolocation. That sounds like a hell of a lot of fun, right?
What's cool is you're working with like such a talented team, so you come up with an idea, and then somebody else runs with it, and all of a sudden it has this really cool look. Then the sound guys get a hold of it, and then you start hearing that clicking sound, and it's better than anything we've imagined. You know, it's like this whole collective has like put this game together, and we're super proud of how it ended up.
Great. And if you just remind everyone, when can they get their hands on The Last of Us, and on what platform?
It goes on sale midnight tomorrow night.
Wow.
Yeah. June 14th. Here it is. Let's do this.
For the Sony PlayStation 3, of course, right?
Exclusive to PlayStation 3.
Okay, so we've just got maybe time for one more question. I got to ask you guys. So now you've done The Last of Us. It ships tomorrow night. You know, obviously there's going to be updates and various things. You know, make sure it's as perfect as it can be. What are you guys going to do now? What are you up to? What's your plans for the future?
Vacation.
Okay, well that's nice. But post-vacation.
We just started working on first time Naughty Dog's doing single-player DLC. So there's a bit more story we want to tell. But it's still early days for that to give into more specifics.
Interesting. And do you have any, and as I know it's hard to predict into the future, but do you have any grand plans are you done with doing kind of sequels now? Are you, because this was like a new franchise for you and it seems like you've put everything into it. Are you keen to do another new franchise, or do you think you might try and do a sequel? Or too early to tell?
One game at a time. One game at a time. This one's just coming out. Let's get this thing out. Let's do the single player DLC. Let's do all our drops for the downloadable content. Then we'll see.
The thing we've always wanted is this journey of Joel and Ellie, for that to stand on its own. That we wouldn't rely on like having planned a trilogy or anything like that. And once everybody's worked their asses off, they need a long vacation. We come back. We'll see what inspires us and go from there.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Bruce and Neil. It's been great having you on the stage.
Thanks, Cam.
It's been great to meet you both as well. Good luck with the launch tomorrow night. And guys, make sure if you want to stick around on stage 2, which obviously you do, then please do, because up next we have The Puppeteer, which is a game I've been really looking forward to. So make sure you stick around, and we'll be back in around about 5 minutes.
stage 2 for GameSpot's E3 coverage. I am Cam, and I am joined here by Gavin. And Gavin is here to show us the Puppeteer. But before we do that, I just want to remind you that this is stage 2 because there are in fact 2 stages, 2 live stages all the way through E3 by us, GameSpot, which is something I think quite spectacular. So on stage 1 right now, we've got Chris Waters showing off something, or it might even be Danny O'Dwyer. So many of us. But stage 2 is only stage 2 by name. We have got some of the best games on the show floor here at E3, and right now this is one of my most anticipated. It's Puppeteer. So, Gavin, hi. Welcome to stage 2. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Having a really good show.
Oh, great. What's the best thing you've seen so far, apart from your own game?
My own game. They've kept me locked up over there in the Sony booth, talking to everybody, so they haven't let me out very much.
Okay.
But
not
I
even for
hope
like food or toilet breaks?
Afternoon, get out there. Sorry?
Okay. Not even for food or toilet breaks?
I'm not joking you.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
They run a tight ship there.
They do.
Okay, well, I'm really glad you were allowed out to come and see me. I really appreciate that.
No,
now
pleasure.
gauging how much you must be enjoying the freedom. But let's actually have a look at Puppeteer, and you can tell us a little bit about it. We've got a live demo for everyone watching at home right now.
Okay.
So explain to me, in a nutshell, what is Puppeteer?
Well, Puppeteer basically is all set in a magical theatre run by a very nefarious man called Gregorius T. Oswald. And he's also your storyteller and narrator through the whole thing.
Ah, okay.
And basically, this theatre is really unusual because instead of moving through the world like an ordinary platformer, the theatre actually changes on you every 5 to 10 minutes. So you never know what's going to come next, so you always want to keep playing.
So when you say the theatre changes, what do you mean?
The actual sets will all rotate, spin out, revolve. You can see them moving at the moment.
Okay.
To actually, cause me difficulties in this actual ride section of the game.
So is that dictated by your progress through the game, or if you were to stand still, would that still happen? Oh, right. See.
In other sections of the game, you can. But what we decided to do was make something where you would never see the same thing twice.
Okay.
And that was really important to us. So we couldn't work out how to do that. I mean, how do you do that in a game? Never see the same thing twice, right?
That's tough.
And how would you make everything change every 5 to 10 minutes? And then we hit upon the idea of the theatre, because with this we actually have a set.
Yeah.
And we can change the way it moves, we can rotate it, we can make it scroll across, using, cogs and things. And we have loads of different ways that the set changes, but we also have a huge variety in this game. As I said, we never show things twice. So my team hates me. It means they have to make everything fresh every 5 to 10 minutes. So basically, I've had to buy them lots of pizza and beer all the time to get on with them.
I can imagine. Now, you mentioned this all. Your kind of inspiration for this is the theatre,
Yeah.
and the game has things like kind of audience reaction and things within.
Yeah.
So when you kind of hit on that theatre idea, what other type of tropes of the theatre have you thrown in there?
Well, it's
Am I going to be able to sing along?
There may be a section. I'm not giving too much away, but there may be a section where you might be able to sing along.
That appeals to me.
But then, as you mentioned, the audience is great. That I put in completely selfishly because I'd work late, go home, play the game, and then I'd clear a level or beat a boss, and I'd look around and my son had gone to bed, so it was like, I need somebody to cheer me on. So as you play Puppeteer and you succeed, then actually the audience will get into what you're doing, start clapping and cheering you on. We have a full lighting rig, theatre lighting rig, volumetric lights. We have fog machines, basically it'll blow fog across the stage and everything. And we actually call our characters a cast.
Okay.
Because they're playing characters, so they have their own personalities.
Mm-hmm.
And the game's very Monty Python-like, so as you progress through the game, the characters start breaking the fourth wall, and they start talking to the audience and having little fights with each other, having dig at the narrator and what he's saying and stuff. So it's a very unusual experience.
So it almost verges on kind of panto at times, does it?
Yeah, it is, and that's actually a very good example. We're both Englishmen, and we.
Well, I'm a Scotsman, but
Scotsman. Then I'm sorry, British.
I'll take that. Yeah.
British. Not to offend anyone out there. And so, that sort of thing, that sort of reactions from the audience as well, and reacting with the audience is pretty awesome.
Well, what we're watching now, we're watching this little guy. He looks like a puppet. He's got appears to be a house for a head.
Yeah, I've got a house for a head.
Wielding a pair of scissors. Can you explain a bit of the backstory? Like,
okay,
who are we and why do we have a house for a head?
Okay, basically, this is a dark fairy tale. So it's very much Terry Gilliam or Tim Burton in that sense.
You can see that, yeah.
And our poor hero here, he was basically stolen away from the Earth to the moon by the Moon Bear King.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, happens all the time. And he's basically, his soul is stuffed into the body of a wooden puppet, and he's sent off to be a slave in the kitchens. But he displeases the king, so the king rips his head off and eats it, and then throws him away, discards it.
Wow.
Now there's a witch that works in the kitchens, Esma Potts, and she has a very lazy flying cat called Yin Yang, and she's basically wanting to get this pair of magic scissors from the Moon Bear King.
Okay.
Because they're the most powerful thing on the moon.
Right.
So she's using these poor children, basically, sending them off on this death-defying trip to get these scissors, and none of them come back. And unfortunately, she sends off our hero here, Kutaro, and he actually manages to get the scissors because he has this ability with his head. And because he has no head, he's able to pick up different heads, and they act as your life, okay?
Right.
You get hit, your head will fall off, right? And roll around for 3 seconds, right? And that 3 seconds is the food rule. You know when you drop your toast?
Yeah.
And
I
you
do
get,
it all the time.
Yeah. And then, you get away with that. Your mum goes, okay, that's good enough. So they're your life.
Okay.
And you can have 3 at once.
And so if you can pick it up in 3 seconds, you don't actually die. You
Right.
You can retain your life. All right, so let me just get this straight. So we're a soul trapped inside a headless puppet who finds heads and who's got a pair of magic scissors on the moon. Now, were you entirely sober when you came up with this idea?
I might not have been.
Might not have been, because that is outrageous, but fantastic, really fantastical.
Yeah.
I guess that's a very deliberate move. And you mentioned the kind of Tim Burton-esque influences here. So, and what's going on here? What are you using to attach to that?
There are 4 hero heads as well.
Okay.
So these ordinary life heads, there are 100 of those to find, and each of those has an individual power.
Right.
That you can use at one point in the game, either to defeat a boss or open a bonus stage, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
But there are 4 hero heads, and those heads are basically the 4 heroes of the moon who rose up against the Moon Bear King,
okay.
but were pathetic in their revolution,
right,
and were basically decimated, and their heads were scattered across the moon. So as you go on your wacky wild adventure, you find these heads.
And then you can get their power, right,
Yeah.
when you use them. Okay, interesting.
So the first would be this knight, so I can guard with this, right? So I just lost my head there, so I've got 3 seconds to bring it back and get back my life. Then I've got a bomb here, my ninja head, and I need to blow this up, so I'm going to use that.
Okay. So
Okay.
you can switch heads on the fly, as it were.
Yeah, they're assigned to
Okay.
buttons.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's really cool. So I'm going to go up here, cut up all this smoke, and I'm going to use my wrestler head and smash down on this and break it.
Wow.
And you saw me using my pirate head before?
Yeah.
The hook. And I can grab onto things with that. Now those heads and the scissors are not just for battle.
Okay.
They're incredibly important to use as a way of navigating your way through the game. So for instance, that wrestler head, because we're on a stage, I can actually physically move the stage around to solve puzzles. And then with this hook, I can grab hold of objects and actually ping them backwards and forwards to fire up smoke like this or different things. So they have to be used in conjunction throughout the game.
Right, okay. So does that mean, as a result, there's kind of multiple ways of getting past bits, or is there like precise heads you have to use at precise times?
It's both. It's your choice. Sometimes they're going to be. You're going to have to do things like I'm doing now. I'm being forced to use these heads in conjunction. Use the bomb, cut up, then use the wrestler, for instance. And I'm just annoying this dragon more and more and more. But it's up to you. There are points in the game where you have to decide what to do, whether you want to cut up somewhere and find out what's up there or what's not up there.
So you can use these scissors. They seem to be really useful as a way of kind of getting around more than anything else, right? Yeah, is that what makes them magic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically. Plus they have the ability to cut through mostly anything.
That is useful.
Yeah.
I'd like them. That'd be very useful. And so who's the kind of little fairy chap? Or Chapette,
okay.
us around.
We have 2 sidekicks in the game.
All right.
The first one is the cat I talked about.
Yeah, Yin Yang, right?
Yin Yang. He's your first helper, but he's incredibly lazy and doesn't want to go on this adventure with you. So after you escape the Black Castle of the Moonbear King and set off on your real adventure, you get joined by this character who's called Picarina.
Okay.
And she's basically the daughter of the sun who's transformed into this character by the Moonbear King.
Ah, I see.
And she's incredibly annoying.
Okay.
But what's really interesting is I can control her on the right stick like this.
All right, so she's not an AI sidekick.
No, and then I
exclusively.
can then like click around with her, and I'm going to open his mouth, and I got a new head there. I got the dragon head.
So how many heads are there?
There are 100.
100 heads.
Yeah, 100 heads.
Wow. Okay. That's a lot. That's
Serious.
a lot to collect.
So if you play this one player,
That's
right,
great.
you can click around the backgrounds and find different things.
Yeah.
And most of the background in Puppeteer is completely interactable.
Okay.
Okay. So, you know, as I said, my team are annoyed with me because we change everything 5 minutes. So slow down a bit and search around a bit, guys, and let my team be a little bit happier that you see their beautiful things that they've made.
Okay, that is a very beautiful dragon. You can tell them I
It
said
is.
that. That looks gorgeous.
So, but obviously it's a platform game, so we do have 2 player, but that's something we're going to talk about later.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question actually.
Yeah.
You read in my mind. Okay, but so you're not can't really talk too much about that just now. Okay. So I'm just getting kind of drawn in by this.
Yeah, it's one of those
here.
games, isn't it? I just got fried as well because I was kind of.
Oh, so that's right. So you were meant to be doing. I'm
Yeah.
gonna probably blame myself for that one. I did kind of distract you. So who is this dragon? What's his deal? Why is he?
He's
why is he
one
so
of the
angry?
generals of the Moonbear King.
Okay.
And basically, we have a lot of bosses in our game.
Right.
We have 13 major boss battles.
13.
And every single one of those boss battles is different. So, and they're basically all the generals of the Moonbear King, and then obviously the Moonbear King himself.
I'm getting almost from this brief glimpse of this boss fight, almost a God of War-esque vibe and how you fight
God
them.
of War meets theatre.
Oh, right, okay.
See, I'm being distracted
Yeah,
as well.
I'm just throwing these points at you. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just showing your game is not easy, right? It's
Yeah.
not easy. It's not easy when there's a Scotsman distracting you.
It is, it's true.
So you're putting your scissors on fire there. So your scissors have a number of...
Yeah, you see, those scissors,
abilities?
they obviously can cut through different things, but you can power them up.
Okay.
And once you power them up, it means you can cut longer and faster. Normally, you can just cut a little bit.
I won't distract you this time. I'll let you nail him this time.
But we're incredibly varied, and we really do urge people to go out there and pick up a copy. We're out really soon.
When exactly?
We're out September the 10th.
September the 10th. Wow, so
Yeah.
not long after E3 at all.
No.
So if you're at E3 right now and also somehow live streaming this, which might be a few strange people, can you actually play the Puppeteer
Right.
at E3?
Walk onto the Sony booths. We have 4 setups up there. We have another 2 both on both of the platforms as well. We have 2 demos, so we don't just have this demo as well. We have another completely different demo which tells you the opening story and everything, which is much more platformy rather than fast-paced like this.
Yeah, so this, I was going to say, this looks like not the beginning of the game. Like,
No.
It's challenging. It's quite
Right.
challenging, you like, especially when I'm distracting you.
Okay, so I'm really annoying him now. So I think we're showing people too much, don't you?
No, I don't know. I mean, if,
But just for
if this is all you've
GameSpot,
got...
we should take him out.
Okay, good plan. Do it for GameSpot. And see, no.
And it's absolutely seamless. You can see how the scenes change
Yeah,
and everything.
it's gorgeous.
Everything pops in and moves. We don't load at all. So once you're in the game, you're in the game. You can just stay in there and enjoy this kind of crazy, fantastical, weird, eccentric world we've created.
Now, what I'm interested about actually, this seems to almost be in the last few years. Maybe it's just in my mind, but a resurgence of really quality 2D platformers. You know, like we've got Rayman Legends, Rayman Origins. Well, the Rayman Origins look fantastic. We got Puppeteer, and then we had Little Big Planet before. I mean, so what were your kind of influences in a kind of mechanical way? Because getting the mechanics of platforming is kind of do or die.
That is the essentials of a platform game.
Yeah. So where did you take your leads from?
Well, it's really interesting. I mean, I've been playing platform games for, I'm 43 years old, so ever since they've been out, basically. And obviously, the one that has always kicked it has been Mario.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so super good on the D-pad, and the jump's so cool.
It's hard to quantify, but it just feels right.
Right.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. And it's the language of gaming, right? Platform games.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask anybody. You can give anybody a platform game, and they can play it because all it is pushing left and right and pressing jump,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody knows it. So it's our language, you know. And we spent a long time working on these mechanics
Mm-hmm.
and redefining and chipping away. I mean, I think the jump alone took over a year to get right to the way we wanted it because of the speed of the character, the way the sets change, and how far you have to jump, and that you're not allowed to go too far with the jump because you have to use the scissors to get to different places because of the cut mechanic.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then we spent a long time refining that. We had one guy just working.
Wow. Jesus, one guy for a year.
Yeah, one programmer and then one animator making sure that take this frame out.
He must have got some strange looks if he went to a party and they were like,
Right,
what do you do?
what do you do?
Oh, well, I've been working last year on how to jump. Like, well, okay.
How to move this character around.
Wow, there you go. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on stage and showing us a whole new demo of the Puppeteer. I really appreciate you coming on,
Thank you very
Gavin.
much for
It's been great.
letting me be here.
Okay, well, guys, just to let everyone know, if they have liked what they've seen and they're interested in picking up the Puppeteer, when can they and on what platforms?
Okay, it's for PS3.
Mm-hmm.
We're out on September the 10th. It's Blu-ray disc and PSN. If you pre-order, you get the wonderful soundtrack by Patrick Doyle.
Okay.
Patrick has written 70 pieces of music for you, right, in this game. They're not all on the soundtrack, by the way.
Okay.
Okay. Patrick used to be the head of the Royal Shakespeare Company for musical
So
director.
he's got a theatre past there.
Theatre background, but he
Yeah.
also wrote the music for Carlito's Way and Pixar movies. Absolutely stunning. So
Right.
pick it up, pre-order it, get that wonderful soundtrack. September the 10th, bargain price, $39.99.
Oh my God.
12 plus hours of gameplay in there for you.
Okay.
And
Brilliant.
it's something special and new, and we hope you really enjoy it.
Excellent. Well, Gavin, it's been a pleasure having
No.
you on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
and
much.
for you watching at home, make sure you stay tuned to stage 2. We'll be back again in about 5 minutes with one more time with myself, and we're going to be looking at Blackguards, so don't go anywhere.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson, and I am so excited to be joining you from E3 2013 on the front line with GameSpot. I'm standing here in front of the Expo Center where geeks of all shapes and sizes are dressed up in their nerdy finest and heading into the conference center. All the industry professionals are here to see the newest games, the newest consoles, meet about all of those mysterious businessy things that people meet about, but I am going to be running hither and thither, seeing the exciting lights, the new games, getting the insider info and tips on how to survive E3. So let's run inside right now. We'll catch some of the people who are already in line and see how they're doing. I'm here at the front doors to the E3 Expo, and behind me is a mass of humanity. Everyone's been lining up, and they've been waiting since I got here. I don't even know how long. And I have intel that there is royalty in our midst. Apparently, Mr. E3 is here at the front of the line. I hear that you hold the title of Mr. E3. Is that true?
True, since 2 years ago, yes.
And why is that? Why did you get that title?
I was early. I got here about 6 o'clock and waited for that long.
So you got here at what time this morning?
Oh, about 8:30.
How long have you been waiting? Just a little while?
Just actually got here. We were here a little bit ago. I think we just now realized what the line actually was.
How does it feel to be the official last guy in line?
It feels bad because we've been here since 8 and we've just been walking around. And we could have been up there, but we were too lazy to wait, so yeah.
Are you afraid you might get trampled when they run in?
No, I would run.
Where are you going to run first?
Nintendo.
I just want to see the specs on the Xbox One and on the PS4.
I'm really excited to check out Nintendo's booth. It's usually where I go first.
Well, we just get so many flights to get here. We're so exhausted. We are waiting, super fanatic to see just the Nintendo booth.
I actually want to see, there's a couple games that I had in mind, one being the Elder Scrolls Online.
Elder Scrolls Online coming to consoles, that's really exciting.
Well, you're kind of, I mean, you're not at the front of the line, you're not too far away, but are you going to be like pushing through people to get to the Nintendo booth?
Totally, I will.
I mean, I'm sure it'll move fast. Once the doors are open, it's going to be like a stampede in there, so.
If, hypothetically, someone were to fall down in front of you, would you walk over them or would you walk around?
I would actually pick them up. I mean, that'd be like the most courteous thing to do, you know?
There are a lot of excited people here at E3. Their techniques vary, though. We have Mr. E3 at the very beginning of the line who's been here since 6 a.m. and knows exactly what he wants to see. And then the last guy in line who's just looking to be impressed. I can identify with both of those things, but one thing I know for sure is I've got to get in there now, so let's go. Welcome to E3.
E3 is in the air. But before the future of gaming descends upon Los Angeles, the folks at I Am 8-Bit are celebrating gaming's past with their latest show, I Am 8-Bit Entertainment System. Gallery curator John Gibson hopes that their latest collection will remind people of a simpler time, when gameplay was unsullied by modern conceits and imagination was king.
Why open I Am 8-Bit in general? Because the world needed it. There's something about games culture that doesn't really celebrate games as much as they really should. I feel like there's a lot of focus on modern games, but imagination in the past was far more amazing because you were required to like make incredible leaps. It supplied a great canvas for interpretation. There's a piece from Ninja Turtles where it's the Hudson River Dam, and you see Raphael just swimming like in this really beautiful landscape underwater. That print specifically like puts it in this epic scope. Like the game itself did not show you that perspective. Like this piece, you got a 4x3 TV, and the piece is this much wider. it shows you what you thought you were seeing. It shows you all the colors and vibrance and wildlife, fish and turtles and kelp and all this stuff. In reality, you had like probably 10 colors on screen. That game is so fucking hard, and that level is so fucking frustrating. And like, I think that's our most popular print here, because it embodies so much of what it was like to be sitting in a living room, cross-legged, playing that game with your friends, and just throwing the controller at the TV. I think it's about really specific experiential memories for a lot of people, especially with this show. Like, this is our 6th iteration of I Am 8-Bit, and I feel like it's way more niche than any of the other shows. Like, whereas a lot was about Mario and Donkey Kong and Zelda and all these characters and worlds that were very prevalent even in today's world. But now it's about like the Earthbounds and the Ninja Turtles and all these games that weren't the top game. They were like down here, down here, down here. All these guys that are now power players in the industry, all these men and women, like, now they're creative directors and they're like CEOs and like, you know, super producers. They're all influenced by that stuff, and now I think they're putting it in very subtly into all the modern stuff, and with this next generation of consoles, I really hope that more and more of that stuff leaches in, because if it doesn't, we're all doomed. I think there's people that really love games that come into the show that buy their first piece of art, which is incredible. But then there's people that are really into art that never knew there was video game inspired art too. And I think it confuses them sometimes, but then also excites them. And then there's that third audience where they don't even know what they're walking into. They just walk in and their minds are blown that like art in video games can actually be a thing.
Hi, I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson here on the front line at E3 2013 with GameSpot. Obviously, we all know that E3 is for gamers, but is it for the competitive gamer, the person who's involved in esports? I set out to find out what companies are interested in esports, what they're doing about it, or whether this is really more a place for a recreational gamer. I'm walking around the convention center just looking for anything that looks like it might be competitive gameplay or esports related. There's really not much that I can see. Hi, I'm standing here with Caleb Fox, the head of esports for Wargaming America. Caleb, I've had the pleasure of working with you before on World of Tanks, which I know there's a huge emphasis on esports for you guys now. Tell me a little bit about it.
So we kind of kicked off at WCG 2012 in Kunshan, China. That was kind of our first big global debut, so to speak, into esports. And since then, we've just skyrocketed everywhere. E3 is, generally focused toward the recreational gamer, but how much of a demand do you see for esports in your audiences? There's a pretty high demand. They're always chanting for more, no matter what we give them. It's never enough. We have a massive competitive player base, about 80,000 players worldwide that compete pretty regularly. So they're always asking for more. So we're trying to give it to them. We now have weekly shows. Pretty much any time of the day you can go on and watch World of Tanks being played. And so we're striving to make that better and better and more accessible to the audience.
Here with Marcus Graham, aka DJ Wheat, who I would call a figurehead of esports, and he's
Sure.
He's here at the Twitch booth. Marcus, tell me, here at E3, although Twitch I know has a huge connection with esports, how much is there a connection with esports here at E3 at this conference?
I mean, with Twitch specifically, it's more like, obviously, the awareness, right? We're always trying to spread the awareness of esports through Twitch, whether that be through the apps or some of the announcements. But at the show, it's always interesting to see, companies that are putting a esports focus on things.
TSM Snapdragon just finished their interview on the live stream. Well, a lot of people are doubtful that esports could become something just like real sports, but if you look back at, baseball, go back a long enough time, people thought the same thing about baseball. So do you see esports growing at a level that soon we'll see it on the level of professional sports?
If you look at back then for Worlds, the viewership of Worlds was actually higher than some baseball numbers for just watching on TV. And it could potentially grow and grow bigger and bigger, and it's looking good so far.
Definitely. Well, you guys are certainly celebrities. You've recently been on a show. A lot of people are gathered just to watch and hear what you have to say. Does it feel good to be a gaming celebrity?
I think it's pretty cool. I mean, not many people get to have a chance to do this, so I'm really happy to have it. So I try to make the most of it. But yeah, it feels pretty awesome. Fans come up to meet us all the time. It's always fun to interact with them because, yeah, it's really awesome to be really good at the game, and people just like you for it for some reason. So I think it's amazing.
Coming from a StarCraft background myself, I thought I might find some more esports at E3 at the Activision Blizzard booth. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem they've brought many of their esports titles, or the ones they did, they don't have anyone that could chat with me about it. What do you think? Is E3 the place for esports? Let us know by tweeting with the hashtag GameSpotE3. there, I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson for GameSpot here at E3 2013, bringing you frontline coverage from right here on the show floor. A lot of people are already telling me that this is one of the best E3s they've ever been to. That must be because of all the excitement surrounding the so-called console war between Xbox One and PS4. Earlier this week, GameSpot had a poll on Twitter asking people which one they preferred, and the results were overwhelmingly for PS4. Let's go find out if some of those opinions have changed or if people are still rooting for Sony. Since everyone says that PS4 is their favorite, I'm going to head over to that booth first. Let's see what it looks like. Really want to see this console. There it is, the promised land. That looks so sexy. So in the console war, Xbox One versus PS4, do you have a favorite?
PS4.
Why is that?
It just seems like the features of it is just better, like the engine it runs on, graphics, like exclusives.
Yes, I'm leaning towards the PS4. I've always been a fan of Sony, but I actually was going to give the Xbox One a chance. Most of my friends have Xboxes, so I was going to give it a chance, but after seeing the press conferences and everything, it just seems like they're going more into a full-scale home entertainment system rather than gaming.
Which way?
My biased opinion is going to go with the Xbox One.
Yeah, right now Xbox. I like the feel of the controller. I like the game so far.
I'm leaning more towards the PS4.
Why is that?
Always been a Sony guy. Always have.
PS4 all the way. The new Xbox just kind of pisses me off in all ways, shapes, or forms.
I'd probably get the Xbox, but it's kind of expensive. Just because it has like Halo and like that Titanfall look really sick.
Because the fact that you have to be online at least once a day and you can't share games with friends, it's like, honestly, why are you shooting yourself in the foot?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a clear winner here. There's no question.
And who is that?
Xbox. Xbox One all the way. We have both talked about it. We like that you're constantly being watched. I don't like being alone.
It's just keeping you in the loop by watching you constantly. And I like a lot of people complain about the price point. Obviously, the PS4 is cheaper, but I just feel like I get the high roller experience with the Xbox One and just feeling like I'll buy the day one edition, I'll spend more, but it makes me feel like I'm part of the, a club. There's literally nothing you could do to change my mind.
After the press conference, I'm leaning towards Sony, only because I feel like they gave a better presentation. The only thing that would make me not do it is how many gigabytes they're going to give out for for $399. But if they're giving away 300 or 400 gigabytes, it's definitely going to be PlayStation. I mean, I'm going to get both of them, but I'll probably get the PlayStation first.
I'm a big Xbox girl, love Microsoft, but I might be switching allegiances. I'm still on the fence, but I think I might have switched over.
Well, it looks like Xbox One is going to have a lot of work to do to win back over the console consumer here at E3, as it looks like the resounding preference is for PS4. What do you think? Tweet your preference with hashtag GameSpotPS4 or hashtag GameSpotXbox1. As for me, I can't lie. I'm going to try and get all of them.
Hey everybody, welcome back to stage 2 here at GameSpot's E3 coverage. I am Cam, and I'm on a very comfy red chair, and I have a game for you which I reckon you probably won't have seen. Now, it's by a studio called Daedalic Entertainment. You may have played their games before if you've ever encountered Deponia. One of our colleagues, in fact Sarah, is a huge fan of Deponia, so I hope, Sarah, you're watching this. So guys, let me introduce you to them. We have Kai and Klaas. How are you doing, gents?
Oh, we're good. I'm very excited to be here.
Good. Are you enjoying E3?
Yes.
Yeah, now you were telling me earlier you haven't really managed to escape your booth. This seems to be a theme. The guys from Last of Us also hadn't escaped their booth until they came here. So I like to think that we're a bit of an escape, an oasis from your own games kind of
Oh yeah,
world.
actually, yeah. Thank you for taking us out a little bit. No, actually, we've been super busy at our booth, and we're happy about all the attention that we're getting.
Brilliant. All right,
and, well, I mean, that's even better than having time to walk around, isn't it?
That is true. That's true. Well, let's talk about the game you brought with you. It's called Blackguards. So, sum up for me, Blackguards. What is it? What's it all about?
It's a game about bad guys.
Game about bad guys. So
bad guys. You are running around with a bunch of bad guys.
So anti-heroes. Is that the idea? Is
Yeah,
it,
in
or
some
just
way,
straight
yes.
up bad guys?
They're still bad guys.
Okay. So what made you want to make the player role as someone who, a nefarious character?
Nefarious?
Oh, bad, basically.
Yeah, the bad. We came up with this nice idea since it's 2 years ago, I guess. We came up with this nice idea. And then we thought, okay, shiny heroes are not our world, so we want to present something really cool.
All right, well, let's... Oh no, I think our PC has decided to install an update. Wonderful. This is my favorite game, actually, is installing updates. Well, while that does that,
really cool.
let's kind of just set the scene a bit more before we actually look at the game. So, obviously, you guys, if it's in terms of Deponia, you're best known for your kind of point-and-click adventures. What made you think, hey, all right, guys, we're going to make a turn-based RPG?
Well, actually, we're telling stories in our games, and we love to tell stories, doing narrative games. Point-and-click adventures are a good thing to do that, but they're not the only genre in which you can do that. So RPGs are like a logic evolution to that, and we can tell great stories in RPGs as well. We wanted to get into this genre as well. We have a lot of RPG fans in our company, in our team, that always wanted to do an RPG, and especially such an unusual game with like Blackguards, with such a dark story to it.
Okay, well, can you tell me a little bit more about the world that Blackguards takes place in? You mentioned we're bad guys, but what's the setting? What's going on?
Actually, the setting is the Dark Eye. That's a role-play game universe which originated in Europe almost 30 years ago. It's classically a pen and paper system.
Okay.
Has been used in a couple of computer games as well before. And Blackguards might be the darkest take on the Dark Eye that's ever been there so far.
So darker than dark. That's pretty dark.
Darker than dark, definitely, yeah.
Now, we have a resident role-playing fan in our staff, Johnny Chiellini. I wonder if he's heard. Have you heard of the franchise? Do you remind it? What's the name of the role-playing game?
That's the Dark Eye. Maybe it's more known in the US as Realms of Arcania. That were at least a couple of computer games that came out here.
Okay. Cool. Well, anyway, let's go back to Blackguards. The computer is just about done with this update, and we'll be ready to actually show off the game. But let me see what else I want to ask you. So explain to me. You mentioned we're bad guys. What have we done? Like precisely, how bad are we? The main characters.
We are accused to be a murder.
You used to be a murderer.
Yes.
Wow, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
Doesn't get much
Of
worse
course
than
it's
that.
bad.
What made you decide to think? Oh, I know. Players of this game will associate with a convicted murderer. Like, why did you choose that? Because it's as bad as it gets.
Well, we thought ourselves, what's happened if you are thrown in a situation where you not can argue about you're good or you're bad.
Okay.
And so we came up with you are bad, and you should recognize you are bad, and you should be proud of what you are.
Oh, right. Okay. So proud of being bad. All right. Well, I think we are very close to actually getting the game on screen. I can't wait to see this convicted murder. I mean, it kind of sets the player up for right at the beginning. They kind of need to feel bad about who they are, and maybe just accept it. Is that the idea? Accept it. You're a bad guy. Are you trying to encourage the player to play as someone with questionable morals would play, like make those kind of decisions?
Yes,
okay.
Of course we do.
Right.
But it's in a different kind of way. It's something new and something fresh. Yes.
Cool.
And I guess the player will get really used to it, and he will get used to the fact that he can be whatever he wants to be, without regrets.
Cool. Well, let's go into it. All right. So while he brings the game up, let's just focus on actually some of the mechanics. So how are we going to be playing this game?
So it's an RPG with turn-based combat. So a classical approach to the genre, but with a lot of new twists that we'll explore in just a little bit. We'll have Hexfield maps on which we'll be doing the combat, and actually the combat will go into a pretty deep strategic level. So there's a lot of exploring on each battle map that we can do, that we should do, but that we don't necessarily need to do. So there are many multiple ways in how we can solve each single map.
Okay, cool. Well, the PC is not playing ball, is it? Okay, let's try it one more time, see if we can boot it up. We also have some footage of the game, but I think it would be great to get the live demo working. But we'll give one more try, and if not, we'll whack on the footage and have a good look at the game. It'd just be great if we could actually show it as live, So we'll give it one more chance, and then we'll have a look at the B-roll. Okay, but in the meantime, so you mentioned that you wanted to give a try at RPGs. You had RPG guys on your staff who were really big fans of it. Where did you reach for influences from the RPG world? I mean, you mentioned tabletop games already, and it actually takes place in the universe. But what about video game RPGs? Is there anything you've seen you're like, oh, I really want to take parts of that and stick it into Blackguards, mechanics or anything like that?
Actually, that will be a question for Kai. As
He's in the game right now.
Oh, Kai's in the game. Oh, brilliant. We actually do have the game loaded up. Excellent. All right, here we go. Let's have a look at some Blackguards. Masters, hints, and tips. Oh, so is this loading screen? So it gives you kind of hints and tips?
Yeah,
there?
I mean, we're still early in development, so the game's supposed to come out by the end of the year, around November. So we're still missing a little bit of the connecting cutscenes in here and some in-game text. Also, we don't have voiceovers in there yet, but there will be full voiceovers, of course.
Great. Okay, so the ultimate question, warrior, hunter, or mage? Who are we going to go as?
I will start with the warrior.
Okay.
For me, it's right now easier because you need to take care on different things on the hunter and on the mage as well. So you're not a SD defense guys.
Yeah. Okay, so cool. Let's go the warrior then. Great idea.
Actually, these are 3 character archetypes.
Yeah.
And out of these, we will be able to create any character class that the Dark Eye system has in its own system. So the guys from the Dark Eyes stopped counting character classes quite some time ago, but back then they already had like 60, 70 character classes in there. So there's quite a lot that you can create out of these 3 archetypes, but just investing the right skills and the right talents and right attributes.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to male hero. He's got a bit of facial hair going on there, big axe and shield. Right, you're kind of archetype, you're classic hero. And
yes.
So you've got quite a lot of, Matt, let's watch this trailer actually. Let's watch the intro graphic.
So in the unforeseen, actually we learn about what happened to our hero or to our character we are playing. Actually, we will be approaching our best friend. Her name is Eleanor, and will be witnessing how she will get murdered. Actually, she's not only our best friend, but she's also the wife of the Duke of the county that we're living in. So she's quite an influential person, and what's happening to her will influence our story pretty much.
Okay, we're not actually getting. Oh dear, she's definitely been eaten by a wolf or something.
Exactly. So it's not just a bunch of criminals killing her, but this strange creature, and we will be trying to fight this wolf off in a little bit. I can tell you already that we're way too late. There's not much we can do about this. There's not much we can help with. Actually, we will get a lot of blood stenches all over our body, and a little bit later on, we will get caught by the guards, and they won't believe a word of our story because they won't find this wolf anymore.
All right, so here we are. So you've got you move kind of movement square, so that's the limit of your movement, I'm guessing. And what have you done there? Why is it going all?
This is one of the very first battle maps. It's still the tutorial mode, so it's kept pretty simple. We see the white hex fields. This is the area that we can play our action in within the same turn. The green fields are the extended move range, so we can move to these places, but do not perform any action within the same turn anymore.
Brilliant. All right, so we need to go and kill that wolf, right? Who's just devoured our best friend. How dare you?
We also can define waypoints.
Oh, so you can say how you want to get there.
have some more strategic elements inside.
Oh, very good. So it's just a straight line to your destination.
It's not only a straight line.
Okay,
So the future battle maps later on in the game will become
Alright.
far more complicated.
Power blow. Let's go. That was easy.
That was
Yeah.
easy. This time it was easy. Last time I used to have 8 times to, hit this fucking
So
wall.
there's a degree of randomness in terms of how much damage you do.
It is.
Okay. Excellent. In true RPG style. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so end of turn, and the enemy is dead. And so is the we're good. We're good.
Yeah. Just that we're still missing a couple of connecting cutscenes here.
Yeah.
So what happened in the meantime is the guards caught us. And
Okay.
as said, they don't find any wolves near to the corpse, so they take us for being the murderer of Eleanor, of the lady. And they send us straight into prison and actually start even torturing us and try to get some information out of us. There's not much we can say, but they at least achieve that we start thinking about the whole thing. And, well, we will reach some stage later on where we will be doubting our own words, our own version of the story. So this is one thing that we will be exploring throughout the game. However, we're in our prison cell now, and we will get we're sentenced to death, and we will be sent on the death row in just a little bit. Just the night before we actually shall be hung, a dwarf frees us from our cell.
Thank you, dwarf. Fantastic.
Yeah, he's not doing that because he's such a nice guy, but actually because he wants to break out of the prison himself.
Okay.
And he's looking for some help, and he thinks we can be a good asset to his party.
So now we're controlling 2 characters. This is our dwarf here. He's you've ran him up there.
Exactly.
Nice.
Our party will grow to up to 7 characters later on, of which
Oh.
we can have 5 of them at the same time on the battlefield. For now, it's the 2 guys, and we learned that the dwarf is a pretty good tank, and he can take a lot of damage. Otherwise, he can still also deal a lot of damage.
So when you're attacking, I noticed you've got 2 options. You've got power blow, which you've used each time, and you've also got another option. What one is that other one? And then what's the disadvantage or advantage of each one? So they take more action points?
Exactly. It takes a little more action points, and we can develop these special attacks later on in the game.
Okay. You just punched a guy in full armor and a shield. That's pretty impressive. I'm impressed by that. That's good. No weapons needed, just punch. And one dwarf. Oh, blocked. Okay, so is it the blocking? How does that work? Is it based on chance or?
Yeah, we have actually the whole RPG system rolling in the background of the game.
Right.
You can even pop up a little in the window and watch that.
Oh, I
so
see.
all the rules, all the dice are thrown in the background.
It's really kind of got all of the classic tropes of
definitely.
a tabletop RPG, just kind of under the hood, and that's what's powering the system, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
The Dark Eye even allows some failures or initiatives, so extra bonuses that you can have during an attack.
All right, excellent. So we got him.
Yeah.
And the keys. Wonderful.
Now get introduced to another guy, to our future third-party member, Mage. He's standing in the cell on the right-hand side, and he will be joining us in a little bit. He's actually quite powerful in his magics, but he's got one iron collar, which disables his magic abilities.
So we need to kind of get him out of that collar and get him
Exactly.
casting some magic. Right, gotcha. All right. So it's like usually your classic prison break. I'm liking this. Is good. This is good. So you said ultimately you get to control up to 7 characters. Are they kind of spread throughout the game, or do you get access to them quite early? How does it work?
Most of them, 5 of them, you find pretty early in the game, and the 2 last ones you find at a later stage.
Okay, cool. Excellent. So just got some dialogue here. So is we're not getting any audio at the moment on the dialogue, but is that will that be voiced at the
That will
end
be
game?
fully voiced.
Fully
exactly,
voiced.
yeah.
Okay, great.
We'll do the recordings later in the year.
Cool. Yeah, so we should mention this is very early code. These guys it's very kind of you to come on and show us early code. A lot of people don't like to do that, but I'm really pleased you have, because it really gives us a chance to
So
appreciate
we are not
the good look at the
afraid.
game.
So we are 100% sure that the people will like the game by the end.
Good.
So
Excellent.
nothing to hide. So if something is crashing, okay, it's crashing. It's
Or
dead.
if the PC updates, like
Yes.
thanks Windows 8. Yeah.
Actually, dialogues will be pretty important later on, as we can drive the relationship between our characters.
Okay.
And this can trigger events and even subquests. Here we are on a new battle map. We will have more than 190 of them later on in the game, all individually designed. So you can see we can move the camera in very different angles. And this helps us exploring the map and seeing some items that we might interact with, such as the chandelier over there, which is beautifully placed just over these two guards.
Let's see what you're going to do here.
We can use the wiki to highlight objects that we can interact with. And yeah, one of them is the rope that this chandelier is tied to.
Yeah.
And this can be turned into so many things on all of these 190 battle maps. There can be barrels that we can roll into our enemies. There can be huge cranes with wooden containers. There can be beehives that we can poke our swords in.
That's amazing. He just punched the table into pieces. I can do that. I think if I punch the table, I just get a sore head. That's impressive.
It's a rotten one.
Oh, a rotten table.
Yeah,
oh, well, maybe I
rotten
could
one.
then. Maybe I could. All right.
So it's
I'll
for
try it next
long
time.
time there, so it's a rotten one.
Well, I've got to say that chandelier made short work of those guards. That was very handily placed. So just one left. Is that right? We have? Oh, you're flanking him. That's good. Or surrounding him even. That's good. So we obviously need to get our main character. What's his name? What's our main character's name?
Well, we define the name ourselves.
Oh, okay. Cool. So what do we name him?
Stormy, I guess.
Storm.
Storm.
All right, so
Yeah.
Storm currently hasn't got much armor on. We're going to have to get him some armor. So hopefully, can you loot dead bodies of guards you kill and take their armor?
Yeah, you'll get like all the loot that's on the map once you succeeded in a battle.
Right, okay, so we'll get this guy's sword, for example, when we...
Yeah, he definitely needs some.
Yeah,
the guards took everything away.
Oh. So the mage is he wielding a knife? Can't really. Is that a knife he's got there?
He's only got a small dagger. He somehow smuggled that into his cell. We will find the key to his iron collar here, and then from then on, we finally will be able to use his magic.
Excellent, excellent. So he parries. How dare he? Power blow. Come on, dwarf. Okay, so do they always turn to face? I mean, he turned to face his death there, but do they always turn to face you when you attack, or can you get kind of back attacks if you surround people?
Yeah, you can do everything. So
Okay.
if you first attract the enemy with the other character, you can surround him with the second one and kill him.
Excellent. All right, well, we've had a look at quite a bit of the combat there. Now, what you guys, people who've played Deponia, I'm sure will know, is what your studio is well known for is the kind of quality of your storytelling. So what kind of what kind of story are you trying to tell here? What's, obviously without any spoilers, but because it's obviously a much darker theme, darker world. Deponia is kind of very, very charming and colorful, and the characters kind of classically befuddled all the time. But like, why did you choose this kind of darker tone?
Well, because of course, interesting to explore this universe as well, and to tell a story that, is allowed to go into so many other directions without, being disturbing to people, but still, going into little evil and horror things within that, and playing around with the characters that are doing bad things that, to the eye of the viewer, might be doing some good things every now and then, but when they're doing that accidentally.
Okay. Right.
So here we are in a new map. We are still trying to break out of prison. We will be able to use the magic power for the first time, which we already did. We created a little arcane wall there to block these guards off. Here's another element that we can interact with, which is levers. We can free these prisoners, and they will actually take care of the guards for us. They're happy that we freed them, and there's some help there.
All right, let's do it. Let's get them on our side. Oh, but first the mage is, yes, fire spell. Nice work. He's much better with his collar off, isn't he?
Yes,
Much more useful.
Okay.
All right, so how do we free them? Is there like an individual lever for each cell here, or is this one that controls them all?
It's one lever for
Okay.
each cell, so we have to plan our turns carefully. The arcane wall will last for like 4 or 5 turns, so
that seems enough time to free a bunch of these guys.
Exactly. I mean, it's again an optional thing. Both the arcane wall, both opening the cells. We could do it the old-fashioned way and just beat the guys up, but
It's fortunate that all these prisoners seem to be in very good fighting shape. They're pretty muscly, ready for a brawl. That's handy. That's very handy.
they've been sitting there for a long time,
Oh,
and they've been waiting for it.
They're
so long.
angry. Oh, so you've obviously have you cast some sort of buff on that character there. What was that spell there? Can you tell us about that?
It was a fast of body, so I make this guy faster as the other ones.
All right, good plan.
So the idea is, once we have like all the prisoners freed, we can flee from the scene. And actually, this is another way of succeeding on some maps. At least, as long as we, find all the items that we want to have, as long as we open up all the ways that we need, fleeing can be a valid option.
Right. Okay. So, what's your plan here? Are you going to try and flee, or are you going to help the prisoners?
Yeah, you can do whatever you like.
Ah, you're the controls, my friend. What do you feel like? What do you?
Right now, I'm feeling like
Oh, did the spell just failed?
Yeah.
So there's always a chance, just like
yes,
in a tabletop
there's
RPG.
always a chance. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So are you guys big tabletop RPG fans yourselves? Or?
Yeah. At least I did, and my youth years back then, I enjoyed it very much. Once you start working, and especially working in the gaming industry, you still try to do it, but sometimes time just runs out. But yeah, I still love the atmosphere very much.
Well, that must be very useful when, I guess.
So now I have enough trouble.
Okay.
And now we can escape from the prison.
All right, let's do it. Let's get out of here.
If I get the chance to make my move, yes.
Flee. Oh, so you just flee the whole group. Excellent. Come on, fly, you fools. Get out of there. So, will the whole fight... Oh, there we go. We're done.
Yeah, we just needed to wait for the next turn,
right,
as it's turn me.
It takes one turn to flee.
So you see, you can always win a battle map in running away. So it's
right.
It's
the coward in me is very happy about that.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
So it's nothing about wimp. It's about to be smart.
Okay.
Let the other fight.
Tactics. So we're seeing the world map here. Is this something that you can... Oh, wow, yes. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. It's a pretty big world
Pretty
map.
large.
So we have a lot of cities marked on here.
Now, just in the clouds there, I'm seeing definite echoes of Deponia art style there. That's lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, you were saying you can tell me about exploring the map.
Oh yeah, you can travel to all these cities that you're seeing on there, and of course there will be also a lot of side spots, quest spots that open up once we progress through the map. We're currently expecting more than 40 hours of gameplay time.
40 hours. Okay, that's a lot. That's good. So I'm guessing where it says Master System Tips, that's where you guys are going to insert your own.
Definitely, yeah. So there's a lot we can hint on. This is one of the cities. It's actually a smaller place called Nitha, but we already find everything in here that we need in an RPG, like merchants and an innkeeper. The merchants obviously sell us equipment. The innkeeper has some information, or we can take a rest there and kill a group. We find characters that we can interact with that open up new quests for us. We can gather information that we need for new quests. And there will be a little bigger cities as well. We decided to focus these cities on hotspots. They're actual 3D locations, and we could have done like a full 3D city, but we felt like it would slow the gameplay down if players would have to explore the cities in full 3D mode.
Yeah.
So we want them to focus on the story, on the quests, and on getting through the 190 battle maps. This is why we decided designed them like this.
Yeah, and it's reminiscent of I guess it lended to your experience with point-and-click adventures, right? It's laid out
Exactly.
just like a scene from point-and-click adventures. So everything you need to do is in that screen, and then once you're done, you can get back to the world map and get on with your adventure. Okay, that's great. So obviously we're kind of skipping over this story here. But we can let people that enjoy that when they get to playing the games themselves.
Yeah, we just made it out of the prison now, and actually characters they know us. We're like from the area. They're pretty surprised that they heard. They're pretty surprised to see us again.
I can imagine.
Very quickly, especially since we have been sentenced to death. And now they aren't really sure how to deal with us. And they heard that, we're suspected of having killed Eleanor, but still they have a certain relationship to us, and they might help us or want to help us.
Okay.
What we did now, we opened up a new quest part, and we'll be heading to a cemetery in just a bit, trying to find an artifact that we need to prove some more things in the story.
Excellent. So tell us about what you're doing here. You're equipping your various characters. So what's the kind of process of your inventory here? What kind of items can you assign? How does this all work?
Yeah, you can equip everything you find. So every loot you're getting, you can use as making money out of it, or you can use to get better armor, better swords, and of course you can find unique items that you can bring that bring your character way over the top.
Good. So all the kind of tropes you'd hope to see in an RPG, everything, so you can kind of really refine your character. Can you you mentioned weapons? Is there weapon crafting in the game? Can you kind of build your own?
No.
Okay, so there's just lots of set weapons.
Exactly. Yeah, we have like 400 unique items in the game.
Yeah.
So quite a lot that you can find and play around with.
Excellent. So what do we got here? So you're
So
equipping it with
I make different weapon sets.
Yeah.
So don't get in hustle with a magician that he has no energy anymore. So it's much better to have some arrows in case that something happens.
So what I thought I'd do is we're getting more towards the end of our show here, but I thought I'd try and bring in some questions, because we are live, of course, here at E3 on stage 2.
Yep.
So if you're watching and you have any questions about Blackguards, you can either drop them in the comments on GameSpot, or you can tweet them directly at me. My Twitter handle is @CamFrazRob. That's CamFrazRob. Tweet them now, and I will try and set them to our two guests here. Okay, so I'll have a look at that now as this next scene loads up. Let's see what we've got. Here we go. Okay, what have we got? So one of our commenters is guessing that maybe the prisoners were supplied with protein shakes because they were so muscly and ready to fight. So that could well have been the case. All right, so we're in what looks like a shady-looking graveyard. So what's going on here? Why are we here?
Yeah, we have been sent on the cemetery to discover or recover an artifact. And actually, the game teaches us on this map some new, as we're still in tutorial mode, still in introduction mode, some new aspects to the combat. So we'll get in touch with ranged combat here for the first time.
Okay.
And we'll also see that there might be obstacles on each battle map. These are the gravestones here, which actually are a little bit in our line of sight. So when trying to shoot arrows with our bows, we learned that we cannot come across these gravestones so easily, and also they might block some magic off.
So you can use them as cover as well?
Exactly, you can also use them as cover. So all these interactive elements, can be used to your advantage or to your disadvantage.
Excellent. So who are these people we're fighting in this graveyard? Are these soldiers from the prison then? The chat just now?
It's guards, yeah, and a couple of creepy creatures that are appearing on the cemetery as well.
Of course. Well, yes, that is where they hang out, in the cemetery. Yes, very good. So what's your plan of attack here, man? So you're gonna set this guy on fire. That's good. Fire is good.
Fire is always good.
Always good. So what else? What's your? Because I guess when you're playing this, you got to have a grand plan over each battle, right? You can't just kind of do random moves, or you're gonna lose.
Here, for example, it's very important that you get rid of the ranged weapon guy.
Okay.
Otherwise, you are losing very, very soon. And this guy is a runaway, I guess. So I need to follow him.
Okay. So are we currently with our mage here? Is this our mage? Yeah. Oh, no, yes. And he loves that fire spell.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
cheap. It's cheap.
It's cheap, is it? Okay. Cheap on the action points.
A lot of friendly fire in the game as well, so you need to be careful with especially these exploding things. Otherwise, you can hurt your own party members. There's also the option that you annoy some party members if you hurt them too often in a battle. That might turn their relationship towards you. into
yeah.
something negative.
Okay, well, we've got a question for you from the people at Twitter, the people who follow me on Twitter and who've been watching this. So, we have a person called ID has asked, is there possibly going to be any modding features for Blackguard, such as the ability to create new areas or weapons and armor? So is there any modding, such as the ability, is there any modding plans? So maybe creating your own weapons and armors?
Yes, we are working, or we'll be working on a map editor that we can bring out to the folks so that everyone can design their own battle maps.
Oh, so you make your own maps? Wow,
Yes,
fantastic.
exactly.
Okay, question answered. Okay, got one more for you as well, and that is, any idea when the Blackguard's release date is?
Yeah, we're currently planning for November, so we have still some time to work on the game, and yeah, it's looking good for them.
Excellent, okay. All right, well, guys, thank you very much for joining us on stage. I think that's a great time to end it. So, Kai, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Class,
Thank
pleasure
you so
as well.
much for having us.
And everyone else, we'll have one last show for you on stage 2 today, and it's going to be a big one. So please do stick around. I will be leaving the stage, unfortunately, but Danny will be back, and joining him will be the guys from Armor 3. So whatever you do, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you back here soon.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2013. Oh, my mic's not on. So awkward.
It's the worst thing in the world, J. Crow, when you start a live stream and your microphone's not turned on. It's like being at the Olympics, going to the hurdles and just hitting the first one, just your face right in front of it.
Hello. Sorry, this is like an alpha, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2013. You're watching Stage 2 on e3.gamespot.com and also on twitch.tv/GameSpot E3 Stage 2. I'm very happy to be joined by J. Crow, creative director of Bohemia Interactive, who's going to show off Arma 3, the sickest looking first-person shooter for all you guys who enjoy playing the more realistic type of war experience.
Yeah, that's right. We're just coming out of our alpha, so a little bit more of a subset of our normal game. We were kind of infantry focused before, but today we have the beta to show you, which is a bit more like classic Arma, I guess.
Okay, excellent. So the alpha's been there for a while. It's been a public alpha. I know I'm right because I know I'm on it, but I don't feel like I had to jump through many hoops to do it.
Yeah, it came out in March. We've been pretty happy with it so far. It's a first kind of experience for Bohemia to release in this kind of way, getting the public and the community involved straight up in development.
For sure.
We've been happy with how it's going so far and really happy to be getting our beta out later in the month.
Excellent. Well, I've got a bunch of questions myself, but if you have any questions for Jay, please tweet me at Daniel Dwyer or put them in the GameSpot chat and I will make sure I relay them to it. If we can have a look at the gameplay here. So this is a completely new mission to the beta version. What exactly is going on here?
Well, Yaris, the project lead, is behind the scenes playing Combined Arms. So similar to the alpha where we had 4 single-player showcase missions for testing the different kinds of technology and presenting the new features of the game, we have 4 showcases for beta as well. This is kind of, I don't know, it represents sort of the heart of what the beta is about, the move towards a bit more firepower, a few more logistical options. So here we're getting support from a helicopter gunship, which you can see engaging targets at the base, and in a few minutes we might see an armored wheeled vehicle that'll be supporting the attack as well.
So for people who aren't familiar with the series, obviously Arma has its roots. A lot of you guys were working on Operation Flashpoint, that series, all those years ago. Arma 1 then on PC, of course. Arma 2 was very successful, and then with 3, it's a kind of it's more of a simulation-based experience, obviously. With the sort of, do you feel like it's a simulation-based? Do you like pigeonholing your game like that, or?
Well, come up and they're not exactly sure what the game is all about. I would describe it as a combined arms military game.
Okay.
Definitely the thing that makes this unique is the elements of simulation that we have. Lots of sometimes quite simple things working together that create the complexity, that make the challenge of the game, that make it rewarding to master. But I would say, we're all gamers at heart. The guys back in Prague working on the game and in Brno, we all love playing games. We want to make a game, but we have a history with this series, and Arma 3 is a continuation of what we're good at, what we're best at, but maybe with a nice new lick of paint on it and a few new interesting features.
Yeah, quite a nice lick of paint on this, I imagine.
Sorry, that's an understatement. The programmers would kill me.
Yeah, it's an incredibly beautiful game. Some of the screenshots you guys released a number of months ago, almost, it's essentially photorealism at some stage. How much of an onus is put on in Arma, and how important is it into you guys realizing your vision?
Well, I think it's definitely an important thing for us to have in the game. Everyone, when they see Arma 3 as compared to Arma 2, loves the lighting, and that's based on the real world research we got and do. The lighting's based on real values from Mediterranean countries. So it's important, but it's definitely not the be-all and end-all. Like, we could do more, but we have to save some performance for other parts of the game. We do a lot more than many other games. The terrains are enormous. The level of detail and the quality that the artists put into their work, that takes a lot of performance. So it's a balance. We want to have a game that offers a lot for the players to do, but we want it to look nice as well.
So what's the setup for Arma 3 in terms of its narrative? Where is it based, and who is involved in the conflict?
Well, during the alpha and the beta, we've been focusing on what we call like just generic factions. So at the moment it's blue against red,
Yeah, okay.
and the beta introduces green, which is the third faction, which we see it as offering the people making missions at home a few more options. We haven't talked so much about the context and the story since we first announced the game in 2011. As we get closer to release in Q3 this year, we have a few more details, but to cut a long story short, the player is a NATO soldier, just a regular soldier. He's not, captain of anything. He's on an observation force based on the island of Stratus, and we have our roots in Operation Flashpoint, so you can kind of guess that maybe something is going to happen to him, and the other factions play a part. We'd like to talk more about that later in the year, but I guess if you want some sort of analog, it's closer to the simplicity of Operation Flashpoint, like going all the way back to 2001. Simple factions fighting each other, and the player not being a hero, but just being part of a team, working with his squad mates and getting more and more responsibility as he progresses through the campaign, which is also a way that we're hoping to teach players how to use it. One of the things that we know is there's a lot of features, a lot of complexity in Arma 3. The last thing we want to do is take any of that out, but definitely what we want to do is introduce it slowly to the players, let them get comfortable with handling a weapon, moving around, basic squad command, and then as you move through the campaign, you get more and more responsibility, more options to use, and hopefully more rewarding gameplay to take part in.
There's always been a lot of sort of specialized control systems required in Arma, because obviously it's at least in terms of the generic first-person shooter that many people are used to, there's obviously a lot more commands required, keystrokes and whatnot. And then in terms of using the vehicles from the helicopters to the landcraft, also a lot to learn. Do you find it's a challenge to try and teach the player all of these, or do you think that somebody can enjoy Arma 3 by just specializing in one maybe in particular?
Well, I think challenge is a good word. We've just added a new game mode called Challenges, and we hope through this kind of playable content that we'll be able to introduce simple things like movement and shooting to the player, like very simple competitive against the clock gameplay where we go through and shoot down targets. Maybe Joris can take a look at it later on. But really, Arma 3 offers you, and Arma generally, always to be able to do. And when you're given that all at once, it is confusing, it is daunting. The challenge, as I was saying before, is to introduce it slowly, prove to the player that it's useful, like our adjusted stances, getting behind cover, keeping your head down so it doesn't get blown off, showing to the player that this is a different key binding from what you're used to perhaps, but once you know how to use it, it offers a kind of a depth that other games simply don't have, and we can't ignore that. That's definitely what makes our games unique.
Will you guys continue to support third-party hardware in the way you have in the past? I know TrackIR has been an important part, different various types of joypads. Is there any thought about Oculus Rift support?
Well, we have a dev kit in the Brno studio, and we're playing with that. Like, it seems like a really, really good fit, the Oculus Rift with our game. Like, we have as Joris is showing now, we have the full body in-game, so when you look down, you're not just a floating camera, you have legs and arms. So when you have something like the Oculus Rift or TrackIR, which has been a great servant to the game since it came out, it gives you that engagement with the game that maybe some other games don't have yet. It's not something that we're going to be, officially supporting for our release in Q3.
Sure.
We've been talking to the guys, a great bunch of guys here at E3 from Oculus Rift. We're talking to them, get a few more dev kits for our programmers back home, get it in game, see what we can do. But yeah, it's definitely exciting technology along with TrackIR.
Cool. Watch this space then. So it's interesting. Whenever I've played these games, it's always been a very solitary experience for me. I enjoy sort of immersing myself in the world and spending time carrying out the missions. In terms of multiplayer and cooperative, what are you guys doing in that space?
Well, multiplayer is one of the most important aspects of our games. Like, it's what gives our games the longevity. Like, I'm a big fan of single player. Like every other game I play, it's all about the single player campaign. But with Arma, I think it's really important for us to get multiplayer right. Part of that work goes towards optimizing the netcode. One of our lead programmers back home is analyzing what we can do to make it run more smoothly, to reduce the lag for players. In the beta itself, we can look at our 2 co-op missions that we're adding on top of the 2 co-ops that were in alpha. We're taking a look. Yoris is just loading one up now called Defend Camino. Here, well, we can also take a look at the third faction that we're adding to the game, but
the greens.
Here, the greens.
I like that color.
Here, it's we're not reinventing the wheel. It's something like a horde mode gameplay. We have the green team that has their base and the blue team that has their base. The objective is to survive against the enemy attacks, adapt with planting mines and defending your base. But we do it in armor style. So the things coming at you, attacking you, armored vehicles, helicopter gunships. It's going to be a real challenge to play. And the rubbers, you have to wait till the 7th wave, and there's a helicopter that comes to extract you, but there's only one. So human players are green and blue. By default, they're working together, they're helping each other out. But if you want to engage the blue team, or if the blues decide to stab you in the back, then suddenly you got a PvP situation going on. And I don't know, it demonstrates the diversity of Arma's multiplayer content. Like, this is a game mode for a certain kind of player that likes a certain kind of game. Definitely the alpha, we've already seen mods made, like Wasteland, that cater to different kinds of scenarios. And here we can see we're running into the green base. So this is ours to defend.
It's interesting. A lot of what you're talking about is kind of, I imagine, what a lot of people, the sort of polish you have here. There was always a wonder whether you guys would try and maybe go down again, this is just silly categorizing for the sake of it, but maybe a more mainstream route, that perhaps you guys would like to get some more success like the big franchises that we see on consoles and whatnot. It seems here that you certainly have retained and are developing on all the core concepts of what Arma 2 is, but if you don't mind me saying, it's a bit of a backhanded compliment. In terms of the production value, in terms of the UI, in terms of the layout of everything, it looks like a much more, I would say polished, but much more inviting experience perhaps than Arma 2 was, which to a lot of people when they go into it, if they're not expecting that type of scenario, can be quite daunting.
Well, it's about time, isn't it? Like, I think it's always been such a sort of a rough diamond. The gameplay was there. Sometimes it was difficult to find. What we tried to do with Arma 3, I've said before, is keep the core gameplay, like identify what's best about our series, keep all of that, but take off the rough edges. Like, we've improved the radio protocol, like
the voice acting a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay,
so, a year ago, you go on internet forums, anytime you would bring up our game, it's always move to that bush.
Yeah.
and that was ridiculous. And one of the things that we did when we came onto the Arma 3 project about a year and a half ago was to say, what really irritates people, what can we do to improve it? And we're really happy with things like the state of the radio protocol and even things like the presentation of the game, the front end, the UI. It's important. The first impression you make with a player, you're sort of making a promise to them. You're saying,
sure,
this game is legit, like this is a professional product. And then people give you, a bit more of a chance to prove why. And that's really important for Arma, to get into it, to play with your friends, to experiment with all of the different things that you can do. And it's only when you get to that stage that suddenly it clicks and you understand, this is what Arma's about. This is why I can't go back to a corridor shooter. This is why Operation Flashpoint completely broke me back in 2001. And I couldn't play anything else.
Is there ever any limitations where you guys, like for gameplay reasons, decide to kind of hold back? Because Arma obviously is a series that's always pushed the boundaries in terms of realism when it comes to lighting, physics, graphics, of course. Is there ever a stage where you decide this might be something in real world battles that does happen, but for the sake of gameplay, we probably should not hone it back a bit?
Yeah, I think you have to make sensible choices. I mean, there's something called Ian Bogost. He's an American games writer and academic and critic. Like, he wrote a really interesting piece on simulation fever. I don't want to get too technical, but it really affected my way of thinking. He defines simulation as mapping the real world onto a set of mechanics. And simulation fever is when you do one thing but you don't do another.
I think,
and so when we do one thing, like for example, we have really realistic weapons models and they have bipods on them, and then we don't do another, like weapon resting. There's this discord between these two things, and it can really pop in people's minds, and it ruins everything for them. But we have a very small development team, only 70 guys. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I just finished Assassin's Creed 2 recently, and it took me 3 hours to watch the credits at the end.
Yeah.
We got a small team, like a bunch of guys. We have to be very careful about where we put our resources. And
You guys are working on 3 games at the moment as well, right?
yeah, I mean, 70 guys roughly on Arma 3, and then a bit of a Black Ops team on DayZ standalone.
Yeah.
And Take On Mars, of course, was announced today, which is basically someone's pet passion
Oh, really?
project. Like very very small team, but you know, a lot of love for that game.
Excellent. But that's a very good point. You find it a lot. You find it in sports games a lot. And you find it in shooters and whatnot.
So we have to choose sensible things to simulate. Where there was a big conversation about like how we're balancing the game. Like we came out and we said we're hiring a guy to balance the game, and people sort of got a bit worried and thought, do these developers really think they're making StarCraft 2? And it's like, no, that's not what balance means for Arma 3. What it means is saying, what are we simulating? What else do we need to simulate so the game doesn't break itself? Like, nature balances itself. Like, this is why we would introduce something like our new fog technology. So if I'm in the bottom of the valley covered by fog, then this really overpowered helicopter gunship isn't able to see me. But we have to make that choice to add the fog and not something else.
Right,
So
yeah.
it's about making sensible decisions. Sometimes we make the wrong calls, like, you know,
And your community probably
we're
lets
not
you know.
perfect, and the community completely hammers us for it, and fair play to them. Like, they love the game, and they complain at us because they want it to be better.
Passionate.
I don't know. I hope everyone can sort of feel like we're trying to do the right thing for Arma 3, and the reception seems hopefully positive so far, and I hope you're enjoying it like yourself.
Absolutely, yeah. Arma's one of those games. I fixed up my rig back in October. I got a new PC rig, and the first games I bought on Steam was finally I can play Arma 2 now. So I got an Arma 2, played Arma 2 for a couple of months, and then when the alpha came out, I played a little bit, but unfortunately I had to leave the country away from my PC. Can I talk to you a little bit about your community? You guys had a little bit of drama a couple of last year, I guess.
The internet, there's always drama.
In relation to some of your employees who were, was it Cyprus?
Greece.
It was Greece, sorry, it was Greece. God, Greece can't get rid of drama at the moment, I suppose.
No, indeed.
With some of your guys who got detained, obviously, for what some people had thought was maybe taking photographs of military institutions. How are those guys doing? How the reception from the community, I thought was incredible. Obviously, there was websites posted up. They made sure that all of us games journalists knew about it and were talking about it. Has that been resolved? How are those guys doing? And is there any legal action to be taken?
Officially, it's still an ongoing process,
Okay.
but which is why I'd want to be careful about
Yeah,
not saying
absolutely,
too
absolutely.
much. But definitely, I can just talk from a personal perspective. It's really, really great to have the guys back. And for them to be back with their families, so they're back at work. Maxell is making Altis splendid, and Ivan is working between Arma 3 and DayZ, like just giving all of his skills to any project that needs his help, and it's just a real relief to have them back. There was definitely a period of uncertainty in development when we didn't know what was going on with the guys.
How did that affect you? Affect your team? Like you said, it's a relatively small team for a project like this, so you guys must all know each other.
I want to say like how. You've played on Strata. It's like it's such a distinct environment. Environment's a huge thing in Arma 3 generally, and the Mediterranean environment is very unique also for gaming. And I really want to say, like, I love the countryside and the architecture and the lighting of Greece, and it's great that we have something that's a really great representation. But we have chosen to make the islands now fictional. Like we're not set in Greece anymore. We're set in Stratus and Altis, and that was kind of because we lost a little bit of passion for representing sort of these real world places, and I guess that was the biggest impact on it in terms of the actual development. But I don't know. We just focus on the guys being back now and making the game as splendid as possible.
Excellent. You've been working on this now for quite a while. When are you guys releasing, and on what platforms?
Well, definitely PC Master Race. Q3 later this year is the closest we have in terms of any specific for the full release. The beta itself is 25th of June. So if you guys are in the alpha, everyone obviously automatically gets bumped through to the beta. You just log in at that time, it gets uploaded. If you're on the dev branch of the alpha, in a week or so, we'll start seeing content trickling through as we test it and make sure everything's working okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Have you ever thought about getting this bad boy on consoles?
Well, it's been really interesting seeing E3 this year has been huge with Xbox One and PS4. Very interesting to hear them moving towards sort of more community-driven content and such like, and some of the hardware looks really nice. But really, PC is where our heart is. That's where you go for a community right now. Like, if you want to make content, which is a huge part of our game, you get on the PC and you make it. If you want to have a real online community where you make missions, you join a bunch of buddies, like 60 guys, you go on the PC and do that. And that's where Arma 3 is. And like I said, as a small team, we make choices and we focus on the PC, make it as good as we possibly can.
Awesome. J. Crow, thank you very much for coming here and showing us Arma 3. We've got your buddy Dean Hall coming in tomorrow to show off DayZ, and that's tomorrow on GameSpot's Stage 2 at E3. Thanks to everyone who's been tuning in all day. We've had an absolute blast. We've had massive numbers this year of you tuning in and talking to us on Twitter and on the comments and whatnot. We really appreciate it, so stick around. Our penultimate day is finished, but we'll be back tomorrow with Day 3 of GameSpot Stage 2 at E3 2013. See you then.